Video time. Because I know, I suspect Tori was telling him, get started with the video, Carl.
The video call was so weird.
She actually wasn't, but she probably was thinking it really, really hard. Alright. Alright, what do you got for me, Mr. fucking Panda? What do you got for me, Mr. Lion?
Lio Convoy, but you probably know that already. I know you've all been waiting for this video. Sorry it took so long to put together, but there's been a lot of revelations that have come to me, as well as a ton of things thrown at me that I need to address. And I'll be addressing as much as I can.
Revelations, and when you're being told, hey, stop trying to have sex with this girl.
I will preface this by saying there are wrongs that I've committed, and they will be brought up. Accountability will be taken.
Allegedly.
But those aren't the accusations that are most damning towards me. I've been
Allegedly.
Accountability will be taken. His audio sounds so fucking quiet.
Yeah.
That and other things are what I'm covering today. This video will not be short. It will not be a compilation of calls. It's going to be in-depth and have as much evidence as I can provide. While most of the claims of abuse against me don't have evidence to back them, I'll try to answer what I can with the evidence I do have.
Sure they don't.
And fill in the rest with my own testimony. I only ask that you be patient and listen with an open mind. For those of you drawing, please pull up your screens or tabs to look at the screen to see the topics here that will be covered so it doesn't catch you by surprise.
How about no?
The accusations levied
I don't know.
also nah. To me, and the person whose word is being taken the most seriously. There's going to be a lot about hopeless people that we'll need to get into later.
Words being taken seriously. Okay. Alright. Sure. Sure. Very sure. Very sure, sir.
Alright, let the man make his case before we start.
But right now, I'm focusing on your Google Doc against me. This was released in Senate after Lumi did a dramatic daily countdown leading up to it. This has been planned for the better part of a month. On the day of, Lumi accessed the Dinobot for server protection in order to monitor it, post all this, and throw things into chaos in a way I can respond to. I'll go into more detail about how inappropriate this level of theatrics for such heavy claims are later, but that's how and when it got released. In order to get through all this, I'll need to go through a few things on a timeline concerning my found family unit. The first people in it were Opal and Jordan in 2021, then Jay was added later that year, he just popped into it in 2022. While I wish I could say things were always good, they weren't. And two specific incidents of note happening during these people's time in my family unit. The first major issue was in November of 2022, during Thanksgiving week. I decided it would be a good idea to have as many of them down for the holiday as possible. Unfortunately, it didn't go well. Within the first day, Opal decided to inform me that she no longer wished to be in the family unit. I could go into full detail and tell you every single issue here, but I think it would be best if it went down to Opal feeling like she wasn't her own person and not liking the standards I had. To cite one issue, Opal didn't like that I responded to her having a friend that shoplifted for fun as a friend she probably shouldn't have. So Opal left the family unit, and I even got her an early flight back home. I haven't spoken to her since.
Friend that shoplifted for fun. How sweet Baby Ink of you. How sweet Bean Comics of you.
However, during the same week, Jordan decided to be awful to everyone, including Peaches. He actively made every interaction a chore and didn't alter any of that behavior until he absolutely had to. This put stress on everyone involved, but we soldiered on, hoping it would work itself out. The second and worst incident, though, was in February of 2023. Peaches and I had an ugly fight. One that's 100% my fault. The problem, though, was Peaches was in contact with both Jay and Jordan and told both of them that he had down pills in an attempt to end his life. The response both of them had was to do nothing. That included not contacting or telling me about it, not informing anyone that Peaches had hit that breaking point, not even checking on him the next day. Peaches could have lost his life and neither of them did anything about it. Not even an apology until I pulled him into a call a month later after finding out all the details. This was an event that was never properly resolved as neither Jay or Jordan chose to take accountability and treat Peaches like a regular person. These are the two major events in the family unit. I'll detail other things as I go along. Let's get into it now.
Hey, this is Hopeless Peaches, and this is the last time you'll hear from me. First of all, I want to again apologize for my part in the Rose Call in 2022. I wanted to state so earlier, but everything else that piled on since made me shut down, and, well, here we are. If you've been in Senate for a while, you know of the Rose Call, and that I've regretted that call daily and genuinely done what I can to change the server so that it could...
I don't believe you.
Don't believe you.
I heard. We all heard how you talked to her. We all heard it. We heard how you did it. We heard how he did it. But I don't believe you. Get your fat ass somewhere. Sit your fat ass down.
Never happen again. I don't know what happened for me to be so out of character as to allow that, let alone join in, but it doesn't erase that call though, and that's why I've pushed myself. But I can't push myself for Senate anymore.
Here, Peaches tries to set the beginning of this by saying he wanted to apologize for the Rosa call earlier, but never did. Instead, he just got angry at me for the fact that call was even out there. I'll address that call yet again later in this video, but Peaches choosing to address this in a Google Doc instead of their largest platform when we had it is not only grossly inappropriate, but not proper accountability. While I included it in a video not specifically about it, I at least did the decency of addressing it. This is something Peaches never wanted to do. But the sad thing that we will get into later, as well as falsehood that the activity Peaches started and continued to contribute to in that call isn't out of character, and I have the evidence to prove it later. However, it's going to be noted that this is obviously Peaches feigning accountability, tossing it out there in a rush to get the idea that I have used him, possibly to excuse his own actions, and to appear more pitiable to the overall public. Another thing to point out later is that this behavior for Peaches isn't out of character like he's claiming. As I mentioned earlier, he's moved to more private places.
The reason I'm leaving Senate and why I have purged all my social media is to get away from Lio Convoy and to find myself again.
I've never demanded that Peaches be like me or around me. Peaches told me and others that they were deleting all their platforms to get away from their harassers, people like Kai and Amia. This was due to their
I don't believe that.
involvement in the FCK and the fact that they claimed other creators were labeling him as a groomer and a predator because of it. Peaches is already disconnected from me by this point, something I didn't fight against or subvert. I gave him what he wanted, like I always do.
I used to say that I had been abused online for 10 years straight, but it's taken me a long time to realize the abuse didn't stop, and to say to myself that Thomas Guerra is an abuser. It's scary to admit it, but I feel it's true. He isn't a child predator that I'm aware of, as some people declare, but that doesn't mean he's some savior of the innocent either.
In this, Peaches makes the distinction that this is how he feels. This isn't based on evidence, it's emotion. Well, having feelings about something but you don't have to about these feelings is how you utilize them. In this, Peaches utilizes it to cause accusations at me with no evidence. The fact that he even italicized the I know of portion of the accusations of me being a predator is, frankly, disgusting. Especially that he would later go on to imply I was a sexual predator in multiple different instances later on. If anything, the wording here is more like a cryptic preamble to what he would say later. This is Peaches trying to give themselves plausible deniability about how they're framing me in the stock. I also never claim to be some sort of savior of the innocent either. I actively try to help people as much as I can and have been doing so for 6 years, even to my own detriment. Peaches knows this. I mean, I always go about it in the best way, and I can acknowledge my shortcomings or my mistakes in that regard, but that's always been my intention.
Here's a question. Why are you doing that? Why are you putting yourself and sticking your neck out the way you're doing it? It's not an indictment of your character. I'm just asking questions. Why? It would seem a bit silly to stick yourself out in the neck for random Twitter users. Random YouTube people. No? This is not the same as sticking my neck out for people who have been in my audience for 3 months. I know who they are. I know when they choose to watch my content. There's a difference there. And even then, I don't do that. Certainly, selectively, and not all the time, and I always make sure to vet to make sure that my assistance and help would not go wasted. I'm not even saying I'm above understanding the action. I'm just questioning it, because you see, what I would do is not what you would do. Just saying.
Mosqueda is a man who's taken
Where
involvement.
there's a will and a wop, there's a way.
Ooh, woo. Hey, you. Boss, if you're coming to Minder. Yes, sir. You love this segment as much as you love the Nemesis? Heck, as much as that idea of the Nemesis scares me. True. You know, people would love that idea. The idea of Nemesis inside of Helldivers would need a lot of work. Because it's a lot easier to implement the idea of a proper Nemesis system as it works in Shadow of Mordor for the automatons. It would be really hard to do this for the bugs. Because they're mindless. The implication of the Nemesis system is that you have something that thinks. A bug that thinks. But if you were to do that, that would require you to basically understand that they have some working system of communication. Because in order for you to truly have an adversary and a nemesis, you have to be able to communicate on some primal level with them. The only creature that could really demonstrate that would be a stalker. Because they're the only creature that has a particular attack pattern, that has a unique understanding of, oh shit, he's actually hurting me. Rather than the normal bot attack, 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 attack. Right?
I mean, what you could do, pardon me for interrupting, but what you could do for the bugs at least is have like an identifier of what specific, not like a specific enemy, but a specific faction of enemy, or like a specific subspecies that is like particularly hunting down in this sector of sorts. For example, the stalkers, there's a subspecies of them that has this spewer attack that it does some sort of special effect and or has this special pheromone tied to it that whatever is around said person that gets the spit on them and whatever is spewed on them will slow them and enrage every single bug in the vicinity, regardless if it changes. If it's basically just full aggro onto that particular person.
A feeding frenzy call. That'd be fair.
Or maybe like a variation of Hive Lord that is smarter enough to be a nemesis?
Could be. But we still have not seen what Hive Lords are going to be implemented like in this game. We have seen the older calcified skeletons of the previous ones.
Yeah.
Yes, we have.
Which still terrifies me how fucking huge they are.
Ultimately, the idea of making them into a specific faction type would then even legitimize, but they would hate that, would legitimize the idea of having random maps that rotate between bio variants and predator and stalker variants.
Carl.
Yeah.
We have a 4-hour video to go through.
I know. I'm wrapping it up.
Yeah, we're just talking about bullshit. She's right.
I know. I'm wrapping it up. They would hate that idea. It'd take a lot of time to optimize. But it's a thing to think about. Back to this. I got this stuck in my teeth.
Older men to fulfill his fantasy of a perfect family.
I had 4 members of my found family. I met 2 of them when they were minors and took them in after they became adults. Jay and Peach is
Why did... Don't take in minors.
Met in their 20s. Always, Peaches actively knows this. He's intentionally being dishonest here about the percentage in order to paint the picture that I'm prowling for people to hurt, as we'll see later. Peaches painting this not only as fantasy while highlighting that they have sexual trauma by older men is again Peaches trying to frame this as predatory.
All of us had been sexually abused by older parental figures. Jordan, Jay, Opal, and myself. My groomer posed the same family dynamic.
Oh, okay. even though I don't want to defend him, Leo Convoy is not your groomer slash assaulter. So I would ask him, probably don't take in minors. Common sense.
Recently, I have found out that Thomas tried to push 2 other young, barely legal AFABs who were specifically groomed by Joshua Vita, Thomas Gueda's ex-friend, into this dynamic too, then treated them like shit when they refused.
While it is true that Peach's groomer proposed a similar family dynamic, as you can see with the screen cap, it's not the same. Peach is trying to constantly compare me to their groomer was a consistent thing he always did when he was mad at me. He did this because he knew it hurt me. The claim about the other two is also wrong.
So I keep noticing he keeps saying he when we know that she's a she. Did she decide to transition?
Well, she transitioned. Remember the last time? So he's just using her preferred pronouns.
Without a picture of what they look like now, I wouldn't know. Because the picture that Horse showed me before was obviously feminine. So, I guess that's not relevant. Either or. That's ridiculous.
I never try to push anyone into my family dynamic. Heck, one of them, Jibs, is on record admitting quite the opposite.
Should have.
There's a point you want to raise on you saying to me about the wording in the document about the AFABs being adopted into the family.
Oh, yes, that. I'm not. Okay. So in Peach's document. Sorry, Evan. Sorry if I. That's not. It's fine. In Aaron's document, they mention that there were 2 other, they specifically worded 2 other victims of Joshua Vita, so that's kind of excluding Jordan from that. I don't know if that was intentional, that were sort of pressured into the family dynamic with Lio, who said no and then, like, faced consequences for that. I'm aware of this potentially because I've spoken with some people who know about that, but I'm confused as to if that was meant to include me in any sort, because if so, that's not true. Okay.
No, you are not the other person in that.
Who, may I ask, is the other person? Because there were 3 really main victims of Vita. I did address it when I was on Becca's live stream. I was like, I have no idea if this is trying to refer to me, but in case it is, that's not true at all, but that's all I said on that. Because I know Lio did make comments occasionally saying that he would have adopted me if it weren't for one, Opal being against that, because Opal was pretty possessive of Lio when it came to things, and against having another person. And then on top of that,
it's a whole different thing.
yeah, and then the other reason was if he would need more accessibility stuff, which he did. So because I do have quite a few disabilities, and so that would have been a thing. But that was the most that was said about that. Other than that, if anything, I kind of made comments occasionally, being like, oh, I want you to be my parental figure and stuff like that. But that was it.
That they wanted in my family unit, and I denied them. This isn't the only time Peaches or Lumi as well have lied about Jibs. They also lied about having permission to use the call, and when it was re-added to the doc, they lied about why Jibs allowed it. This is all because Peaches wanted to push a narrative, regardless of who else may get hurt. We can see Peaches' desire to push false narratives by the fact that even after Jibs corrected these statements, Peaches actively kept the claims in the call-out doc.
All of us AFAB, and all of us with deep-rooted trauma that made us susceptible to further abuse. Thomas used that to his advantage to play house, and if you didn't act how he wanted you to, he would verbally and mentally beat you down into a pulp. This is a pattern, and I didn't see it until now.
Them being AFAD had literally nothing to do with it.
It seems like that should have been a thing that you should have noticed as the adult situation, huh? Maybe you shouldn't have stuck your neck out for these people. Whether you allegedly wanted to take advantage of them or not. All memes and jokes aside. Also, at the same time, maybe you shouldn't have had fan art or had encouraged them to make art of you in various states of undress, engaged in various amounts of coitus.
Yeah, that does seem a little strange in your account.
Because I wonder where they would get the sexual nature of this from. Everyone involved is dumb. But let's give him a charitable position for at least that argument. You bring them in, they start turning on you, they try to say, you're just like my abuser. You're trying to defend yourself, and you feel like you need to do a heavily edited video, breaking it down, where you're giving this stuff from. I noticed that you're putting a lot of his kit bashing in as background material. Here's a question. Where is this audio coming from? Where did you source it from? And why are you not putting the source of that name of it on screen and camera? Was this all from a voice call? And you recorded the voice audio and you didn't have the ability to show what was being, where it originated from in whatever Discord section it had? Because you did put a screen cap of that there. And then, would it not have been easier to... Because I really feel like you could have shaved maybe an hour off of this. Remains to be seen, but... On this point here, you bring in minors, you discuss things with minors. So, there's your first L. You talk to adults and you talk to minors and you bring them into your found family unit. Random strangers on the internet. Okay. I guess you could adopt a YouTuber, bring them up under your belt, try to teach them and protect them.
Did Elysion kind of do a similar thing?
He did.
He did. And then you involve those people in your found family unit in your daily progressions. They're in your content. They're in your audience. They're in your Discord server. They're operating your community events. They're just hanging around, and you also trust them enough to give them permissions, like being able to host stage events, and then those stage events, whether you realized it or not. Because let's say he didn't necessarily feel like he should have been involved in that 100. See, we know because we listened to the call. But again, high charitability. You didn't realize exactly how far this had gone until you actually listened back and then had other people criticize you for that 100 versus 1 call.
Jesus.
And now you're doing damage control. I feel like there's been multiple places you could have seen this coming, but hindsight is 2020, and like as we say, karma comes on death's wings. But I believe in this case, this motherfucker's getting at the speed of the Pony Express. He's getting his updates at the speed of the Pony Express.
I took them in to try and
Look, I try not to think of like people being malicious over being stupid, and I think this is a extreme case of him just being really, really stupid.
Immature for somebody of his age, not being able to like critically think about how consequences would obviously arise from this. Immaturity, or at least short-sightedness on how poorly this could have gone, and very irresponsible in how you gave clearly emotionally and mentally unstable and insecure individuals power, knowing that their victim complexes would allow it to metastasize into an extreme superiority complex and ego that would then draw to them to bully a person in a literal struggle session. Let's give him maximum charitability for the time being and say it's not all his fault. 80% of your fault, but not all your fault.
from a support network and care that their bio families never did. The idea that I did this to abuse them is a fabrication of Peach's imagination to add to the severity of the accusation. The claim Peaches is making of me wanting the perfect family is also incorrect. Here are screen caps of Peaches beating me down for not being harsh enough to the other family members because of what they did to him. If I wanted a perfect family, then why did Peaches feel comfortable going to me with their issues with the others? Wouldn't I have been dismissive of any potential problems that I wanted to maintain or achieve a perfect family dynamic? If I'm trying to help by addressing the issues for the sake of obtaining a perfect family dynamic, would that not be a good thing? My family was flawed, just like others. The problem here is that there were issues too that the individuals involved had no desire to properly correct, and I can't force adults to do so, despite what others may think.
In mid-late 2022, I had just separated from an abusive partner and was still coming to terms with the abuse I faced IRL and online.
But you literally can. It's your audience and your server, is it not? That's a bit disingenuous. Carl, you're responsible for the things that happen in your server. No, I am not. What do you mean? It's your server. I mean, it's my server, but it's everyone else's audience. You're the one who set the rules. I mean, I suppose, but I can't make them follow them. What do you mean? You literally wrote down that your moderators have the right to remove them if they violate these rules for any reason, and they do so in front of a live video audience. You know, I believe in second chance.
Couldn't even finish that fucking sentence.
It's ironic because this is actually the reason why the Spurg Lord that interrupted me on Friday was removed. I was going to probably lean on banning him myself, but Aura superseded and overruled me, and I agreed with her overruling, because he was not just violently disrespectful. Or rather, one, he came in, and before he even knew what he was apologizing for, he was apologizing profusely. Two, he was not listening to the sheer 3-point plan of what needed to be explained to him. Again, the irony of the things that I can't talk about overlapping each other. Anyways, he didn't understand the problem. He demonstrated the lack of understanding of how his actions affect other people. I already told you, I don't like other people's problems affecting me. And then, because of his inability to understand the gravitas of what was impressed upon him, I needed to demonstrate vocally and also argumentatively. And let's say it's probably not smart for me to yell. I shouldn't destroy my voice, because ultimately, the ultimate concern should be, Carl, if you destroy your voice, you're going to go hoarse, and it's going to be hard for you to do live stream reactions if you can't speak. Who's going to speak for you? Stephen Hawkins? But He did not understand where he was standing. He didn't understand my audience. He didn't understand the rules of my audience. He barely engaged with my content. Literally only ever interacting with my Twitter feed, never actually reading my threads in their entirety, but then demanding that I do the reading entirety on his behalf. All of those things, along with how he was triggering her, triggering me, wasting my time, and then being incapable of at least listening, which for me, that was what I was probably going to ban him for most of all. If for no other reason than because you believe you have the right to demand the content you want, but you don't pay money for it. And you only are interested when it gives you the ability to be interested. You can't bother to show up at all for what you want. You can't pay for it either. And you believe you have the right to conglomerize it at all times. But, and the other part I would have banned him for, you believe that because you're friends with somebody else, that gave you permission to do it because, hey, I'm friends with him. I'm basically friends with him. And then, the constant justifications impressed upon me that this individual believed that not only did they have the permission to do so, but they could have the apologetics to how is this phrase usually get explained? That he didn't, not only did he believe that he didn't have to actually ask for permission while also begging for forgiveness, he believed that this is normal to do. Because, hey, he looks at my stream content only through whatever's posted on Twitter. The only time he sees things from my stream is when he sees them on Twitter. The only time he sees news posts for my content, or any reaction to, is when he sees them on Twitter. He's missing 75% of the content. And of the content that's being posted, somehow he's not aware of how I conduct myself in my business. The same logic that I have here is the same logic following Leo here. How is it that they are violating basic concepts of adulthood and human decency for conversation and for association, and you're saying you don't have the ability to tell grown adults how to behave? Or if you want to reframe the particular word because of the connotation that it has, telling other adults how to behave? Are they children, Carl? If they act like ones, yes. I can't suggest to other adults how to better respect others' boundaries. Yes, you can. That's what rules are. The rule of law in society is the societal standard, the social contract that we have. Even if you want to shirk the social contract, the barometer of your standards of what you're willing to tolerate around you is the rule and code of conduct. If you conduct yourself professionally and your friends conduct themselves unprofessionally to the point that they will use any level of vulgarity that potentially could screw you over your opportunities, not to say that it need to be about that, but your behavior and their behavior are so far off and so different that when you ask him, hey, bro, we're going to a really serious place. This is a really nice, upstanding restaurant. Can you put on some slacks? Can you put on a dress shirt? Can you do your hair? If they can't even be able to realize that, the same way that you could say a man who's never told his girlfriend how to dress tells her randomly out of nowhere, hey baby, put on that sundress you like. The same inability to read the room after being given such a direct prompt. Because over the content that we witness, he likes giving indirect prompts and also side texts of shit where they all act like teenagers. You think, you believe that it makes sense from what we know from you and how you communicate with them, that you couldn't have stopped them at any point, grab them by the arm, metaphorically speaking, and be like, hey, I need to talk to you about your behavior the other day. And you think they wouldn't listen to you? If you think that they won't listen to you, rationally, as grown adults, regardless of whether or not they're traumatized. You think that they won't listen to you as rational adults, and you kept them around? You didn't give them an ultimatum? Listen, you gotta stop doing what you're doing. Or what? What are you gonna do? Or I'm going to remove you from this found family. I'm not gonna tolerate your actions. While I care for you, I can't care for you while you're not willing to allow me to take the position of authority that you've granted me over you. If you're under my protection, you follow the rules of my protection. Otherwise, you will not be granted my protection. I won't remove you in this way, but whenever you do something, I will let you handle it yourself. I'm gonna stand here, cross my arms, and watch. You couldn't put your foot down, Dom Daddy Lion?
Which is when I started talking to Thomas properly. He seemed nice at first, but after a suicide attempt that resulted in my hospitalization, I had age regressed in the aftermath. Thomas pushed the idea of family onto me while I was in a vulnerable state, and then I woke up to being in his family. I didn't know how to set that boundary again and say no. That was on me. However, how Thomas treated me the moment I was in that family is not on me, and it's taken me too long to recognize that.
Here, piece of
I see. Grown adult. I age regressed, therefore I'm no longer accountable.
Huh?
It seems like that's always seems to be her excuse. Like every single time there's something bad happening, age regression.
So convenient. Let's play it back.
It's truly convenient.
I was in a vulnerable state, and then I woke up to being in his family. I didn't know how to set that boundary again and say no. That affected Thomas properly. He seemed nice at first, but after a suicide attempt that resulted in my hospitalization, I had age regressed in the aftermath. Thomas pushed the idea of family onto me while I was in a vulnerable state.
You pushed the idea of family on me when I was in a vulnerable state, where, without us having any way to actually confirm that this shit is real for you or not, and is not just you bullshitting, you age regressed. And so conveniently, when you were age regressed, you presented the idea of being a family. And you never went back to your mental age? Interesting.
Convenient.
I woke up to being in his family. I didn't know how to set that boundary again and say no. That was on me.
You didn't know how to set that boundary again. So, no, you didn't return to your original age. You just stayed mentally a 14-year-old.
However, how Thomas treated me the moment I was in that family is not on me, and it's taken me too long to recognize that.
The way he treated me was not on me. I am not a person who has a mouth and words and knows how to use them and can say, when you do this to me, I don't like it. Can you please stop? When you listen to me like this, I like what you do. Can you please do that more?
But you don't get it. She's a 14-year-old. She doesn't have a mouth, apparently. Well, she regressed to a 14-year-old, so she doesn't have a mouth for it. Also, Hellfire did do a correction on the Nissan thing, which she said that Nissan did that like a fuck toy, and Leo was just being stupid. That's what she said in chat.
Allegedly, it's a private interview. No. And Nissan brought in a minor to be a fuck toy, correct? I don't believe that Leo was doing that. He's just stupid. I agree. He brings it up later, but he doesn't have biological kids because he feared he would continue a cycle of abuse from his dad. This was his way of having kids, I guess. That seems like an extreme, a very, like, egregiously extreme fear that should not manifest itself in that way. To the degree in which he feels it would be easier to adopt, and I'm going to try to be charitable when I say this, mentally ill and ailing adults in dire need of counseling and better support from their biological family or from the state until they can be released back into the public on their own recognizance. Believes it is easier to deal with literally schizophrenic TikTok-esque generation millennials than be gay, and a gay man who wants to raise a child through adoption, find a woman who either is willing to adopt or is willing to sire his child and have normal children, and just work on his fears with his wife and or partner.
Mm-hmm.
He would rather adopt mentally ailing and struggling social media influencers and content creators than have a baby or become gay and adopt a child and rear a child because of a fear of continuing a cycle of abuse from his dad. While I believe that generational trauma is something that it can be very hard and difficult to break, I am skeptical about the logic of his follow-through. Yeah.
As a person that understands that sort of fear, this is not the way to go about it.
It's a way to go about it. I don't know if it's the way that should have worked for him.
I just don't think it's healthy at all.
I don't think any of these people are healthy at all.
Well, obviously, but I'm just saying.
It remains to be seen who is the worst. The man who is taking care of them or the people in his care. But again, all people involved here are guilty. But if we want to give him the maximum charitability, she clearly has enough intelligence to know how to use these words and how to use these arguments to paint herself as a victim. So I'm not willing to believe her because I believe she's lying. I believe she's being deceitful and hoping to get sympathy from people.
Here, Peaches is getting the timeline wrong. He did have an attempt on his life, and during that I stayed up late into the night on the call with him when he was in the hospital. Later, not the same day, he admitted to me in a call that he struggled with male authority figures in his life, and I offered to be that for him. While I considered him family from that moment on, he wasn't properly introduced to the others as such until about a week later. And when he was, Jay did a drawing and put it on Twitter, an event that made Peaches freak out because he didn't want it public yet. So it was removed. The integration into the family was slow. When it comes to the age regression, I had no clue that was going on at the time. This was a state I struggled to recognize on multiple occasions, even after I became aware of it, because I'm not intimately knowledgeable of mental health science or specific behavioral cues, and Peaches knew that. Rumi would sometimes have to directly point out to me that Peaches was age regressing because I failed to recognize it. Putting this up as though I took advantage of this is to intentionally frame me as predatory.
For 8 months, Thomas would verbally and emotionally abuse me. He would use my triggers against me to push me into a regressed state, then would scream at me about my own abuse. He would tell me how I must be an abuse apologist because I doubted my grooming experience and made extremely graphic and sexual comments about the abuse Jordan and Opal went through while I was age regressing and begging him to stop, as some sadistic way of making a point of what real abuse is.
This is something we'll get into later, and I'm sorry I have to keep saying that, but Peaches reframed a lot of our interactions to convince me I was doing things without intending to and that I abused them. Truth is, abusers tend to start out by being super nice, then slowly remove the kindness to use it as a bargaining chip later. I never withheld kindness or affection from Peaches. Heck, I often discounted and discarded how I felt in the moment to give Peaches what he needed. On top of that, I never used his abuse against him. You can see the exact opposite in the DM here. The event that he's talking about is something I remember well. Peaches was fighting the idea that he was groomed despite the evidence that he had shown me. I brought up some of the others' experience to highlight Peaches' values need to be consistent in order to validate what he went through. While I won't doubt that I got more graphic than I should have to try to hammer this in, I didn't know he was age regressed at the time, nor did I actually accuse him of being an abuse apologist. Age regression is easier to notice in person than it is a basic voice chat. In fact, Peaches sometimes spoke in a childish manner for the fun of it, like on this stream.
Ooh, what is that? A ducky, a ducky, a ducky, a duck, a duck, a duck, a duck, a duck.
I have no recorded proof.
I shouldn't laugh. That's not funny. Not in this context.
It's not funny at all. I mean, it's just kind of disgusting and sad, if I'm being honest.
It sounds like the vocal example of fake stimming. To my eyes and ears, that's what I heard and saw.
I didn't know he was age regressed at the time, nor did I actually accuse him of being an abuse apologist. Age regression is easier to notice in person than it is a basic voice chat. In fact, Peaches sometimes spoke in a childish manner for the fun of it, like on this stream.
Ooh, what is that? A ducky, a ducky, a ducky, a duck, a duck. Ugh.
Exactly. Feels gross.
It's really hard to tell without having access to a divine vision of what exactly happened in the moment, but I'm calling bullshit.
I have no recorded proof of this, but this week I realized during my social media purge that I do have evidence of this behavior, albeit ringed in. On the 28th of February 2023, Thomas and the old Senate mods had a call with an 18-year-old victim of Joshua Villa, who will have their identity protected due to the comments made by Thomas being too disgusting to ever want to be forever tied to this person. Linked call. By accident, in verifying information about another young individual Thomas was weird with, Lumi stumbled upon even further evidence of Thomas, 35-36 at the time, berating and slut-shaming the victim in this call, 16-17 at the time, as well as mocking and dismissing their sexuality because they were abused by a man. This is still publicly accessible to the server. This behavior is proven in this call to have not changed due to Thomas's continuous homophobic and slut-shaming comments.
I'll be skipping this part of the stuff here, as it's something that will be addressed later on in the video.
If this is how you treat victims.
So where's the slut? What's the slut shaming comments? We're skipping right over that? Okay.
In front of other people, I hope you can understand even in some small way how he would treat me for 8 months straight, behind the scenes when he can, and has lied about the severity of what he's did to me. How this victim was treated was disgusting, and I can assure it was not a one-time thing.
While I won't deny the way I treated this person was completely awful from start to finish, and I will be taking accountability for it, this isn't indicative of how I treat everyone. If it is, then Peaches is going to have a lot to answer for when we get to how I was treated for the past 2 years. Taking an event, or even a handful of events, where a person is at their worst is not evidence that they're like that with everyone, or that it's not activity they're trying to avoid from the person.
Thomas Gaeta keeps stating he has changed.
The irony of what he's just said. Saf will get it.
since the Rosa Call in 2022, whilst lying behind the scenes and pretending the work me and Lumi did to restructure the Senate was on him alone, despite the fact Lumi and I left Senate for a while because of Thomas's lack of accountability and refusal to let us put changes into place.
The idea that Peaches and Lumi were the only ones that worked to restructure a server is factually incorrect. You'll see that here where I started the group chat to discuss the changes, where I list the changes I think need to be made and ask for the input of others. Heck, even in my language, I slipped up and used the R word once since February of 2023. That's not just on the server either, but also seen in our DMs. I'm actively trying to do better. This is also seen in my content and how I run calls. How I rule against slurs of any kind was shut down by Peaches and Lumi when Heaton proposed it. Why? Because they still wanted to use them. You want to know why Peaches left Senate? Because they got mad at the people there. Not because of the inherent culture of the room. Lumi left because we got into an argument. While it's true Lumi refused to come back unless changes were made, they were changes I've also wanted to talk about for a month before they were put in.
We came back because we thought Thomas changed and genuinely wanted to have a better place for people, to later find out he only placated us because he ran out of mods. Thomas would say he wanted mods who would hold him accountable, but when I called him...
So here's a question. Why was he running out of mods? It feels like a chain reaction of a result of things.
I mean, after that 100-person call, I don't think anyone will want to step up for that at all.
I mean, shit, I can't even imagine us having 100 people in a voice call at once, let alone using it in a states system.
It's not pleasant to be in one.
I can't imagine. You have too many people who'd be overlapping each other. Because I know the system requires you to use push-to-talk and have them raise their hands. So how the fuck... What are you doing in a Discord server with 100 people present at once that isn't them already watching your live stream? In which case, if they want to watch the live stream like that, and they're not necessarily doing it in a position that would be like you're streaming the OBS feed to the inside of the server, which I think Uzulu does this in his audience, but that's different. I think he uses alternative media and he's streaming to a different website other than YouTube and Twitch. So I think it might be Kick actually that he uses. Even casually, what are you doing in a server using a stage feature where you feel that you need to have that much opportunity for things to go awry? I can only imagine that after that happened, people left, and that's why he had no mods.
Yep.
But then also, they're expressing how they are using social justice terms, narratives, and optics to basically control him. This is a thing that they are doing. They have described it as so.
him out for his continued ableism towards Rosa in February 2022, he snapped at me, and K Cosmic had to step in and stop him from yelling at me, only for him to then pull me into a private
It's
call.
because he
and yell at me
berates
instead.
them. I
Here's
see.
the ableism Beaches is referring to, where I say that while the Rosa call was awful, that she's not capable of making her own decisions. Something that will, like many things, be expounded upon later. I didn't yell at Peaches about this. I asked multiple times how it was ableist. All he could respond with was, it is, which is interesting, as Peaches regularly uses ableist slurs whenever an opportunity presents itself. I never thought I had the right to make him stop, as I didn't think until recently that I was on the spectrum, and I was told by multiple people on it that this was fine. But I should have stuck by my own principles here. Peaches has been scared of the public at large knowing about that call and using it.
You're on the spectrum, she's on the spectrum, he's on the spectrum. Isn't there any other spectrums I should know about?
I was gonna make this sound, but you do it.
No words anymore.
Game.
Against him, so he took to micromanaging me specifically. I'm not gonna pretend that I'm perfect, or that I'm not going to slip up or overcorrect, but the amount of scrutiny I was under for his anxiety wasn't reasonable.
On the 22nd of February 2024, Thomas had a call with a person called Raven from the SEC and was aggressive from the get-go despite Raven being civil with him. Thomas then chose to, by his own admission, assess their cognitive ability in front of over 100 people. I asked him to stop. Lumi tried to make him stop, and Thomas kept going, which made me have to server mute him, and he proceeded to get enraged at the mod staff, like to call, and then came at me with only aggression about it when he heard from his wife that I was in distress and suicidal.
The call with Raven, an SEC member that put kids in danger, didn't start as aggressive. I have no idea where he's getting that. I tried to assess Raven because not only did I catch her in a few lies, but I also didn't want to repeat the issue with Rosa. I've actively tried to find the proper balance dealing with people who have disabilities or that aren't neurotypical. I don't want someone with less cognition to get stomped on, while someone with more gets off easy. While I won't pretend in retrospect that I didn't get too personal, this wasn't me trying to embarrass or be ableist to someone on the spectrum. This is me overcorrecting for past inappropriate behavior that I didn't want to repeat. I also never snapped at Lumi. Here's the clip.
We're not going to go further on that. I'm asking for a reason, Lumi, before you interrupt.
Okay. Again, why does it always... It would really be helpful to assess what's happening if he starts putting visual things on screen so that we can be able to see how quickly, for example, when Hopeless Peaches claims that they server muted someone, were you already hovering the button? This is relevant information. Were you already hovering over the server mute button? And other things like this. It also would help, in this Leo clip, if he had this on screen, so that we can see who was present and who was speaking. Because clearly we can tell there's a B person, but I want to know things like, was Hopeless Peaches there? How did Hopeless Peaches interpret this information, this situation? why were these things the way that these things happened and how they happened? What was the order of operations of the particular things that someone said, did, or reacted to that led to the result of what we are here to discuss, as well as how it fits in this situation?
I was gonna ask what relevance being able to drive was.
I told you I'm asking that for a reason. Can you please let me work here?
How is that snapping? Answer. It's not.
We're not sure if we're not sure. We don't know for sure if he is the one recording or someone else. I see. Okay. I was under the assumption that he was recording for himself. Suppose that would change the perspective then.
Peaches server muted me, yes, which in retrospect I'm also fine with. But I wasn't doing well from all the pressure he's put me under, so I vented to fellow staff about how I felt Peaches was trying to publicly embarrass me. I couldn't tell them why I felt that way. Not only was I not aware of the full scope of what was going on, but also who believed me if I talked about it. Instead, my struggle was...
Also, so who owns the server? Who owns the server, and why did you give them the ability to server mute you? Actually, here's a test. I have 2 of my moderators in here. Try to server mute me.
I don't think they're gonna try it.
Yeah, because 1, that's mighty disrespectful, and 2, you can't.
Yeah.
I mean, I can right click on it and I can see that I can hit the button for server mute. And then I can just unclick it. So it's like... Yeah, I saw that. So, yeah, it's like... They try to server mute you in the middle of, like, an important conversation. This is literally just how Ninja... This is just the Ninja situation all over again, Marcus. This is the Ninja situation over again.
Oh. Well, yeah.
In this case, that was him moving us.
Oh, you're, again, Chris.
Chris. This is the Chris situation over again. And for us, that was him moving us.
Mm-hmm.
But that's people under the rung who would never have the ability to do it. You're the server owner. Granted, you could say that this is a retarded thing that that Discord allows. The power of being a server owner is to supersede the power of an admin, to where the admins cannot stop the server owner from being muted or being forcefully disconnected. Because at least here, there is the option... Oop, that was my bad. There is server mute and server deafen. And then I also have the choice to self-mute and self-deafen. Obviously, I can't be banned from my own server. But why can I even be server muted and deafened in the first place?
Good fucking question.
Mm.
And be that as that may, let's chalk that up to a stupidity of Discord. You as the server owner in this situation can simply unmute yourself and then address how that affects the conversation that you're having. Because if it were me, and if I'm doing anything, obviously, but let's put this in the context. He's admonishing people, I have to admonish people, and I have to address drama for the purposes of ruling down a decision on a punishment. And randomly, someone who's on my mod team decides either for the hell of it or to make a point to cut me off in the middle of my ruling. I'm not quite sure how I'd react unless I understood what I was doing in the moment. But let's say it was similar to how Ben came in to try and save this, or how I thought Ben was trying to save this bird. I believe my exact reaction was, please, say something. I dare you. I will remove the both of you. If I imagine someone in the middle of that heated discussion were to decide to walk into the room and it's like, no, you will not allow this person to be abused like this. That is unfair. Mute! I feel like the speed at which I would hard ban them would be so fast that I could do it within 3 seconds. How, as an adult who should understand how things should be done, how are you like this, Leo Convoy? How are you like this?
Recorded and given to Peaches without me knowing. I would later find out that Peaches and others secretly recorded calls where I was distressed while making a mockery of it in a hidden server. Peaches and Lumi actively removed any ability for me to have a sport and talk about what was going on. This was intentional. What Peaches isn't telling you is that the call we had later was after I had woken up. Peaches knows that's the worst time to hit me with things because I have sleep apnea and I tend to be quite groggy after just waking up. Yet he has ignored that boundary multiple times to tear into me at these times. Peaches would approach me at times when he knew I couldn't think or process information properly. Times when I was mentally compromised and vulnerable from lack of adequate sleep. I didn't immediately assess the radiation because there had been plenty of times where I have where he just blew up on me about it. I could have handled that call better, no doubt, but I haven't been okay for a while now. A fact Peaches was aware of.
Link to call 1 and call 2. Thomas has pushed me to the point of self-harm and suicide, even up to present day. I thought it was only me who was being affected, so I bottled it up. I wasn't always treated like shit, so I convinced myself it was fine. I was told to get over being sexually abused only a couple months after it happened when I was still dealing with the PTSD flashbacks of it. I was told I let my groomer get to other people because I didn't realize what he did to me until I was 21 years old and lost his information. For Thomas to then backtrack when I told other people what he said and pretend it never happened.
I'm gonna be blunt here. The fact that Peaches blamed me for self-harm and their ideation when I was regularly in call and text with them worried about it is disturbing. I never wanted to push into that. I cared about him. Why would I? The comment about get over it didn't even come from me. It allegedly came from my wife. Someone that isn't used to the discussions about SA. I always doubted she said exactly that, but I had no evidence to provide to counter Peaches' claim. And in the attempt of discussing it further was met with claims of believing they're a liar or crazy.
Even if they didn't have experience, that's pretty crazy. To say to any victim, hey yo, you got fucked in the ass? Get over it, girl. Anyways.
Asked my wife, but she doesn't remember ever saying that to Peaches. This isn't to say directly that Peaches is lying, but there's nothing proving that this interaction happened. The only other person present doesn't remember what Peaches is accusing them of having said that, and when pressed on it, Peaches immediately jumps to accusing the confronter of calling them a liar or thinking they're crazy. Does that mean my wife is part of trying to convince Peaches he's crazy? If someone was just misremembering or misunderstood someone else's intention in a conversation, why would they instantly turn to accusing the person who asked them about it of calling them crazy or a liar? Misunderstanding or misremembering something doesn't make you either of those things. I never told Peaches he let his groomer do anything. I did the opposite, not only shown through the screen cap, but also in multiple calls where he blamed himself. Peaches wanted to tell the world about things I never witnessed and demanded I go along with it or be labeled as abusive.
Recalling how he spoke to that victim in 2023, how he would use that same language again.
Yeah, seems to be a running thing here. Something, 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 and if I didn't let them do what they wanted, I was called something I'm not.
Me for 8 months straight, how he defended Kumo pushing a girl into self-harm in February 22nd, 2023, how he's treated my friends, and recently how he has been using ableist language to justify the Rosa call and to justify embarrassing Raven, I realized I can't be his lightning rod anymore.
I never justified Kumo pushing someone to self-harm. Kumo fed me a sob story that I didn't know what to do with. There's a difference here. I hate to tell you this, but I'm not magically knowledgeable about how everyone deals with stuff like that. I don't have all the answers. Peaches also makes claims about how I treated his friends, but doesn't list what I've done. Probably because I don't think I did anything. I already demonstrated what they were calling ableist language, and that's not what this is, along with the Raven claim. But I'll admit that his claim of being my lightning rod is infuriating, because even casual viewers would know that I was his. Anytime Peaches got into heat or an argument on Twitter, I had to be there. I took the heat. I took the hits. I was used as a sword and shield by Peaches to both friend and foe, even when he was completely in the wrong. I had to be the one to draw the attention.
After that point, I distanced myself from Thomas since rewatching the recording of the call I made to protect myself after warnings from the mods. It made me reflect on how I've been treated these past 2 years. I thought I could collect myself and understand how best to cut him off softly in a way he wouldn't blow up. But it seems even just staying with a group of friends away from Senate and my convoy was too much for him.
Cut him off. I don't believe you could cut off a nail cuticle safely, let alone cut off a person.
Peaches cut me off for the first time on March 6th. An example of me allegedly not honoring that is asking them if they're okay. I did this because last time Peaches did something like that, they attempted, meaning there was a precedent for me to be worried, and I was scared. Peaches went around the block himself on March 8th by calling me on my cell phone to get me to inform Crystal that the glitch fail videos are down because of privacy and defamation claim. A few days afterwards, when Peaches got what they wanted out of me, they blocked me again, and I honored that. I never blew up or threatened to. I never asked anyone else about him or what was going on. I completely left him alone and honored his request. On top of that, the logs we have of his personal server say something completely different about all of that.
I found out Thomas has been going around to commentary channels before and after this point, saying his own outrageous beliefs and passing them off as mine, claiming he solely changed Senate after the Rosa call, despite me being yelled at and belittled for months after that call, whenever I begged him to restructure the server, and creepiest of all, to me, he pretended him and I were still close and familial. We haven't been family for a while. But Thomas would refuse to give me that space and made me feel unsafe correcting that.
If this is what I was doing, then why aren't there any examples provided? Yes, I wanted the server to change, but I don't recall ever saying it was solely my work. And what outrageous beliefs? There's nothing here to work with. What I can tell you though is Peaches always worried about people thinking he agrees with all my actions and opinions. Granted, he never shared that concern in reverse. But hindsight is 2020. I didn't go out and tell people they were no longer family because that's a private matter. I'm not obligated to spread his thoughts. And what's this nonsense about not being a family for a while? How long is that to people? Because here Peaches was calling me dad in early February of this year. Peaches is outright lying here to push the idea that I'm some sort of creepy stalker. I always gave Peaches space when he asked for it. The only time I didn't was when he was a danger to himself.
Thomas didn't want the public to know he mistreated yet another family member.
Peaches has multiple times said to myself and other people that they know I didn't abuse the others, or that they didn't believe them. Peaches is trying to piggyback off of what I'm doing right now to do as much damage as possible. If he knows that I didn't abuse the others, then he's lying here.
I have so much regret for not seeing through his persona sooner. I always brushed it off as it just being an issue with me.
It's sounding like Peaches is obviously more of a control freak than they're letting on, and a lot of this was circumstantial manipulation of Leo in compromising positions. But he also wasn't showing enough interest to address that.
And that I deserved everything I got, especially with how Thomas would seem genuinely nice whenever he wasn't being questioned. When the call in February 2023 happened, I was shaken to my core and regressed, and forgot most of everything, including the fact I was the one who had the recording. I'm sorry.
Once again, that's convenient.
Anytime Peaches has to be responsible for anything. Also, Peaches mentioned the call
The recording. I'm sorry.
At this point, I'm starting to wonder about the regressing. It seems to be a key anytime Peaches has to be responsible.
Now you are? Okay. And yeah, it's very convenient that each time it happens, that's where the regression comes.
anything. Also, Peaches mentioned the call to someone in May of that year. Peaches may genuinely have memory issues, yes, but it's got two edges on it. If you're reminding him of things he doesn't remember, it'll just accuse you of lying, especially if it's unfavorable to him. There's nothing wrong with struggling, but when you treat everyone as suspicious, then you're going to cause problems. You're not nefarious for having memory issues, but if you're constantly accusing anyone who brings up something you don't remember or remember differently of lying or thinking you're crazy, then that demonstrates a severe lack of trust on your end. On top of that, Peaches has refused to give Jib that call in full.
I feel stupid, honestly. Thomas would go to such extremes to make me feel unsafe, and that I had to be around. In the first 8 months, my known suicidal ideation would be used as an excuse by Thomas to threaten me with police visits and being put away for a while if I stopped responding to / hung up on Thomas when he was screaming at me. I could have just refused to listen and plead a case for myself if Thomas did this, but at the time, I was freshly out of an abusive relationship and was constantly pushed to regression. I know better now.
Every time Peaches was suicidal, I tried to calm them down. Every time Peaches had ideation, I tried to calm them down. They knew hanging up freaked me out because I'd assumed the worst. When I knew they were having the ideation and trying to act on it, I'd always try to get them back and call. But if that didn't work, what else was I supposed to do? All I could do was call emergency services or tell Peaches that I'd have to if they wouldn't pick up.
I mean, I can tell you several things you could have done. It could start with remove this person from your friend group. That'd be the start.
Never used it as a threat or a weapon. It's all I could do to try and keep them safe. He'd tell me I didn't care, so what was I supposed to do? Nothing. The fact that he's listing it out as a control thing is disgusting and a willful misrepresentation of my character. Peaches is either capable of or fully willing to misrepresent responsible, concerned behavior pertaining to keeping him safe as malicious, calculated abuse for the sake of furthering this narrative. I'll also point back to the incident in February of 2023 where Jay and Jordan didn't tell anyone that Peaches had taken pills. So there they were in trouble for not telling someone, but I should be expected to not contact help for them if they're in the same position? There's no winning with this logic. Every answer is wrong.
Thomas, a real father wouldn't yell and scream at family. A real father wouldn't use their kids' trauma against them as means of winning petty arguments. A real father wouldn't threaten to divorce his own wife to keep their kids in check. A real father wouldn't make graphic sexual comments while they're age regressing and begging you to stop. Hell, a real father wouldn't take months, multiple scoldings, being cut off, and having your entire script reworked just to respect their family's gender, only to keep calling me your dear daughter, despite me being neither a woman nor part of your family. Stop pretending we're close. Stop pretending you're looking out for me. Stop pretending we're in contact. Full stop.
Any attempt at any form of disagreement with Peaches would result in a meltdown or a threat to his safety. By Peaches' standards, a real father gives their kids anything they want at all times. Ironic is I attempted to do just that, to the detriment of almost every friendship or relationship I have. I never weaponized his trauma against him, but he sure did against me, as you'll find out later. And how would I keep kids in check by threatening to divorce my wife? How does any of that make sense? As far as the gender goes, Peaches was gender fluid for the past few months, changing it on almost a daily basis. Peaches wrote this document on March 14th, claiming I would constantly misgender them. Yet I have screenshots of Peaches going by she, they on February 24th of the same year. 19 days apart. Lumi concretely made an announcement about Peaches' pronouns on March 6th, the same day the two of them kept contact with me, up until Peaches called me on my phone on March 8th and kept hounding me about the crystal video until March 10th. Up to this point, myself and any other people in Senate were under the impression that Peaches was still gender fluid, so we didn't know that he had chosen to fully stick with he, they. It's hard to just turn your brain around on what pronouns to use with a person, especially if it's constantly changing. You're going to make mistakes.
It has less to do with deciding what words mean on the fly, and it has more to do with the immaturity of not understanding how to conduct yourself in an audience.
Need to be corrected once in a while. While I may have misgendered them in an earlier script, it wasn't out of malice or intention, but habit. I also stopped calling them my dear daughter, which was just the custom name I gave their Discord. Anytime past the cutoff when people ask me about him, I told them to ask him or another person. But let's talk about the sexual comment stuff. The reference here is the event I mentioned earlier. Peaches' entire doc is framed the way Peaches had me claim Crystal's tweets were towards them, intentionally done to frame me as some sort of dangerous predator. That's why this is typed this way. Especially saying he said sexual things to me while I was age regressed. Like, how do you think people are going to read that? Which is interesting because that's exactly what Peaches was angry at Crystal for allegedly doing to him, framing Peaches as some sort of sexual predator. Apparently it's fine for him to do it to me. It's also a good time to mention that he leaked that script. This was mostly a vent of my first draft, as it was an extremely close matter. Peaches tossed it out into the public specifically to harm me, knowing it was a vent and the final script wouldn't be anything like that.
You told me many times that the reason you never had real kids, biological or adopted, was because you knew you would abuse them. If you know this, stop beating down on vulnerable victims of sexual abuse and instead get some goddamn help.
While the rest of the video outlined my fabrications, this one stopped me dead in my
Now, we already know that he has the fears of it, but the sheer, you know you're gonna abuse them, and that's why you use this as proxies. I don't know about the one, Chief. I'm trying to mentally convey the important part of this. So, she, he, they try to verbally bully him. He doesn't stand up for himself. They continue to bully him. Why is he not removing them? Why is he not banning them?
tracks. What Peaches did here was take something I told him in absolute confidence, alter it, and blast it to the public to do as much damage as possible. I would later find out that he's done worse. But since it's out here now, I have to address it and correct it, knowing full well it's going to be weaponized against me by the worst of people. When I was a kid, my old man abused me in every way but sexually. As is normal, I picked up some of his habits and traits, and I've been working to alter them. It's where my authoritative tone and general demeanor comes from. So, like most victims of abuse, I always worried about winding up like the person that abused me. That's one of the reasons why I never had kids. The fear that I'd wind up like him. Not that I magically knew I would. These were personal.
Go to therapy. Not even joking, go to therapy. Work on it, go to therapy.
Private concerns that I shared with Peaches, primarily because he pushed me into doing so. As soon as
It's like when I learned that I had insomnia because it was how my body's trauma response behaved whenever somebody told me we don't lock doors in this house. It's like, I see, we don't. So I'm gonna lock my door. It's like, why are you locking your door? If you ever appear in front of me and is standing above me while I'm unconscious and you walk into the room, I'm going to awaken screaming. This happened exactly once when my sister entered into my domain without announcing herself while I was unconscious, and I was in a deep lucid state and I was already going through a nightmare. I was wasn't necessarily was scared awake, but since I'm a lucid dreamer, I went from being lucid in the dream, trying to navigate the nightmare, and rationalize to myself that no, I am not falling 15 feet in the air to my death. I am sleeping, and I'm going to wake myself up now. You know, it's kind of like that match cut that happens in a scene in a dream where things that are happening in the dream start communicating what's happening IRL, where you start hearing a particular phrase being repeated, and then it smash cuts to, I told you need to wake up, slap! Similar to that. Even then, I can help address and understand the base reason to the point where if somebody were to ask me, wait, why do you have insomnia? Because that's why. But then, that doesn't necessarily get rid of the insomnia, does it? Granted, it's not like it's a learned behavior that becomes a problem for your continued development. It's something that is a physiological response to your normal sleep schedule. If you want to change the sleep schedule, if what you have in this insomnia, you basically have to find ways to address that. Some could be chemically, some could be hormonally, or whatever. But in this situation, I think they would prescribe him drugs. It'd be a combination of drugs as well as a combination of family counseling therapy. Because he has a wife, right? He does have a wife, but they don't have kids. So she's more or less a living girlfriend who also acts as a cum rag. That might be vulgar to say, but realistically, if you are not rearing children with your partner, regardless of safe sex or not, you two are basically using each other as masturbatory aids. So, it's, I don't know, let's gain some more information.
As he saw fit, he turned around and weaponized them against me. This is barely a month after he chose to cut contact with me when he started this. In contrast, if I had done that to Peaches, and he had the screenshots to prove it, how would that look? I'd certainly look like a deplorable, backstabbing individual, wouldn't I? Someone who collects the private information shared by people they claim to be friends with so that they can use it against them later. I also did get some help. I hate having to admit this publicly because I'm a private person about things like this, but I'm on medication.
Yeah, I can see that, British Knight.
The only reason to stop
Yeah.
as far as therapy goes was because my therapist
Also, hello, Callum.
something Peaches knew about. But in one of our last calls, Peaches berated me for not being in therapy anymore, claiming that I said
Hey,
something
dude,
that I
BK.
needed out of it, which isn't something I actually said. During this call, which is yet another one I didn't know was recorded, Peaches and their friends in their private Discord actively mocked my inability to find a therapist. Specifically Lumi, who, despite claiming they advocate for mental health, would just list Google results for therapists in my area as though it was just that easy. These people don't privately hold the value of their stuff publicly. If I wasn't getting help though, how would this
So, I don't know. We don't know his monetary amount. We don't know how much money he makes from whatever he does as a job. Assuming that we know that he does not make money from being a YouTuber, primarily. His income is not based on the relevancy of his channel. Clearly. But he also doesn't strike me as a suspiciously wealthy furry. He does strike me as a honest, since the background clip has been him doing a kit construction, but he doesn't strike me as a suspiciously wealthy furry. Where did I do it my house slippers? So, I would say him struggling to find a therapist has less to do with a inability to find one rather than the ability to afford and pay for one. And then, of course, what kind of therapist is right for me? So that, I would say just pick one. Find a cheap one, pick one. See if it works. Move to the next one. If you find one that is actually able to help you make a breakthrough, stick with them, and then continue working on breakthroughs. Find a goal, have that goal, focus on that goal. That would be the smartest thing.
public form of humiliation convinced me to do so. None of this makes sense.
Also, stop pretending you care about victims of grooming. You found the information of my groomer, and all you did was use my abuse against me, play it down because it wasn't Joshua Villa, and tell me straight you only desired to make fun of my groomer in a Senate call, not help report his predatory actions. And you blame me, a victim of his, for his potential.
So here's a question. What does that mean when you say you found his information? I'm gonna turn the house temperature down. Up, down. Turn the air off. I don't like the chill breeze on my skin. It's annoying me. Yeah, what the fuck does that mean? What does he actually have? What did he have?
Again, excellent question.
That's really nebulous. What exactly would Leo Convoy have had? Keep in mind, my headset's not on, so I can hear you.
No, I'm just saying, it's like, that's an excellent question.
Now my headset on. Yeah, what the fuck does that mean when they say they had their information? Did you dox him? Are y'all doxing now?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Okay. You had my abuser's information, and you didn't take it to the police. Even if he did, what are they supposed to do without a smoking gun? What are they supposed to do, Hopeless Speeches? What is the outcome you would like? What is the destiny that you would like to arrive at? And then, assuming that you guys don't know how to use that information, what exactly are you going to do once you have what you want? Because you're demanding life ruination, which, okay, this person's aggrieved you. But at the same time, because I don't have the ability to see exactly how you were abused, I have no idea whether or not you're telling the truth or not. Because I would say Hopeless Speeches is very much prone to exaggeration to the point of facetiousness, if not outright lie. And the problem I have with it is you had my abuser's information and you didn't do something for me. That sounds a lot like I trusted you to let me use you for support and for other things. And the fact you didn't do what I wanted makes me not trust you, which really sounds like you don't want a daddy figure. You want a toy soldier. You definitely want a toy soldier.
Other predatory actions?
Peaches would outright lie to me here. When Peaches would tell me about his groomer, I always felt sad for him. The fact that sadness was the emotion I had instead of anger always had Peaches accuse me of not caring what happened to him. As far as his groomer specifically goes, we actively tried to find him, and I could never confirm his location. Something Peaches regularly blamed me for and verbally abused me over. I also never said I just wanted to make fun of him. Since there's little in the way of evidence, the plan was to get him in call and see what he'd admit to and then file a report. Peaches knew this, but would regularly make a claim to the contrary, just like the claim I blamed Peaches for the actions of his groomer. I did not ever do that. So my anger was a problem, but if I wasn't angry enough and focused in the direction Peaches wanted, that was also a problem.
Okay, so he's aware of it. Good. Okay, good. Also, that's a stupid fucking plan. That's an egregiously stupid fucking plan. Carl with the hard reads.
I have deleted everything to be away from you and finally find myself. Respect that. Do not contact me. Age regression, for those who don't know to understand this statement, Thomas included apparently, is a trauma response in which the brain shuts down and reverts to an earlier developmental stage. For me, I regress to points around 5 to 10 years old mentally. It is extremely damaging to talk to somebody age regressing in a way you wouldn't talk to a child, as it can result in re-traumatizing said regressor. Thomas knew all of this and chose to abuse it.
I always respected it when Peaches wanted distance. He knows this, but he's lying intentionally in order to push a narrative he knows isn't correct. Peaches planned on deleting all their socials back when the FCK stuff came to light. Him saying it's to get away from me when I respected his distance is just a lie in order to cover his own tracks as he runs away from accountability.
No, this testimony has nothing to do with Jade and Jordan's claims. I could go into detail about how it is flatly disgusting to knowingly run to Vox Mafia and people who have said /platforms videos saying how I should.
Don't say that you could. Just do it. Don't threaten it. Just do it. You have no affiliations to him. You believe that you don't want to be near him. Well, why? What are you holding your hand for? What are you holding your hand for? Just pull the ripcord. Pull the ripcord. What are you waiting? What are you waiting to use it for? It's for emergencies only. Is this not an emergency? Pull it. Pull the ripcord. Because if anybody would have a reason to say, I could have done something and I did nothing, would have been Leo Convoy. Especially since he identified that we were in fact victimizing him and making use of him as a toy soldier and a tool. But why are you the one who's trepidatious to pulling out what you need to have and using all the stops? That implies that you're using and holding restraint for certain reasons. It's equivalent to an officer of the law using a less than lethal apprehension method, namely tasers or distance taser cartridges. to make sure that a potential suspect can be neutralized if they've shown aggression. But the problem is, why would you even need to threat? That sounds like you're hiding something. And obviously you were trying to run away from accountability, but that sounds like you were hiding something in the lava. Right? Like, if you're supposed to be fire forged, win this family, and become better, the social turmoil is the lava. And then you're talking about you deleted everything to try and gain distance and try to disappear, and you said, no, don't contact me. I could have gone even further. Why say that? And also, what is it that you're hiding? What's in the flames? What's tempering in the flame? What is tempering in the flames? I want to know. And it only seems that Hopeless Peaches is the only one who knows. Because the Convoy doesn't know.
Should be sexually assaulted. I cannot comment one way or the other on the specificities of their relationship with Thomas Guerra, as I was never present for it. That being said, I won't dismiss the fact that Thomas has been abused. To the usual suspects who've been stalking me for nearly half a decade now, who will certainly be laughing reading all this, like the last time I was abused, I'm sorry, after 4 years, your only talk is gone now. Hope you find a way to...
That is a victim complex right there. That is an established, well-defined victim complex. And as I describe it, a fear of being perceived. Granted, if this person has been legitimately harassed, which we know that they've been on the internet in this capacity for 8 years or so, that is very much cope. The purest manifestation of cope that we've seen in a while.
Yep.
Peaches was present for a lot of it. Maybe not in person, but at least in various calls and details about how things went. The reason he has no evidence of me being an abuser to them and him is simply because I wasn't. And what? You can morally grandstand about people running the Fox Mafia while you're actively lying and revealing personal fears that were revealed to you in private just so you can craft the narrative, damning enough to make yourself look like a victim so you can scamper off without judgment or accountability? Oddly enough, because Peaches wants to be petty when people can't fire back, he directs the last part of the doc to the real reason he deleted everything. While the initial docs and posts say this isn't some sort of cancellation attempt, the fact that Peaches added this says her intentions pretty clearly. Of course, Peaches never thought about how this will affect people outside of himself, like always. So now I'm dealing with victims being used against their will as a weapon against me, all my work being called into question, as well as my friends getting regular threats of different varieties. It also puts people I've helped into an awful mental position, questioning if they trusted the right person or feeling I may lash out at them even though I haven't before. But Peaches totally cares about others, right? There's a lot about Peaches and I that I really need to go over so people will fully understand what was going on behind the scenes. That's going to be addressed in its own section. For now, though, we'll move on to the others. This is an interview with a former family member named Jay. Jay came onto the scene in 2021 and quickly clung to the family dynamic. Jay temporarily moved in with the wife, Jordan and I, in 2023, with plans of moving her in with her boyfriend. While her boyfriend and I just wanted her to go straight there, she chose to come here instead. Jay was dismissed from the family in December, and within that month went to move in with her boyfriend. She was dismissed due to never taking proper accountability for her actions with Peaches in February of 2023, and for essentially using the wife and I as free room and board, which included us taking care of both their cats during that time with no consideration for her concerning their health or monetary needs. Jay decided to piggyback off Jordan's claims and also yapping to Kumo. This isn't new behavior for her, by the way. When she broke up with just a robot in 2018, she attended to cozy up to Ponder, suddenly pressing the potential for a video to be made. Ponder tried to placate Jay while they were venting, but had no intentions of ever taking up the suggestion, as Ponder isn't interested in making videos calling someone out for personal relationship problems. This is actually why Jay came to Senate in the first place, trying to get me to go after Jar as well. I'm stating this so you're all aware that this isn't new for her. She just finally found someone dumb enough to do the work for her.
So back to actually just sort of a follow-up on your first impressions of Lio when you first met him. Do you have any comments on his appearance, his hygiene, his manners, attitude, etc.?
To really get into how I felt about what he looked like and how he really was in prison, all I can say is one word: disgusting. And I don't like saying that in a really, really mean way, but he really needs help with that. And again, not trying to be a dick. It smells like he hadn't taken a shower in weeks. When he wears black shirts, you can see like it looks like snow is on his shoulders, and that's really gross. I know that he is working every day, so I don't entirely blame him, but there's always time for hygiene. Him as a person, he's very extroverted online, but introverted in person, which means he stays in his office all day, and he would just stay in there and work on his figures all day. And it was to a point where I had begun to really think to myself when I officially moved with him, and I was like, holy shit, did I just make the biggest mistake of my life? Because I had friends, I had family back where I lived, and yeah, there was a bit of me that was like, oh, I hate my job, but in reality, me moving in with him and realizing who he really was the biggest mistake I've made by far.
Firstly, if we're talking about serious accusations of abuse, what does hygiene have to do with it? Jay's complaints here not only come from a lack of understanding reality, like the fact that I work a manual labor job that was in the middle of the summer, and Jay only saw me after work, but it highlights that Jay, and by extension Kumo's intent, is to gather as many unrelated issues as possible to humiliate me, rather than address his very serious accusations of abuse. So whatever nonsense Jay is saying about hygiene is irrelevant at best and projection at worst. When it comes to being in my office, no, it's not messing with figures, and Jay knows that. During the time Jay lived with me, often I was working on my secondary job with an indie comic company, and I can't exactly do that sitting in the living room. The tablet I have is an XP Pen 22, not an iPad. My office was always open to Jay, and she knew that. The option's always been there, though I'm sorry if it wasn't communicated clearly enough.
Have you ever seen Thomas attempt to adopt anyone else, either online or offline?
Seeing him try to adopt anybody else, I don't entirely think so, aside from Hopeless Peaches. I've never seen him try and comfort anybody in the way that he does with her, or anything in that manner. Personally, I have not seen it. He has not been a very kind person lately, so in the grand scheme of things, to answer your question bluntly, aside from Hopeless Peaches, no.
I showed Jay and the others the same amount of kindness that I did Peaches. You can see this through our text as well. The failure here wasn't on my end. I housed and took care of Jay with whatever she needed. How she doesn't see that as kindness, I'll never know.
Did Lio ever approach you with the idea of moving in with him?
He didn't approach me with the idea of moving in with him. I think I was in a moment of desperation to say, I would love to be here, I would love to be around you guys more often, and it's like, I want to stay, because there was a lot of good that I was seeing that I was not prepared for the bad. You know how people say it's like you got the good, the bad, and the ugly? I was around all three, with Lyle. He did kind of instigate the idea, he did kind of like fan the flames when it came to that. and he kept asking and asking and asking. And yeah, I was procrastinating because I was dealing with a lot of mental and medical issues. There were many reasons as to why
That's not an excuse.
I shouldn't have moved. But what was going on with Peaches was probably the biggest part of me regretting what I said back then. I don't think that there was a lot of hope for our relationship to have ended. So I was wanting to really backpedal and be like, I can't do this. So I hope that answers your question.
Jay wasn't pushed towards coming here. In fact, in the text you'll see here, I make it clear that she can take her time in actually coming down. The only pushing done was reminding Jay to not build up a life in a place he wasn't planning on staying in.
All right. What made the idea of adoption so appealing to you?
The idea of adoption was, it kind of came out of nowhere. Because I had as I said, I had a weird relationship with my parents. My mom was very strict growing up, and my dad was a raging alcoholic. I didn't have really much of a good relationship, but they weren't entirely bad either. I used to live close to my dad. Actually, he lived right down the street from me. I would check on him every day. And
I used to live close to my dad. He'd be right down every street from me. I also had main access to a bunch of people in the server and organized it so that nobody could be able to talk back to people that I thought I could feel bad. There's 3 narratives happening at the same time, and she needs to focus on just 2 of them. My God.
he was probably my best friend. I just didn't realize it. But during the time my dad actually moved away and got a new place not too far from me again, I still felt pretty lonely without a really good father model. So I thought with Lio, he was going to fill that space. And it's like you're the father that people wish they had, and you're the father that I wish I had. It's like you have a very paternal personality, and I can see why some people like you. And it was after I pretty much bared my heart and soul to him that I said all that. And that was when I got the Lio's Pride role in the Senate that exact same day. That was what made things appealing. I wanted a paternal role model, but it was only after my dad passed away that I was able to get that, and that is really heartbreaking because there's a lot I could say on that, but I'm going to keep that confidential for now.
I told Jay to distance herself from her biological parents because they were complicit in past and present abuse of her. You could argue that this was a step too far, but this wasn't some scheme to isolate her. It was trying to get her not to be in the presence of people who had hurt her. Based on what was shared with me, I thought this was the better option at the time. Of course, you could argue that this was not the right decision, but you should also be aware of the same information that led to that decision. Jay is painting the idea that she became part of the family after her bio dad passed. This is incorrect. I've seen in a cap where Jay literally mentions telling him about me.
When conflict arose between siblings, were you all expected to handle it yourselves, or would Thomas make an attempt to resolve the issue or help?
The conflict in between us as siblings, we would actually try to solve it with one another. We'd resolve the conflict together as often as possible. In fact, Jordan and I, we used to argue all the time, but we always find a way to make up, which meant we knew our limits. We knew we had to give each other time. That was where our conflict seemed to work itself out by giving each other time to really reflect on our actions and then talk over it and see where we can go from there. When conflict arose recently, it had to be a family intervention every single time, and back then it wasn't like an interrogation in between siblings. In fact, it was, you two need to work things out. You guys are in trouble, but you two need to work this out. But then when it came to Opus Peaches, every conversation, she would be brought up to us as if it was an interrogation. So in the beginning, yes, we did try and fix things in between siblings, but recently it's been more like an interrogation, more than a resolution to our problems.
Jay isn't being truthful here. There were plenty of spats that happened that I had to resolve before Peaches showed up. One in particular was between her and Opal, because Opal was upset and felt like Jay was forcing herself into the family unit and trying to get too close to her too quickly. The reason I had to intervene with King of Peaches was because both Jordan and Jay would lie about what's going on and refuse to make the personal changes to alter that dynamic.
Have you ever witnessed another found family outside of yours personally? And if so, how would you describe it?
I actually did know other found family.
I would describe it as extremely annoying. That's what I would describe it as.
Aside from like,
It's work. It's effort. It's a lot of work and effort.
it was actually from people at my old job. I'm going to keep their names out of this, but there was a really, really nice woman who would come into my store with her biological 2 kids and her 2 adopted kids, and she was raising them as their own, and she was lovely. She actually took me in once in a while if I felt scared, and if I felt alone, she would have me hang out over at her house. She was a very wonderful person through and through. I still talk to her to this day. I love her to death. There are found families out there that can work, but it's just the way that Lyle wants his to function. He's wanting to play kids like a yokel and use them for clout. If you want me to be honest, it's embarrassing. But a found family, the definition of it is it's a found family. We didn't find it, we were forced within it. I think that was very foolish. But the found family I did witness, it was very beautiful. It was a beautiful sight to see, and I never really saw Lyle as a savior. I didn't see him as a savior to me. I felt like I was more of a prisoner in this family than anything else. But with the person that I am speaking of, she has actually done more for me than Lyle tenfold, and will do so much more for kids in the near future. Like, the thing is, I'm not saying that found families are just weird or gross. The one that I had was weird and gross. The one that I was once almost involved in as a daughter, I was actually in a bad headspace, but because of the friends that I made, who were almost my found family, they were the ones that truly lifted me up. They were the people who actually would help me out emotionally and giving me verbal, emotional support. He never did. He barely ever did. He just said for me to suck it up and be a woman.
How exactly did I use any of them for clout, much less use Jay at all? Jay would actively insert herself into Senate calls to declare our familial relation. I feel this is projection on Jay's part, considering her habit of running to other content creators for attention whenever she has a problem with people.
In terms of your friendship/adopted family stuff, were there any issues that went unresolved?
The family issues that went unresolved in between me, Jordan, and Opal, no. We never left anything unresolved. We always find a way to talk things out. We always find a way to cheer each other up and move on. Even if it's with an apology, if it's with spending time together and actually laughing together and putting in the time, absolutely, in between me, Jordan, and Opal, we've been closer than ever. But when it came to Hopeless Peaches, from what I've gathered, she always holds a grudge. Whether it would be over something small or something huge, she always holds a grudge and thinks that she's going to be completely justified within doing so. But in terms of me, Jordan, and Opal, nothing goes unresolved. But with Hopeless Peaches, she would intentionally leave things unresolved so she would have something to be petty and angry over. I tried as hard as I could to resolve things with her, but she continued to be passive aggressive, she continued to be angry, and I don't tolerate pettiness. I really don't. I've never been one to take it like a bitch. So when it came down to her discussing things with me or her being passive aggressive, it's something I couldn't stand. And there is something that I stand by, which is you have to show apathy at some point. And that doesn't mean that things should be left unresolved. It means that you need to walk away. You need to keep your mental health afloat as well, because you can't just focus on one person. You have to focus on yourself too. And that's what I had to do, show apathy. And that's what I explained to Lyle in the car. I said to him, I have to show apathy. There's a reason why I'm not talking to her. And the way he tries to resolve things with us has never been put yourself in their shoes. He only said that when it came down to Hopeless Peaches. And that infuriated me. He never did that with me, Jordan, or Opal. He only said that about her. So it showed where his loyalty really lied within that moment. So, to answer your question as bluntly as I can, in between me and my two other siblings who I still love and care for, nothing went unresolved. But with Peaches, her pettiness is the reason why nothing was resolved.
Wait, so not only am I not supposed to mediate between you guys when there's a spat, but I'm also supposed to in order to resolve things? This inconsistency is wild.
But that as well, in terms of your experience with being part of that, did it feel like
Almost like it's intentional.
you were stuck in a toxic environment?
To say that I was in a toxic environment is a heavy understatement. I was actually...
What do you mean? 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 Also, in case Sora was thinking, I'm not falling asleep. I'm sitting here honing in on what he's saying and listening to what he's saying. What the fuck?
The same thing.
What the fuck do you mean? Oh my god.
Bad things had gotten. I was internally bleeding from stress. I had constant headaches. I was vomiting. I dealt with panic attacks.
Excuses.
Yep. To really say that I was just uncomfortable in that is just an understatement to the scenario that we were discussing here. I felt like I was always being watched. I felt like I was always just having to be completely aware of my surroundings, almost hyper-aware, to a point where it stressed me out immensely. Hospital visits, I needed those a lot, but I couldn't get them because he would always ask. It's just like, hey, what's going on with you? What caused it? Yada, yada, yada. That's not what I'm here to talk about. But to say I was uncomfortable or felt like I was trapped, I was very much a prisoner of my own doing because I made that decision to willingly put myself under his care.
Good. Accountability. Now keep holding it.
But care is not something that he really gave to me. It was later on, in the time that I was leaving him, it felt more like torment. But it's the only person who actually gave me joy in the house aside from Jordan was Lilo's wife. She would actually start conversations like, hey, how was your day? That was the only thing that really brightened up my day. Just her presence alone. Him, he would never involve himself in my life. He never
Someone else's wife cheered up your day. Make sure I heard that correctly.
It's nothing. Yep. It's not something that he really gave to me. It was later on, in the time that I was visiting him, it felt more like torment. But it's the only person who actually gave me joy in that house aside from Jordan was Lilo's wife. She would actually start conversations like, hey, how was your day? That was the only thing that really brightened up my day. Just her presence alone. Him, he would never involve himself in my life. He never asked, and I never answered. Because he would never try to really be there for me. He would always just ask, like, have you talked to Peaches today? And I'm tired of hearing it. No, I'm not going to talk to her. Because she's made me tired. And I was a prisoner of my own making because of the situation. So to say I was just uncomfortable or feel like I was trapped, again, total understatement.
How can I simultaneously be not involved in Jay's life, but also be so concerned when there's an issue with her physically that I'm asking questions to better understand it and try to help? This statement is trying to frame me as not being willing to let Jay go to the hospital, which is actively contradictory to any other situation like this, including the multiple times in the past 2 years I've had to call ambulances for people. Jay can't help but contradict herself. Not to mention, if I'm supposed to be controlling and abusive to such an extent that I'm pulling my victims in to live with me, then why would I ignore them when they're finally within that bubble of control? When an abuser pulls someone into their circle, it's for the sake of being able to control them easier. Now, you can 100% argue that an unwillingness to let Jay go to the hospital was that, provided you can also prove that's what happened. However, more broadly speaking, it wouldn't make sense for me to ignore Jay most of the time she was there. Wouldn't that simply weaken whatever hold I was trying to build?
I feel like this is just the elephant in the room, but it happens to be our next question. Were there any signs of favoritism?
There were many signs of favoritism. It actually all started in Thanksgiving because I was on vacation to see Lio, Jordan, and Opal. Unfortunately, during the time, Peaches could not be there, but now I see that was very fortunate. To see signs of favoritism, apparently Peaches and I were the favorites because everyone was mad at Opal. Everyone had to be mad at Jordan. But then it turned out that Peaches was pulling all the strings, intentionally trying to lie about Jordan, saying that he was doing all these horrible things and said horrible things, and even then, Lio would believe it. And when it came down to situations that would happen later on, I feel like that's not really my story to tell just yet, but when it came down to that situation, favoritism it was really there, and it showed. I was not really shown any love or support. I only hung out with him twice, when I was actually around him in person. But it was every day that Lyle would be hanging out with Peaches or streaming with Peaches or doing something in call with Peaches. He'd never hang out with us. He'd never show any attention towards me or Jordan. So Jordan and I would have to go out of our own way to have our own fun, whether it be go out and party, whether it be going to a bar, whether it be, just going to the gas station and getting something to drink or going to a taco shop and getting something to eat. We had to make our own fun because Lyle was never there to share fun experiences with us. So showing signs of favoritism here, he really favored Hopeless Peaches. And we were ready to just give up, so we said to ourselves, take him. He cares about you more, he makes it clear. So, to answer your question, yes, and that favoritism goes to Hopeless Peaches every time.
I keep seeing a claim on favoritism, but there's never any actual evidence for it. The situation during Thanksgiving was me showing Jay and Jordan favoritism, if anything. This will be expanded upon later. Jay claimed...
Why explain about it later? Expand on it now. Expand now.
I mean, I think it isn't false, but Jay never really showed care to want to spend time with me. To give you all an example you'll understand, what is the name of the cat you guys sometimes hear or see in my content? Gidget, right? That's because Gidget always wants into my office to spend that time with me. While other cats like Amber or Lumpy might do so on occasion, it's primarily Gidget, because Gidget wants in. It's essentially that. Peach was more like Gidget, and Jay was more like Amber.
In general, did it ever feel like you could or could not be your own person?
To be my own person, being my own person, it sounds like a joke, personally to me. To say that I couldn't really be myself around him, yeah, I could say that's true, because I ended up almost becoming him, in a sense. Because I remember being on a phone call with somebody who I was extremely angry at, and then when I heard it later on, I started thinking, I'm sneering like Lio Convoy, I'm yelling like Lio Convoy, I have the same anger issues as Lio Convoy. And because of the guilt I felt, I really could not sleep. I felt like I had to do everything I could during that time to please him, whether it be becoming him, or stressing myself out to the point where I felt like I was him. When I was in the hospital, I was really unwell, and I remember texting Lio saying, I feel like I have to be like you, because you said that we're grown-ups, we're adults, we have no time to be sad, we have no time to stress, we have no time to shed tears, we have no time for that, there's no time to be sad, you have to work. It's either work or be sad, it's one way or the other. And I took that to heart and made that part of my life. And he said, never do that. That was only directed towards me. Then why are you saying it as if we have to follow that guide? We have to follow your rules. Because if we don't please you, if we stop crying, then maybe, just maybe, you'll be proud of us. Maybe if we just swallow our feelings like a big old pill, it just make you more happy for us. That we're becoming stronger, that we're moving on from our trauma, that we're moving on from the things that we've done in the past. But that does nothing. To become him is what would make him proud. And I think, again, that is incredibly foolish of us to do.
I'm sorry, but I never gave Jay some standard where she had to be like me. In fact, I actively discouraged it. It's weird that Jay is taking on a standard she was told not to, and then gets mad at me for her decision.
Yeah, but as I said, for Jordan transitioning, the whole attitude changed. He was just like, I don't know how to explain it, it just became more brutal and I had to witness it. And I wasn't the first, and that...
Again, because I asked Jordan the first time, and I think Jordan just didn't have enough time to digest or become comfortable enough to answer. So I definitely want to see if Jordan will speak on that, because that was a curiosity I had, if it was the transition, if that had any effect on the relationship. Since I have you here, from your perspective, how would you say the transition affected, would you say the transition had any effect on the family?
Jordan's transition, it didn't muddy the waters, per se, but it did change how Lio would talk to him. I remember being in a call before I went on vacation for Thanksgiving, and again, I feel like this is not something I can fully say, but I do remember Lio screaming and yelling at Jordan, saying, straighten your back like a man, stop crying. It's like, you need to talk to us. And usually I would be the person to be like, yeah, he's right, he does need to talk to us, but in that moment I felt like I was forced to say something like that. But I tried telling Jordan about how I understood how he felt, because I was in his shoes, because I felt like I had nowhere to go and didn't know what to do. But Lio stopped me in my tracks from saying anything like that. He said, no, we're not doing that sympathetic crap. You're not doing that here. I had to hold my tongue from saying anything because I felt like I had to listen to him. But for Jordan's transition to being male, it did change how Lio perceives him, and I think it was disgusting, because just because someone changes their gender, it doesn't mean that you should change how you treat them as a human being.
The only way I changed and how I treated Jordan was literally treating him like a man, such as teaching him how to do more physical things. Jordan had to be sat down multiple times during Thanksgiving due to how he was treating people. That had nothing to do with his transition. On top of that, you can see in my messages to him that the way I spoke to him never changed before and after transitioning.
Were there any rule set of things you could or couldn't say, or could or couldn't do?
The rules set for me specifically is that I could not smoke in the house, or outside the house, or around the house. I was not allowed to even use any of my e-cigarettes or any of my disposables while I was there, because Thomas really tried guilting me into saying that, you know, I can't do it because my family passed away from it. That's not my problem. I'm willing to do what I want. If I pay for it, I'm going to use it. I also was a bit of a pothead before I moved in with Lio, but at the end of the day, I did stop smoking weed. I did stop using pot or anything THC related, but there was nothing going to stop me from getting nicotine in any way, shape, or form. Not even him. I don't care what he says. When it comes down to nicotine, I'm going to get it. I don't care what he says. But rule set for what I could say, no, not entirely, but it's just, don't disrespect me is really it, and don't lie to me is really all the guidelines were. Just don't disrespect, don't lie, but then rules were pretty strict around what I could intake, like what I could ingest, for example, the vapes. So for me, yeah, I think it was just like, oh, it's for my health.
So there was no sort of like trying to police your speech or anything, saying you couldn't use certain words, saying like, did you ever, and in terms of like disrespect, was it like, in that case, did you sort of have to talk to him in a certain way, otherwise you were like walking on eggshells?
To say I was walking on eggshells, I didn't really walk on eggshells with him in the beginning, but when Peaches came along, that was when the walking on eggshells really happened. I felt like I was very restricted at that point. As I said, I was a prisoner of my own making.
Here we have Jay complaining a rule in the house is abuse. I never said she couldn't smoke at all, just that she couldn't in the house. In fact, I remember when we discussed this. We were on the patio, and she asked, you don't like me smoking, do you? And I responded, no, I don't. I watched my grandfather die from lung cancer because of it, and you have a lot of medical issues. I don't like you doing things that will hurt you. Jay is not only trying to frame a rule as abuse and lying about it, but her entire rant here just reeks of entitlement. She was living in someone else's house, rent-free, and was upset that she was expected to not smoke when inside. If you go over to a friend's house for a party, and they ask you not to smoke inside, it's common courtesy to abide by those rules, because it's their house, not yours. Would she have argued the same thing if I asked her not to wear shoes indoors? What if I'd asked her not to use all the hot water, or leave rotting food in the bedrooms? If this is her standard for abuse, then it calls into question whether or not her accusations are based on the same exaggerated entitled criteria.
Clearly, Lio has made decisions you disagree with. Which ones do you feel are most important to mention?
The ones that are most important to mention, and I'm saying this to found families out there, never have a favorite in your family. It doesn't matter if they're the youngest, or the oldest, or the middle child. It doesn't matter. You need to share love equally upon your children. Whether they fuck up or not, whether they make a big mistake or not, you still need to show that support. And another one is, don't make promises that you cannot for any reason keep. Because that was a big thing that really broke me, is that Lio made a very big promise to me, and to my father, may he rest in peace. He promised that he would protect me and love me as his own. But he really destroyed that. He really broke that promise. And it was hard for me to really wrap my head around that, to where I would cry for hours just thinking about it. And another thing is, do not for any reason try and scream and yell to intimidate, because all it makes you look is a fool. Just because you're being loud and boisterous doesn't mean that you're better than anyone. It doesn't. You boasting about how you fought someone once and won that fight, that doesn't make you a good person. That doesn't make you strong or badass. You only parade that one story around just to make yourself look cool. And also, when you have your own family there, whether it be your wife, whether it be your found children, do not give your information out as if you're going to fight somebody, knowing that you're going to fight somebody. And just because you think, oh, you're a pussy, it doesn't take away from the fact that you did that yourself, and you potentially put other people in danger. That person, whoever he threatened with a fight, could have come here with a gun, could have done something to any of his children, his wife, but he never considers that because he is a fool for thinking that he's strong enough to take somebody on who has a gun. He has always threatened to fight people, and I think that made him look incredibly idiotic. Because him sharing his information, where he lives, what he does, and all of that, he made himself look like an idiot. He's not a samurai. He's not a ninja. He's not a boxer. He's not a wrestler. He is a normal man. Not even normal.
Are you normal?
To pretty much to those who are listening, don't take anything he says seriously, because he is a moron. I hate to say it like that, but he is not someone you need to be scared of anymore. He just yells and screams and calls people degenerates and retards, and that will take him nowhere.
Interesting statements from Jay, especially since none of these were brought up while she was in my home. Especially the stuff about rattling off my info. She always thought that was funny in particular, until it became convenient for it not to be. I also never broke my word to her father. I did take care of her. This is just a weak attempt at guilt tripping.
After speaking about all this, do you still feel safe?
To say that I'm safe, no. I don't. And there's reason for me to say that. He knows me. And the fact that he knows me is scary enough, because he could expose things about me that I've always told him in confidence. That's what I'm scared of. And it's not just him. It's his daughter, his only daughter that he decided to keep because she was worth keeping. I'm not safe. In fact, I am very frightened to even come out with this kind of information, but it needs to be out there that he is not a good person. Never was and never will be. I think that he is an idiot. I do. But it doesn't mean that he's not dangerous to me, because he knows who I am. He doesn't know where I live, thank God. But I am very much scared of him. And I just think that with the friends I've had that have supported me throughout this time, online or in person, those people have been the reason why I was brave enough to come forward and speak on this.
Jay is just outright lying here, not simply because she knows I'd never threatened her or do harm to her, but also because I have an interesting clip from a leaked call where it stated that she was giddy about all of this.
This little instance, combined with the stream, but even outside of the stream of anything having to do with monsters, just like the casualness of all of this and almost the giddiness of Lio's demise is disturbing the fuck out of me.
Have you ever worried about at all if there were any repercussions from leaving your family or group, or even speaking about your experience?
Consequences and repercussions, I do believe that there are some. Absolutely, I believe that. But it doesn't take away from the bad that he's done, if not the worst things that he's done to his children that he supposedly loved. He was supposed to care for us, he was supposed to tend to our needs, and what we needed in a father, and what we needed as a person, what we needed to become better people. We're not good people, but we wanted to be better, and we thought, for however long it may have been, that we would find that security and that protection within him. And now that we're speaking up on him, I don't know how much that's going to encourage him to speak against us, but also I don't care. If I do face repercussions, I can always turn the other cheek, because the friends that he has, and the people that he's involved with, they're not anyone to be scared of. Even him, yeah, I'm scared of him, but the consequences for what he's going to do, for what he's going to say, it's not something that is worth my time. My family, and my life, and my friends are worth my time. He is not. His friends are not. Peaches is not. They are not worth my time or energy. They are not even worth my breath.
How can I be a threat as well as not being worth your breath? It makes no sense.
Have you ever witnessed, heard of, or experienced any activity within the found family that you would describe as abuse?
To witness things like abuse, I could say yes. And most of it is mental, the stuff that I've seen. I've never seen Lio threaten Jordan, but from how Lio portrays himself as a big, violent, scary person, I wouldn't doubt it. And he admitted to it. He admitted that he wanted to slap Jordan. He admitted that he was willing to fight Jordan over nothing. And when it came to Opal leaving, that's Opal's story to tell. But me being a witness to him practically emotionally abusing and begging Opal to stay, when she wanted to go, that really broke my heart. And during that Thanksgiving vacation I was on, I do remember having to wake up really early in the morning, around 3 in the morning, to Jordan coming back and sitting next to me and apologizing to me. And I do believe that during that ride, I don't want to make assumptions here, but I feel like this is the time and place for it. Tom was always the one to scream and yell if he had an answer he didn't like. He did that to me. And I feel like he was practically forcing Jordan to apologize to me because we all felt like he was in the wrong because of Hopeless Peach's manipulation in that scenario. And I felt like that was not okay. But now I see it's not okay. The abuse in between me and him, there was some, and it's mostly emotional. And it was emotional and mental, and those are two different things to me. Because I was dealing with a whole bunch of gaslighting, I was dealing with a whole bunch of yelling and screaming, and just passive aggressiveness during that time. And he called me by my name instead of a nickname he gave me. And I think that was kind of the sign for me that was just like, okay, this means he's done. This means he no longer cares for me.
I'm still just hearing excuses and cope.
You're done. You have to go. But
Okay.
the one thing I was really upset about was the policy part. But to discuss abuse, I didn't see much of it to say that... I didn't see much of it, but I could say that the things that I did see, I would consider it to be mental abuse, mental and verbal.
Of course, there's no evidence.
Okay.
It's almost like it doesn't exist. Jay's also
Interesting. So we have a content creator, or at least a adult, who doesn't age regress when they conveniently have to be scolded for being retarded. Being socially manipulated, accosted, and even abused by that social person. They take away the things, they take away the credibility, they take away the basis, take away this, take away that, take away tick, 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 tick. And now you end up here in this conversation. You end up here in this dialectic, where effectively you have to get to a deeper meaning. Whether they are legitimate or not, you have somehow not been able to address their problems from them itchy. You somehow are not able to have them address their problems of them violating rules, violating standards, violating your boundaries, violating how to carry themselves as adults. Somehow, every single time you need to carry, they need you to carry and address them for their assault. They effectively, they become a literal baby. And yet somehow that little baby still has the ability to still say, no, you're at fault. You're to blame. It's not me, it's you. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, that's bullshit. Now, granted, it's bullshit from both sides. He can't solve the problem. He can't square the circle. He can't stand his ground. He can't put his feet down. He can't lead. Because he's talking about, oh, I'm supposed to be a father. Okay, Dad. Lead. Come on. Lead him, Dad. What's the problem? You chose to be a furry with the most... You chose the furry that in terms of animalistic tendencies to their children, in nature, as people should be aware, lions and lionesses eat their young, right?
If I remember correct. Not so sure about that. I don't look that up.
You chose the name Leo Convoy, and you are a lion who is cowardly because you believe you're gonna be your daddy. Okay. You have a lion's pride full of social media influencers, relevant or not, who are also either furries or literally mentally ill. One of which is so mentally ill. They age regress to the age of 5 to 10. But they have enough gumption and understanding to piece together that, and when I age regress, that's when you take advantage of me, Yowie. And in every situation, they aren't able to be held accountable to their actions. They are able to somehow have excuses that keep them from being punished for doing what you're doing. I need to do jumping jacks. My body's jumping jacks. And I know if I try to do jumping jacks with the headset on, it's not going to work. So take the headset off, and then I'm going to put the headset back on in case we need to look in the leather. Words are hard. In case we need to liberate it. You are incapable of addressing their problems. You don't even have the ability to defend yourself from them harassing you and mocking you about being able to find a therapist for your problems. And so, with your inability to take accountability for your problems, and your inability to take leadership and say, you fucking kids, knock it the fuck off, or I'm cutting you off. You just need to constantly nickel and dime and conversate to address how actually, listen, even though I'm 80% at fault for the shit that I do, you gotta understand, guys, you gotta understand, these fucking kids, bro, these fucking kids, Bro, these fucking kids. Listen. These fucking kids, grown ass adults, by the way. These fucking kids, grown ass adults. These fucking kids are so disrespectful. That is just a never-ending cascade of, and this is the reason why she did this and I didn't cut her off, and this is the reason why she did this and I didn't cut her off, and this is the reason she did this and I didn't cut her off, and then she did this, and then she did this and she didn't cut her off, and then she did this, and then she did this and she didn't.
This all seems like a failure of you actually being a leader and an adult in the situation. They're den of vipers, no doubt, but you kind of created that den of vipers and have no way of actually dealing with that as an adult.
There's a systematic failure of accountability. There's a systematic order of a failure of accountability to address the consequences that lead to this outcome. Or stop me if I miss one, okay? You take in adults as a replacement for kids because with you and your partner, whom with you did not go to couples therapy with, because realistically, you know who hasn't had their opinion voiced? The the wife. You taking kids from the internet, sometimes literal kids from the internet, whether they be adults or minors, and then they age up into being adults. So for me, it would be one thing if he was like, I protect minors, and I tell their parents, which that would also be weird. But let me cook. Let me stir this big ass drama spoon of this bullshit gumbo you got with an extra heaping amount of salt. Accidentally unplugged my headset. You have a group. You have a gaggle of kids that some are literal children that then age into adulthood. So they have become socialized in believing that the way that they behave is acceptable. And then you have adults who already are adults that cannot accept the accountability for the factor, the things that they're doing, and that they are not going to be just freely not at the mercy and not at the addressment of the problem of their issue of being content creators, being social media influencers, and being little drama little shit stains that cause you issues that no matter how many times they put themselves and you and your server and your reputation and your personalhood and your embarrassment factor at risk, they never seemingly do anything that makes you say, no, I don't want you here anymore. Get out. Get out. Never once. Not even Peaches. Peaches somehow. She said, no. I'm transgender now. Maybe as a trauma, maybe to say as a trauma response from being involved with Leo Convoy or not. I don't know. I don't care. I really don't care. If there's anybody here who I'd say if I had to castigate them as much as I could castigate the grown fucking 40-year-old man, it would definitely be the fucking failed daughter of a goddamn socialite hikinomori neat who's hiding under his purse strings whenever she wanted to say and do what she wanted to do. But then when it comes to being addressed by him or trying to work with him, every single time where she is at the victim position of having to take accountability for her action, conveniently, they've always age regressed. Every time. You, the adult, put yourself in this situation. Number one, you involve yourself with this type of individual. Number two, you can't seem to understand that do not interact with minors should be the number one thing you should address. Because you want to help grown adults, right? You think they would make great kids as a replacement for your actual kids. So you need some practice situations, right? What would be better than finding some mentally stable people, which you do this with? So you bring in unstable people. Good job. They act like Reddit B-tard gooners do. And where in all of this, who initiated the sexy pictures? Who initiated you fucking them raw dog, cream pieing them like a hentai protagonist in summer radish vacation and school days on the good routes? How? Who initiated that? Because that's number three. Because somewhere during all of this boundary breaking, of this buck breaking of your booty hole, which is number 5, the number 4 factor, who initiated the sexualization? Because in order for them, let's do a little bit of glazing for them. At least there's only one thing I can bring up in my mind, which then immediately have to assault it again. The only way that they could feel that you were sexualizing them and taking sexual advantage of the girls, because the sexual assaulter could be gay too. The only way they could see that you were sexually involved with them in such a capacity that you were manipulating them and repeating the same behaviors as their abusers is that someone initiated sexual contact in the point of, yes, you can draw me as your big daddy dom with giant big pectorals and lion mane hair, holding you open with like what a freestanding like Nelson, or bobbing you up like bobbing you up and down like you bobbing for apples. Who initiated that? Who did it? Who did it? If you did it, you need your ass beat and you need your channel banned. Because you have hit every single marker that would lead me to have someone do an investigation on you if I was still a Fed. Because the spoilage of evidence and the benefit of the doubt, as well as the barometer of judgment, lies on you and your actions. But then, if the girls did it, that they made it okay, and that on top of all the other things, they weren't really thinking about the sexual factor. But then when they thought that they were going to get it removed, oh no, I did nasty things to them. Who did it? And if the girls were the ones who did it, why did you never put your foot down and say, I'm not okay with this isn't comfortable, stop? Why did you make it permissible? Why did you accept it? And then, because all of this was from his expose. We know that somebody created the capacity, the space for the sexuality here. He does mention her later. Okay, that's good. At least the wife will be addressed. Because goddamn, I can't. She should ask for a divorce. Honestly.
Yes. After all this, yeah.
All this emotional turmoil, and you never said, okay, that's enough. When you get in situations like this, you gotta scream, okay, that's enough. This is too much. Even if you don't remove the person. Like, no, get in the corner. Time out. I need to think. I don't want to hear your voice anymore. Not right now. I know I get there. I demonstrate that I get there. Especially when it's something that I'm not at fault for, and I know I'm not guilty of. Because I didn't initiate something. You let all this shit happen. And not once did you put your fucking foot down and say enough is a fucking enough and act like a fucking leader. Then you allow them to manipulate you in a position where you are constantly covering for them. Where you believe that you have to do what you do as a way to fulfill something in yourself. You are just as bad as these people, but at the very minimum, you will have the gumption of understanding what it looks like at a distance, which is probably why this video is so goddamn long. I could understand feeling like you gotta explain everything. Lord knows I do. Lord knows, horror knows that I do. But I really am having a hard time understanding how during none of this, you never approached your own wife and said, honey, baby, I'm coming to you as a woman. We need to do something about these little dumbass people. I need your help. Never occurred. Nothing to that capacity ever occurred. Never did you find a way to do that other than what you probably did. Either this nigga is probably one of the most autistic people to ever lead a Discord possible, to the point where Jim Carrey, pretending to be Dr. Robotnik, pretending to be a shrink, would actually do you some good. Or this nigga is clearly lying.
So lying about me not
This is 1/3 of the way through.
calling them their real name, as seen here. Jay essentially says here that she's upset because I didn't pressure pieces into making up with her, but she's also mad about me pressuring Jordan to apologize. This also goes back to Jay having the expectations that I intervene, but getting upset at me when I do. If Jay didn't have contradictory standards, she wouldn't have.
Because the main problem here is this high school-esque back and forth tit for tat between a grown adult and two grown adults, one of which age regresses into a child. Now, it would be slightly a lie if I was to say that it wasn't trying to put me to sleep. But the problem is I, both one, have more than enough energy, it looks like. I'm mentally exhausted by the level of this pedantry. But then number two, it is unironically probably very poorly put together. The timeline of events and how they echo back. Because if you're going to spend time editing a video, you should at least be able to hit these clear points to verbally demonstrate your point, and then you use a little bit of, the art of framing to put it in the context for that addressal. But you have to show me at some point, Leo Convoy, that you have brain cells. And you're not showing you have a brain cells. If we can say that the video featuring Mr. Yaponomics, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I'm going to make a bunch of takes or analyze a bunch of takes, and they're nuclear hot, and I'm dead because of it. If you can't be able to exude the kind of mentality a person would have if they believe themselves to be stuck in the center of a white-hot crater, and if they touched any side or lip of the mixture, they would be at risk of breaking the surface tension of the superheated water, and if their legs were not already being emulsified into fucking lava, that they would be able to scream in agony about run, yeah. You can't do that here. Allowed yourself to be threatened in your own home, apparently.
Did Lio ever seem to be under stress because of his line of work?
To say that he was stressed from his line of work, no. Because Peaches would always be on the phone with him. Even though he's not actually allowed to be doing that in his line of work, he would still talk to her. Every single day, every single hour, every single minute, every single second, she would be with him. So that's the reason why he keeps going. But to say that he's stressed and tired from work, we used to hear it as a joke, because I remember he would come in sometimes and I'd be like, hi Dad, how was work? And he goes, it was work. How are you feeling? Tired? Why do you ask me that question? Why do you keep asking? You should stop asking me that question if you already know the answer. And he says all of the I'm tired jokes, and I thought it's like, it's taken so seriously. But really, no, he has a very easy job now. He got a different position at the job that he once had.
As opposed to you having an easy job now.
Way different position, in fact, where he's able to get home earlier, where he's able to spend more time in his office doing whatever he fucking wants. But, to say that he was stressed from his job, stress, no, tired, yeah. So there's that.
How would Jay know if my job is stressful or not? She wouldn't. That's how. Jay literally lived here rent-free and wanted for nothing. But I'm the one that didn't have stress? Spare me. Even if my job hadn't been stressful at the time, is it not possible that in taking in a full-grown adult into the household who was not paying their way, they would then put stress on the only other people in the household paying the bills and buying the food? They also brought a pair of pets with her that the wife and I took care of. That's more work and more of a financial strain that Jay contributed nothing to. But as you'll find out later, that's just what Jay does.
Okay. Jordan said to me that he delivers coffee and he does like line art or something for a comic book company. Is that correct?
Yes, that is all correct.
Okay. Nothing else? Maybe he counts his third job as like YouTube or something?
I don't know if he counts YouTube as another job, but he thinks that his vigilantism is a bigger part of his life.
And if so, were there any notable times when someone might have reached out and tried to talk him out of what he does online, like mention he needs to take a step back or get some help?
The only person who successfully talked him down from continuing this kind of career was Hopeless Peaches. I tried talking to him, Jordan's tried talking to him, hell, even his mod team, some of his mod team were telling him he needs to take a step back and just take a break. He would never listen to anybody aside from Hopeless Peaches. Hopeless Peaches was the only person who actually told him during 2023 to take a break. As I said, we all tried telling him that, but he never listened. If someone was in the comments saying, you should stop what you're doing and take a break, he would say, there's no time for a break. I can't stop. There are many other people who are getting hurt. But what can one man do to solve all these problems? What can one man, who's apparently so tired they can barely keep their eyes open, aside from taking care of all their toys, what can one man like that do for the internet? Nothing. Because it's vigilantism. I've never been very supportive of vigilantism. I was part of that group, and I found it to be very toxic towards my mindset. And that's why I convinced him to I tried to convince him to leave, but he wouldn't listen to me. The only person who was able to convince him was Hopeless Peaches, and I think that showed the favoritism.
Surprise, surprise. Jay is lying again. The irony of it, though, is that one of the people who pushed me to stop was the man she was dating at the time. The other person was my wife. Also, this isn't vigilantism, and Jay doesn't know what that word means.
Needless to say, his wife probably was one of the people who tried and failed.
I'm not completely sure of that, actually. But okay. I've never heard her try and say anything like that. I can't really pin that, really.
My wife can't enable behaviors I don't have.
I've asked this question to Jordan, but has Lio's wife ever expressed disapproval or frustration with his antics on the internet and all this sort of internet vigilante stuff?
I actually do remember talking to Lio's wife about his antics online. She was very dismissive of it, but the times I would discuss it with her, it was very rare. Because I was more interested in her day and how her day went, because she was willing to open up about it. She was willing to discuss something that wasn't online drama because she never involved herself in that circle. She wanted to be a normal person. She wanted to live a normal life. But now that she's with somebody who's terminally online, she can't have that. Because now she's being pulled into something that she shouldn't have been involved with in the first place. And personally, I still love her too much to let her get hurt. I still love her too much to have her deal with that kind of stress. So maybe that is part of the reason why I talked to her about totally different topics, aside from when I was moving out, because that was going to be the last time I would ever speak to her again. I haven't really spoken to her much since then, or probably really at all. But I hope that she's doing okay, and I hope that she's happy right now. I talked to her maybe once and never again. It's hard for me to talk to her because of his influence on her. Well, the influence that he has on her is that they are really in love with each other. They are. I think it's just that I'm scared that she would go to him saying that, you know, she's still talking to me, and he would tell her, like, that's not our child anymore, you can't talk to her. And that I don't want my relationship with Mrs. Convoy to be tarnished because of him. I still love her, I still care about her, and I want what's best for her, because she is a wonderful person, and doesn't deserve to get treated the way that she does, especially with Lio spending most of his time in his office and barely talking to her throughout the day. She deserves more. She really does. But I can't really speak on her behalf for that, so I won't continue with that.
Jay doesn't respect my wife. If she did, she wouldn't be running around giddily encouraging the same deranged people to take shots at her in their videos. And no, my wife didn't cut contact with Jay because I'm some controlling monster. She doesn't talk to Jay because she knows Jay is a manipulative snake.
What are your thoughts on Lio's?
And yet somehow you kept them in your fucking server.
Yep. Like I said, you create this den of vipers, and you're mad because one of them bit you.
I invite them to a separate side channel. And you just
impact online. Do you think he creates a positive or negative impact, or somewhere in between?
The impact he has online is very mixed, but mostly negative. He tries really hard to portray himself as a predator hunter.
You all play fucking video games in a server where you sexualize yourselves with a grown adult. You guys really are gonna go with the we just do shit here, but some people are known for doing this, but here's how it's really making my part. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god!
But personally, throughout the time I've known him, I really haven't seen many files come up or any reports come up. Nowadays, he's only talking about people that are no longer relevant just because he needs something to talk about. He needs something to discuss. And he's almost become desperate for views and attention, to a point where I believe some people might end up recognizing that. Because with the most recent uploads that he's been making, it wouldn't surprise me in regards of what he used to do and what he does now. He's starting to lose touch on what it means to be a YouTuber, or at least a decent, nice YouTuber, who reaches out to their audience. But the impact he has on his audience is, like, really damning. Because what it does is it gives this weird and almost fucked up perspective on what being a good person is, on what being a good person should, like, on what a good person should do. Because what he does is just bring predators or freaking zoophiles or necrophiles in the cold just to laugh at them and point at them, but never do anything to have them take accountability, like press charges. And that's not his business to do in the first place. Personally, that's what I think. I thought that what he was doing was for a good cause, for a while, in fact. Now, with the impact that he's making, it's hard for me to take him seriously. It's hard for me to take him seriously online, but seriously in person, even though he's really gross and disgusting, like a full-on neckbeard, he's not. He's just. I have a lot of mixed feelings on that. But the impact he makes on his channel, it's mixed, but mostly negative. And I think that people need to start realizing that he's not a good person at all. He's just fucked up in the head.
Jay claims to never be around me, but wants to comment on whether or not I file reports. More contradictions. As far as whether or not my impact is positive or negative, that's up to the people I tried to help. Jay was literally taken care of by me and put in my home rent free. Although by now I consider that a negative.
How involved were you with the Senate?
I was involved with the Senate just enough to be friends with some of the mods. Like, some of the mods
Shouldn't
were
have
very
been.
close friends of mine, in fact. Maybe one of them was.
It shouldn't be.
I've even met somebody who treated me really good in the server. But we had to
Nice for you. Your partner is not a result of you having Baguji juice cyber sex with people in the server.
I was friends with a few mods, but since I left, there was no impact. They really didn't care much that I left, and I don't care that they don't care. I just want to move on with my life and just live something, like, at least with some semblance of normalcy. Because I didn't really have a normal life ever since I joined the Senate, because everyone was screaming, everyone was laughing at people, and just being overall bullies, and I've never been the person to really enjoy that. Like, you know, some girls are just like, I don't like drama, but I'm here for the tea, I'm listening to it. Like, I'd be there to listen to it, and laugh to myself about it, but it's not really great. But when it comes to the Senate, I didn't really have much of an impact. I was just another artist, and no one really knew that I was one of Lio's kids during the time, and frankly, I don't care. That is their problem.
Jay likes to act like no one in the Senate knew they
But that's not how that works.
As far as her impact, she absolutely had one. We actually had to put in an auto ban rule for people who threatened their own lives in the server because of someone Jay decided to toy around with without telling us. And let me tell you, being in a call with a bunch of people held hostage by a dude with a loaded shotgun threatening to traumatize everyone wasn't a fun experience. Thankfully, I used an instance of him being distracted to get everyone but me to bail from the call, so I could be the only one to deal with it in case he went through with it.
Hey, Arjun, can I talk to you for a minute, buddy?
I think he's on the phone. I'm sorry.
I want every single person in this call to keep your mouth shut. Fat, every single person in this call, leave. It's gonna be me and Arjun. But Jay never thinks of the impact of her actions.
So the thing about that is that, well, I can fully understand during that. That's something that should happen a lot of the times. But at the same time, you realize the impact of you start a conversation, you bring the people who are relevant inside, and everybody came in, but for the purposes of credibility, we're gonna stop people from just having the ability to speak. Why didn't you just use the side channel, whatever your side channel is used for, to like have this safe conversation here? Because like the emotion in which you had there and that in your voice, refuting your own reputation with theirs, you should have thinking. You should have been and need to be thinking about it. Because that's a whole bunch of bluster that you just had there. That's nice. Fat use it has. Ultimately dumb. Like there's no way to cut the mustard on it. It's just dumb. It's just dumb.
Do you feel that Thomas has taught you anything valuable or important?
To say that he taught me things, no, he never really taught me anything. I would learn really bad toxic traits from him. It was, I had to be strong. I had to stop crying. It was things that he portrayed about himself. It was things that he would say about himself, and I would put that into my own beliefs, and I think that was my biggest issue. He never really taught me anything else, though, no.
I am not responsible for someone else actively taking on traits of mine that I told him not to. That is all.
Do you feel Lio was fit as a parent in your opinion?
To say that Lio is fit as a parent is a literal joke. He is a joke of a human being, and to claim himself as a good father, that's a laugh. It really is, because the reason why I say that is because look at what he's done to his 3 kids that he intentionally pretty much left behind for one. It shows favoritism, it shows abuse, and I really don't think that any of that should have been justified. None of it should have been, because he always said that we should fight for each other through thick and thin, but there were times that we were so fed up with fighting that we just had to give up. That he literally gave up on us before we gave up on each other. And that is his biggest flaw. And I would not be surprised if he ever heard this, he would come crawling back saying, I love you, I miss you, please come back, but it is too late for that. It is too late for him, because he has proven time and time again that he is not fit to be a parent. He is not fit to be an adopted father. He is not fit to be a biological father if he were to have his own kids.
That realistically remains to be seen. Sometimes some people rise to the occasion. What I would say is that he's not fit to be a leader for a Discord.
Definitely not.
Because if anything, I learned this. He is going to throw anyone out that is not valuable to him. That is not valuable to his beliefs. That is not valuable in general.
Okay, so let's dissect that. He will not, for the definition of his own rules, assuming he had rules before all of you joined the server, that is a basic barometer of what he's willing to tolerate in his vicinity. Clearly, he is not a person who believes in D&I, so he does not have a do not interact with minor policy. We know he has metal. or rather, in this case, we know that he has actual, like, metal around him. He has accolades and shit around him that he just likes to use. In his case, his figure collection, his usage of using his money to build the Gunblaw that he continues to have as the backing track for this video.
Mm-hmm.
Never once did you put your foot down. To the point where it can actually be used sizably against you, along with everything else that can be used against you. About your focus and how you're just like the abusers that they were traumatized by, and how every single time you end up doing what you're doing, you just traumatize them all over again. Thus leading to them saying that you are not fit to be a parent, you're not fit to be a surrogate parent, and you lack the instinct to execute in that capacity, which, you know, that's a bit harsh. That's maybe a bit harsh of a judgment. Namely, I say it's a bit harsh of a judgment because you're using something that he has not learned to do because he doesn't want to have kids, so how the fuck would he know how to take care of a kid? You're using something of a secular nature to judge him, and, you know, that's not fair. But the feelings you have, the valid opinions you have about it are fair, but your logic for it is not. And thus, the justification you all could give for then why you escalate is also still not. Button.
He has proven that if you are no longer of value, he will toss you aside and get the next best thing. And that, in general, is just god-awful.
But he didn't, though. So now I have to defend him on that. But he didn't, though. He did nothing. If the choice matrices was do something, do nothing, react to something that someone did that is reaction to what someone decided to do outside of his control, I literally couldn't tell if I had a mental thought just now where I'm like trying to mentally think about how he would go about all this shit. The thought's not relevant. It's unfair that he's being treated the way that they're describing for the purposes. What? Did I miss something from chat? No. Okay.
Oh, no, sorry.
That was what you were saying. It is not fair for them to use circular reasoning and cyclical logic to say because you don't have experience with kids and you are a bad dad because you have no experience with kids. That's why we are allowed to do what we do, despite us trying to act like we're your kids. But we continue to come around you in the capacity of adults, but you're not kids. Why do you keep letting them in your fucking house? That's ultimately, like, that's the main idea, I think, that is at the center of Leo Convoy's particular drama on what he is upset about. Why are you not able to put your foot down? And why do you allow this fear to control you?
And I think that's something he should be ashamed of himself for. And with this, going forward, I am going to be a good parent. Because of how he treated me, I'm going to be a good parent. I'm going to be good to my kids. He is not going to be a better parent than me. I'm definitely going to prove him wrong on that front. I sure shit am already.
I never threw anyone out for the next best thing. That is literally projection on Jay's part. It's what she always does herself. Jay's an abusive, deranged lunatic with a pattern of vindictive actions after she's been cut off. Be very careful if you wind up with a space around her. She's going to use people. It's who she is. While others here are also warped and sick, Jay is one of the most dangerous. Because she's been at this for a while.
So you have to identify the fact that that's your fault. You could have dealt with it at any time, and you didn't. Sithir,
When you older commentary, maybe wondering if this person, filter or not, sounds familiar. That's because she does. She used to date someone by the name of Deviant Cringe, which went by the name of Bula Torres, Patricia Pink, or Baby Blue Bones. See, after her breakup with Cringe, she started dating Jar. All this is just testimony, so take it with a grain of salt if you want. But while dating Jar, she tried to get Jar to make a video on Deviant Cringe. That's based on Jar's recollection, and the man hasn't lied to me yet, so I'm inclined to believe him, as well as the fact that it repeats with other people. Keep in mind, Jar talks to a lot of people and forgets things, so this might be wrong even if he is telling the truth. After they weren't with Jar, they went to Ponder for the same thing as detailed above. She even went to me to try to get me to cover Jar for allegedly cheating on her. Riveting stuff. Didn't know Jar had that level of riz. Here's Jar's statement about her.
Hey, this is Jar. I don't have much of an idea of what Leo Convoy is going to say in this video. I'm just here to talk about my ex Sugar, and that's it. Throughout my years on YouTube, I've received a lot of allegations, usually about being racist, sexist, being into kids, or doing things to my 9-year-old niece, which I don't have. But I don't really have the time to respond to every single allegation that is made about me. But since Sugar is relevant to this video, I might as well talk about my experience with her. Sugar would constantly tell me things that I found very hard to believe. Sugar told me that if I ever came to visit her, I shouldn't get a hotel because one time she saw this guy jump from a hotel roof, and when he hit the ground, his blood splattered on her and no one else. Now, I have no proof for his claim, so please take it with a grain of salt. But she would also constantly beg me to be in an open relationship with her. I ain't no cuck, so I said no. But after she begged me for this for about the 3rd time, I suspected that she was cheating on me. So I broke up with her, and months later, I got with someone else. Now, I'm not saying that she did cheat on me, just that I suspected that she did. However, I definitely...
Now...
Man.
Why are we here?
I guess we're here. I guess we're doing this.
I have just checked out mentally from this conversation. This dumbass has got my head hurting.
Why is he able to do something that the grown-ass adult, grown-ass man, grown-ass fairy man can't do himself?
We'll actually have a back.
I do have to give him credit, the least bit of credit. He did what iDubbbz couldn't do. Get out!
What I say? Put him in a cum jar? Fill a cum jar with Jenkin and just do nasty shit to it? No, that's crazy. That's crazy. So, like, once again, white women, but then at the same time, he can recognize that something's amiss, and he just says no, leaves, gets a new one.
Refuses to elaborate.
Boy.
It actually is emotionally draining me. That is crazy. That is actually emotionally draining me. Yeah.
You're drained. I'm like a starving skeleton over here. Looking like a mummy. Just...
Number bones, dust.
I'm that one guy from the Last Crusade when you drink the wrong cup.
Ah, yeah, man. Yeah, that's about right.
Let's continue before we stay here for another hour.
That's not. I mean, so I feel like what we're missing here is the relevancy of why he necessarily needed to ask him this in this way, in this order, and how all of this really comes to hand. Honestly, I think the fact that he just can't throw these kids out leads to this, because this section with this particular person, while helpful, and ultimately makes him look worse, because somebody who's in his care is able to do an interpersonal romantic involvement, but he can't be able to do nonchalantly with no emotion for the consideration of to follow my rules or get out of my server. It makes him look bad. It makes him look bad. Yet somehow, even though I don't think this should be relevant, but it is relevant because it's character, it's color charactering, it's characterization of the behavior of. I believe he said this was Peaches dating another person. Was I wrong?
Mm-hmm.
So that was correct. She
No, you're
or
not.
someone else was dating him. He got involved with them. She said, I want to bust it wide open. Let's open the relationship and my legs. He said, doom. Disappeared. Got a new one.
With all his life.
I need more information. There's two pieces of the puzzle missing here. I'm hoping that the other missing piece of the puzzle is the wife. Because one, it feels like...
I need that woman's testimony.
Like, it feels like as we approach the 2-hour mark, because we're at 1:39:17, I have to assume the transition into what his wife has to say has to start around 2 hours. Just double check, because it still feels like it's not on double speed. So I need to double check to make sure it's on 2 times. Because somehow it still feels like I'm trying to do the due diligence to try to piece the shit the fuck together. But it feels like they're not even getting there. So again, the video is too long. Clearly it's too long. But it feels like there's still pieces missing. Because I should have enough evidence here, towards the halfway part, I should be able to piece together how we got here. Realistically, this nigga got problems. You do need to get therapy. But there's something else missing.
He definitely did not cheat on her. Of course, there's no way I can disprove that I cheated on her. Granted, she can't prove it herself, but I also can't disprove it. But listen to my voice, listen to my speech patterns. Do I really sound like a guy with enough riz to cheat on a woman?
Yes. Yes, you do. Because I don't believe.
Yes.
I doubt you would be talking to her exactly like that.
I've seen... I've seen motherfuckers with less riz than you cheat on women.
Me too. It was called me looking in the mirror.
Real. Now, despite Sugar having absolutely no proof for this allegation, a lot of people have spread it around. It's a little upsetting that people actually believed I cheated on a partner, but it's also slightly flattering at the same time. Oh, don't trust your girlfriend around Jar. That guy has been with 29 women all at the same time.
This is just who Jay is. It's gross and disturbing. This person lived in my home, chilling. Patrick Hart is a former associate of mine, a person I've helped multiple times through several struggles of theirs, financial, emotional, even social. However, the moment they heard something bad about me, even with no evidence, they sent me a message on Discord in the most dramatic way possible, refused to hear my side of the situation, then published this video. So let's get into it.
The assertions as they have been made are thus: verbal abuse, gaslighting, intimidation, favoritism, emotional invalidation, and even disowning his children for not getting along with hopeless Peaches, his last remaining daughter.
I find it interesting that Patch will make a video on me based on allegations, not facts, just statements. Meanwhile, in the past, they've not done that. One example is the piss gremlin with this famous clip.
I said that I apologize and...
So people are allowed to make videos on anything using any piece of information. While it would be good that if you're going to have criticisms on things that can be proven to be true and are real, and not thoughts, facts, and aspersions. If we want to go in order of operations, talk about facts, address meta concerns, talk about tone, talk about situation, talk about person, talk about nebulous feeling you can't prove, and then talk about garbage. You at least should understand they are able to criticize you for any reason, including no reason.
For you falsely accusing him of...
Oh, I never said that. I never said
Yes,
that.
he did, and Via and I both have proof that you said that he might have given you STDs and he might have gotten you pregnant.
Might
Yes,
have.
that's an accusation.
Yeah,
That's
no,
not-
that's not what I said. That's not what I said. What I said is my friend asked me one day with certain situations if a certain position happened. I'm not going to get into the details. And I said my friends had me get a pregnancy test just in case, and I didn't know. But that's not a
you
lie.
also, went on a tirade trying to ruin FNDR's reputation.
Hey, yo, pause!
And I fixed it.
Whoa,
Still, horse.
It was, I believe you. I believe you.
Pause him. I got it.
What? Pregnancy? I was under the suspicion, because there have apparently been people in the home. Now I'm on the floor. My back is on the floor. I'm underneath the microphone. My foot is being directed to replace my hand. I was under the suspicion that there is some e-dating going around and maybe occasionally some people in his house and some not. Apparently now, y'all fucking. This is
allegations of fucking.
This is turning into a very weird episode of Springer. My lion father doesn't respect me and now won't let me leave. Oh, fuck. Okay. Let's go. Resume.
Time resumes.
Yeah.
So believing someone's claim of in-person assault isn't enough to make a video on the alleged offender, but making a video of an allegation of much lower caliber is enough? Maybe Patch has changed her stance since then, but I find it hard to believe at this point.
When I was shown these allegations by a friend of mine who knew me back in my own pred hunting days, I nearly broke apart at the seams. I reached out to Jordan, with whom I had always endeavored to be a supportive uncle for, and he admitted that he had been afraid to tell me the way his so-called father was treating him. I have met Jordan in real life a few times. I have had the blessing to hug that boy and tell him in person how much he means to me. A boy who I adore, who I would go to jail for. He knows this. He knows I would do anything for him and his siblings, especially.
Hey, yo!
Coming out and making these statements when you have zero evidence is asinine. See, I know this because Jordan stated in a call I was Pat that they never actually even talked to Pat.
They are claiming is verbal and psychological abuse. Fucking Patch is claiming it. And Patch is in direct contact with you. You have seen them in real life, to what I know. And they are using you as the main reason as to why they are no longer speaking to Lio because of the conversations that you two had, okay? They are claiming that you have been abused publicly.
Wait, because of the conversations me and Patch had?
Yeah.
I haven't talked to Patch for well over a year until this. They commented on my post, and that's about it.
Jordan, they made a video that I'm pretty sure you retweeted.
I did, but like we hadn't been in contact until all of this shit went down.
I'm not saying. I don't even know what you're saying right now. What I'm saying is, Patch has said that what Lio has done is abusive, and have used your conversation as a recounting of it, of you talking to them, saying how you were scared about like going public and all of this and all of this shit.
Oh, okay, that part. Okay, I was confused. I thought you meant that I had been talking to Patch.
No, not a recording, not a screenshot. I'm saying they are using their account of what your conversation was with them as, for lack of a better term, evidence against Lio.
Patch is overstating what type of conversation was even had.
I have always been their biggest cheerleader, and even knowing that I would move mountains for him, Jordan was too scared of Thomas to tell me. I'm not just an uncle, I'm a father myself. I have a daughter named Forrest, who is just about Jordan's age.
Yes, Patch, that being like Diamond. While he lied to you about the exact details, it was still something you knew.
The amount of times Yodi had to talk me down from driving to Washington and beating your face in myself.
You people.
That you were getting better, that you regretted what you did in high school, that you knew you needed help.
I do regret it. I do regret it.
Put your hands on her when she tried to help.
Pause him.
You niggas you niggas do not have that bone in your body. Stop it. No, girls. No. You're not about that life. You're not. And I know you're not, because I can hear it in your voice. You're not about that life. You're not about that life. No. Now,
what did I miss?
Don't worry. Just listen and you'll figure it out. You read one. Whew, fuck. Jesus Christ. Okay, so now I have to slightly change my opinion. I had it at 80-20. I'm gonna set it at like 60-40. Mainly because of these girls. Okay. So we all are aware of the stereotype and trope that the person who likes to be boisterous and loud usually is a cowardly lion. Right.
Yeah.
This is an analysis that people could have about me, and this is something that's been said recently, where where I've been accused of not being what I am, and yet the problem is that as I've explained, when I do things the way I do, it is because I can lock in and drop all pretext, and I do so to demonstrate that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. All people like to do this. Mainly for me, I use it as a way to make sure that I can ease a person's feelings and concerns. You could say that this is manipulative, but realistically it's not. A charismatic leader needs to put on a brave face, and when they need to be serious, that's when they become serious. It's very anime in that way. And they switch feet. That sounds like a nebulous statement, what I just said. I'm on the floor now on my back. Because this shit is like, oh my god, I don't even want to my head. I have to absorb this. I have to absorb the cosmic energy of this bullshit so that I can not infinitely roll my eyes. Because I don't even want to open my eyes and then be on camera. Because I can't. I fucking can't, bro. Oh man, horror really picked a good one. But now,
yeah, this whole situation is like really fucked. But hey, at least it's entertaining.
Because now,
well, at this moment in time, it is.
Well, see, we just got an entirely new level of energy, which at some point, because now I'm kind of stuck on the floor. I'm trapped. Help me! I cannot get out.
He's doing the full Kevin Hart. Help me! Help me! Nigga, help me!
We have now hit a point of divergent energy that has taken us away from, oh, brother, this lion stinks! To, huh? Y'all bitches fighting like your hentai protagonist love interest that have been cream pied in a harem anime? You are gonna fight battles and you're gonna drive a red eye across the state to put a slug in someone's head? The energy in which you're expressing it, and not that they're doing this in Minecraft and Terraria and Don't Starve Together. You guys are making terroristic threats against each other now. You're gossiping like you're on Zoe 101 and Degrassi Next Class. Y'all doing too much. And all of this, for whatever reason, and all of this you're blaming on him, but you all are doing this of your own volition. Now the question that has to be right here, to be seen, is he privy? Is he present in these conversations? Does he stumble into them? Does Lio stumble in these conversations? Does he get a verbal rundown of what happened in these conversations when they happened, and then they try to blame him about not being there to stop it, and it's like he can't, like you wouldn't let him because apparently he's just letting y'all motherfuckers server mute him, which server muting doesn't stop him from having the opinion to type, and unless, of course, somebody's going in and they're changing the text rules, which, That's not how those settings work either. Y'all are serving muting him during calls? Apparently he just don't know how to find his words? And all this over some he said, she said, he sucked, she fucked. I'm coining that. He said, she said, he sucked, she fucked. And all of you girls, all of you women, because I don't believe in women. I'm so sorry. I don't believe in transgender. I don't believe a single one of you motherfuckers is transgender. I believe that you are women that are playing the political game of the Mont and Bailey of deciding to be of trying to claim androgyny, so that you can just be non-binary or non-hetero conforming to feel special. Because you all have mental issues, and a lot of you have egos, and you have superiority complexes. And certainly delusions of grandeur. If not self-inflated views of yourself. You are doing too much, and since we know he's not very capable at putting his foot down, we cannot say that it's his fault. So, all of you, if you're willing to make terroristic threats, you should be considered mature enough that you can be held accountable for what you did, and are doing, and have done.
You would think that.
Nah.
If you're mature enough to have cream pie sex, you are mature enough to be called a retard.
Amen.
Because they didn't say anything about he was cheating on me, he betrayed my trust. He said his nigga got me pregnant. I bought a pregnancy test. You were there with me at the store when I bought it. Huh?
Yeah?
Nani?
Okay. Resume. Press play on the video, please.
Oh, yes, resume. Sorry.
You know, and you saw
Try,
no issue with.
trying to get my ass
Took her
eaten by a
very long time
ball titan right now.
when her biological parents were neglecting her emotionally, psychologically, and even physically in some ways. When her ex-boyfriend was abusing her, I took a train all the way to Seattle to confront Blake and help Forrest and her then partner Digi escape.
How convenient. Everybody's got abusive parents and boyfriends and girlfriends.
She's a published author.
Yeah,
an
right?
amazing young woman who makes me insanely proud. And as not only Thomas's brother, but as a fellow parent, I'm repulsed by what he has done here. You made a promise to be these kids' father, but you don't know what being a parent is, Thomas. Being a father is staying up until 4 in the morning because your kid had another nightmare or PTSD episode, and they need you to hold him until the fear passes. Being a father is learning all your kids' safe foods because they're autistic and have texture issues, and if they don't have safe foods in the house, they might not eat at all. Being a father is teaching your child that it's okay to have emotions and be emotional, but also teaching them how to regulate those feelings and not let those emotions rule their heart and their choices. Helping them learn how to file taxes or change a flat tire. It's teaching your daughter how to throw a punch, teaching your son gun safety. It's dancing at your child's wedding and holding a funeral for their fucking childhood dog if they ask you. But more than anything, fatherhood is sacrifice. Because kids aren't supposed to be obedient, or pliable, or grateful. Kids are supposed to eat your food, break your heart, make mistakes, and hopefully, with your help, become a person who leaves the world better than it was when they came into it.
I know who you stole that from. I know who you stole that from.
Your parents, all while framing the actions primarily around how you protect the minor. Listen, if you want to try that, we can. I opened my home to these people rent-free, took care of their pets, devoted my time to them when they were mentally unwell, and did everything to help them, even when I wasn't fully versed in how to do so. Meanwhile, what did Patch do? Patch let their family move in with a sexual deviant, and when things got ugly, resorted to making goofy threats with a friend of theirs, citing to defeat some sort of alien Hitler. Stated here.
The entirety here, I'll go ahead and give you a real quick overview. The national trafficking isn't going to care about some random threat of pimping, but without showing the proper intent. And just to put a TLDR here, and I'm trying as hard as I can not to be offensive when I say this, but having screen caps of somebody saying that they fought alien Hitler, the cops are just going to think that this is make-believe.
Ozzy's dissociative identity disorder is formally documented.
I get that, but
Dave is a fictive interject. It is complicated.
I know it's complicated. My point is the police aren't going to care about that. They're just going to see
That
that.
wasn't one of the documents sent to the police. That is a separate folder that I have privately.
Patch and their crew were too busy making crazy Google Docs and having art battles with Blake to get business done, which is why it felt to me like it always did when Patch was involved. No, Patch, you don't get to try and run victory laps while not mentioning your shortcomings.
Additionally, this impropriety you have with Rose is appalling, Thomas. Cooing at a 24-year-old woman like she's 9 in front of strangers on live stream. Actively keeping her past of misconduct from the public, a luxury you never afforded Jordan, by the way.
I didn't hide anything. Not that Patch would know. But they can't do dramatic grandstands if they had a real conversation, could they? We'll talk about the FCK stuff later, but I want to hammer something in. If the others do have things I'm hiding, how would Patch know? But let me get into the thing that pisses me off. Patch, you have zero right to make claims of infidelity against me. Not only because there's no evidence of it, because it didn't happen, but also because of your willful affair with Lily Orchard. And yes, I know Lily coerced you into doing certain art, but they can't coerce you into an affair. That was 100% willful choice on your end.
What in the
I'm gonna pause for a second. Really? Lily Horse is involved in this too? Holy fuck.
When does the ride end?
Shitty people.
When does the ride end?
Holy shit.
Lily Orchard entering into the fray like a secret character? Like Luigi wearing a fucking metal cap in Smash Brothers 64. Oh my god! What the fuck is happening in this? What the fuck is happening? Now see, this is why if you had this on screen and you just didn't have you fucking constructing apparently the same fucking Gunpla clip, if it's not the same clip, repeating itself ad infinitum. If you just had put this shit on screen and I saw it with my eyes, I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Lord, how deep does this fucking rabbit hole go?
Without Lily Orchard.
I know. I was just not expecting that.
I don't know. I feel like Grace was here earlier. I thought I heard a female voice. Anyways, I don't know.
Safari came out.
Yeah. This Jesus. I told you why my toes were on camera.
Gave you an idea.
What's wrong with you? You literally on a live stream.
I really don't would be entered into the fucking dialectic before 2-hour mark. We're not even. I don't know. I don't know. This is dumb. This is getting really dumb.
With that, the Smash Bros. Brawl. New character has entered the arena.
This is getting really dumb. Oh my god.
Humiliated Jordan with Vita and Jace for being repeatedly targeted by pedophiles when he was a child. Something I disagreed with then and still disagree with now.
I won't deny that I was out of line in that stream. However, for all that Patch is posturing now, there was none of it in the live chat during the stream or in the comment section. Patch is only dragging this out now because they need straws to grasp at. This is also something I have long since apologized to Jordan for multiple times.
And now, you hide screenshots of Peaches doing far worse for months. You will humiliate and shame a child for things they can't control, but shield a fully grown adult woman from the consequences of her actions.
Here we can see that Patch doesn't even have a clue about what's going on. And why would they? That would take actually looking into things instead of rushing off to make a video on impulse. If Patch is so condemning of someone not having a filter around kids, I wonder when they'll make a video on themselves.
What am I meant to do with that, Thomas? Where is the man who encouraged me to publicly take accountability for everything that I had done? The mistakes that I had made when I was in Zoophile Police, forgetting to censor certain screenshots before I published them, or getting too personal with cases and getting too emotionally involved.
So, first off, y'all niggas are not the police. You're not the police, and you're not feds. Spoilage of evidence does not require you to censor shit unless what you're doing is censoring images. But you do realize that by censoring the images, you are demonstrating that as long as you think that you've censored the offending material, that you've done your new barrier of evidence, which, you are dumb. You have not. Because, you see, you now need to ensure that you've destroyed all copies of the offending material, that you've dealt with the metadata. On top of scrubbing the metadata, that you've done the necessary signatures and paperwork requests to deal with ensuring that all of what you have is basically going to be put onto a hard drive. That hard drive is going to be degaussed and then crushed with multiple hammers and then minced and then melted down and then turned into a metal flower structure. Then the offending parties. And then the offending...
I'm more a fan of a pail, but yeah, metal flower structure is nice.
Scrapyard projects are always fun. And then when you take the evidence that was pulled off of said drive and it's looked through properly through discovery with the prosecution, that the digital forensic archive expert that goes through it, which would have been me, is able to look at you and be like, the same thing I'm doing right now. Hey, yo, junior prosecutor, this is weird.
Baylor, can you run that back?
Like, there's no easy way to go across this. The court stenographer would probably be giggling as they type this shit down. The judge is going to be flabbergasted by this shit as they hear testimony. The tech guy who's gonna have to go through this shit and compile it in a meaningful way, because you could not take this to grand jury. This would have to be closed quarters, plaintiff and defendant, because you can't. In order for you to take it to grand jury, yes, in order to take it to grand jury, you would need to be able to believe that this could be believable in front of an audience of people. And not just be a simple, you're guilty, you're going to get sentencing, I don't care what this is, you've clearly gotten some fucking issues and you have a screw loose. We're sending you to the wacky farm, give them their case of grippy socks and get them out of my face. In order for this to go to grand jury, you'd have to find people that are going to have the ability to follow along this chain of spoilage of behavior and information, and is willing to sit the entire session witnessing this. Because unironically, I could have taken a nap and we would have still had the same effect, honestly. Because you guys are not saying anything. From minute 45 up until I believe it was 1:38:59, which was right before the interjection of these niggas fucking me raw and getting me pregnant and shit. Y'all niggas didn't say anything for real. I'm worried. I'm scared. I don't know how to talk to these kids. These kids don't listen to me. They do whatever the fuck they want, and they refuse to treat me with the respect I deserve as their father figure. Into, he is doing all this extra shit, and then you come back with the, but you fucking Lily Orchard, huh?
I'm still tickled pink by that. Oh man.
What a true roller coaster this has been, and will continue to be. We're not even done yet. Fortunately, we're getting along. And actually, extremely good that I chose to wait to do this one today at the time which I did, because we are at 6:23. Fortunately, we'll be able to finish this one on time. Holy fucking shit. Oh my god. We're at the halfway point, though.
Where's the man who helped me take accountability for the art that I was coerced into making?
You were coerced into making it? They threatened you? Or did they say, come here, sweet girl, draw my art for me?
Where's that man? I don't see him.
Still here, still holding my values. But that's not convenient for Patches.
What are those values? I don't know if I want to know what your values are. They might be sticky.
Video and wouldn't allow for the anime speech they're giving here. I'll give you an example. Years ago, Patch was coerced into drawing zoo porn for Lily because Patch needed the money.
Ah, I see. I mean, I don't respect you, but I can understand.
So I convinced Patch to go public about it and encourage them to give the money they made to other artists in need. The latter bit I actually did for them since they're always destitute. So what's worse, not having a filter around kids or drawing zoo porn because you needed the money? I'm being consistent.
Not having a filter around kids or drawing zoo porn. I mean, don't be around kids. I mean, clearly, honestly, obviously. But if you're forced to, obviously, what's worse is drawing the zoo porn. Because you could say no. You didn't. You took the money.
In the understanding I'm showing.
One by one, I have watched the people who claimed to share my goals be outed as monsters or fools. Vita turned out to be a groomer and a predator. Coyote lost the plot, and now I don't recognize him anymore. Cass Warfox, there are not enough words in the English language to express that disaster. And now, this.
I mean, you should probably do so, considering that you're sitting there listening to Sticker Brush Symphony. I know, I can recognize it, I can hear it.
Warfox,
yeah, I was
English language to express that disaster. And now, this. This repulsive circus of cockery.
Repulsive circus of cockery. Oh, you have such a beautiful way with words, Miss Ma'am. So, assuming that we can just say that person's extremely cooked, all these people, and somehow you're not able to address how this actually connects back to Leo's fault. Like, you're saying all this shit, but did he cause those problems for them? Or are they just suffering, and you're just coping greatly?
Patch puts alleged verbal abuse on the same level as predation and other terrible things. Love the consistency here, because the other people listed absolutely have evidence to the allegations against them. These situations aren't similar, but Patch will put them together like they are.
Dishonore su de te, fratel. You brought shame on everything we built together.
Tiscuse, mademoiselle? A lot of influential said in life being low off? Translating from very rugged Cajun French. Excuse me, miss? Huh? What are we talking about? What did you just say to me? Repeat yourself!
Here, because the other people listed absolutely have evidence to the allegations against them. These situations aren't similar, but Patch will put them together like they are.
Dishonore su de te, fratel.
Is she just gonna talk in Cajun for the rest of the video, or what?
That was not Cajun. I don't know what the fuck that was.
Sorry.
I'm having difficulty understanding what the fuck she just said. It would be great if there was something to translate it, but there is not, because Leo Convoy did not provide links for it or audio-visual examples of what the fuck that was. Yeah, I don't know what she said. I don't know what she said. Horror, do you know what she said? Because I don't know what she said. I have no fucking clue. Not a goddamn clue. I don't.
Yeah, I was kind of half listening. I thought it was Cajun again.
No. I can't imagine that what she just said in whatever tongue she spoke in was relevant, but I legitimately have no idea what the fuck she said. I also don't even know why she said that. Okay. I guess we just don't push right past it.
You have brought shame on everything we built together. I hope, I pray, to every god and every devil in this world and...
We're doing this? We're doing this right now?
Apparently.
Okay.
Next, that this is the last time I have to say anything about anyone. The fact that I have to sit here and condemn my own brother.
Patch didn't have to do anything. This is a choice he made based on literally nothing of substance.
Well, you're not my brother anymore, are you? I may issue additional statements about this as more information comes out.
You mean the truth?
As the full version of Jordan's interview is yet to be published, and I have yet to see very many other statements come forward aside from that interview and the clips that I have seen, as well as Jordan's public statement on Twitter. So as new information arrives, I will adjust my statement or expand upon it.
I bet you won't.
I want this to be a misunderstanding. But until I see proof that I've been played the fool, I am choosing to believe the kids that have come forward. And stand by them.
Patch here flatly admits that they're willing to assume guilt without evidence, and happily, going so far as to essentially say that I have to prove a negative. A logical fallacy. Patch's entire video is nothing short of attention-seeking and disgusting.
Now, if you'll excuse me, it has taken me 6 takes to be able to get through this entire script without crying. So I'm gonna go have a smoke.
It took Patch 6 takes to put out something as bad as this. Not that I'm surprised at this point, but to Patch, based on your own standards, if someone makes a video on you based on literally nothing, then people should just run with it. And unlike all the other times they've been in similar situations like that, I'll no longer be there to bail them out. Jordan, once going by the online alias Mintheart, is someone I helped get away from predators in multiple instances. The most well-known one being the case of Joshua Mita. After turning 18, Jordan moved to Nebraska in 2021. However, it was made clear he couldn't be left to live by himself due to some attempts. I brought him into my family and opened up my home to him, even though he had some severely problematic behavior before and after coming here. I did my best to take care of him. However, due to his actions later on, I had to remove him from my family unit and told him they needed to find another place to live. Shortly after that, Jordan would team up with Kumo to press forward some ideas that I'm an abuser. When this all came to a head, people on the server were asking about it, and I gave them some answers. This further riled up Jordan and their desire to cause damage. When Kumo's first video came out, Jordan commented positively on it, despite it being factually incorrect even about their own grooming. This is something Sarah would later call out in her own response, and this would cause Jordan to release a video of his own, hoping to avoid the backlash of his own irresponsible actions. That's what we're covering first here.
This is going to be very bare bones and dry, because I just need to get everything out of the way and said and done. I'm tired of this, tired of how everything is playing out, and unhappy with how it's being turned into a game or theatrics for some. I'm going to try my best to not get emotional and to keep it to the facts of the situation, but if I slip up, please understand that this is a very emotional time for me and a sensitive topic.
Jordan calling his video bare bones is fair. There's no meat to anything he says in the entire thing. I find it interesting that Jordan is frustrated with how things are shaping up, despite him knowing what the people pushing this are like.
My name is Jordan. I used to go by Mintheart, and I used to live with Lio Convoy reviews. My time there wasn't a good one, but it also wasn't all bad. He helped me with a lot of breakdowns when I first moved to Texas, comforted and talked me through a lot of things. However, after my transition in early 2022, things started to change.
They're queer, she's queer, he's queer, they're a man, they're a husband, they're a man. Is there not a single person here that addresses themselves as either heteronormative?
He man, she man, they man.
Not helpful.
I'm a man, you're a man, everyone's a man.
We're really playing into.
Ouch.
It's really playing into that situation that gay people are just mentally ill, aren't they? It's really playing into that stereotype.
I will not confirm or deny, but I will state that I do not think there is a single person who identified as heteronormative or as identifying with their base gender expression and gender identity. I believe every single person, with the exception of Lio Convoy, but he doesn't count because he's a grown-ass man.
Outside of Leo here.
I believe almost every single person thus far who's spoken and come forward is some type of bisexual, some type of polycule interested party, and some flavor of attention-seeking, political Mott and Bailey defender that likes attention and loves drama, and their desire, which let's give them benefit of the doubt, say they are allowed to do, continues to play up theatrics and waterworks over what happened and the timeline of events that connect them to each other. If you didn't have chapter statements, we would be lost. This is too much.
Yes.
I have seen the word abuse thrown around a lot, and while I never used it, people seem to think that's what I'm claiming.
Yes. Now, this is after Jordan made it clear privately in calls that he wasn't claiming abuse, and had to be walked through the fact that retweeting posts calling me one was the same as saying it himself.
And you retweeted the video, so you are claiming abuse. When you're retweeting tweets saying Lio abused Jordan, that's you claiming that he abused you.
I guess.
No, there's no
I
I guess.
think about it. Fuck.
Then you need to start thinking about it, Jordan. Do you not understand the implications of all of this?
So, assuming that this is a child, is he a child?
Yes.
Jordan?
I think.
No, they are not a minor anymore.
At this, at that time during the conversation.
No,
Okay. How old were they?
I don't know. They were
Okay.
probably barely 18.
Okay. So let's assume that they don't know how to extrapolate public actions to public assumption of agreeance of behavior. Obviously, retweets should not be used as endorsements, but the way that she's accosting him very much feels like a railroading. And while not helpful that the individual in question does not understand what is happening to him, it is actually meaningful and useful to demonstrate that a lot of what is happening here is effectively somebody did something to me, so I'm going to bully them. Someone did something to me, so I'm going to gaslight them. Someone did something to me, so I'm going to be petty to them. And I believe the flavor we have here is someone didn't necessarily do something to me. Something happened to me that was a consequence of my actions. But if they go looking for me, I might have already wringed myself out of all moisture and urine. You catch my drift. So it's again, it's too much. This is getting like it's like somebody's writing a movie where I have to step into the role of a modern day Grim Reaper, but rather than the old way of how we could do things from the era of Meet Joe Black as a new incarnation, I have to sit here and listen to them without evidence on hand to say, all right, Mr. Reaper, 2 of these kids gotta die today. Which one's gonna be? I don't know. You have things I could use to divine it. It's like, no, we have memories and stuff, but not really. What we do have is a near 4-hour video about this person's behavior. So
sit through that, I guess.
Yeah, just gotta sit there without emotion and try to parse it.
Also, I appreciate the Meet Joe Black.
Yeah.
Jordan will take whatever stance that'll get him the least heat in the company he's in.
Let me be clear about that right now. Lio wasn't physically or sexually abusive. And yes, I have to clarify because a lot of people who hate him seem to think there was romantic or sexual intentions or relationships going on, and there weren't any. Lio was, however, verbally abusive. That's it. He would yell at me and berate me, humiliate me in front of people, and was overall treating me like I was another one of the people in his videos.
Jordan is telling an absolute lie here. He's seriously trying to say I treated him the same way I do the freaks and scumbags in my videos. This is because Jordan knows it's the only point of reference people will have, and it paints the worst of possible pictures. However, Jordan neglects to mention that my wife was also in the house. And frankly, if that were the case, you can be sure that my wife would have taken issues with it.
There was an incident where he had a call with me, his wife, Peaches, and one of my other siblings as well. He proceeded to scream at me and rip me apart in front of them. And when I got emotional and started to cry, he told me to stop throwing a tantrum. I don't even remember what it was that sparked this call, but I don't think that I deserve to be humiliated and screamed at like that in front of everyone. And when his wife got home and I was forced to go downstairs with her, still in tears and being berated, he got mad at me when I flinched away from her touching my arm. They assumed I thought she was going to hit me. In reality, I just didn't want to be touched, and was severely mentally and emotionally overwhelmed.
Jordan's emotional issues only cropped up when he was in trouble or when he needed something. He wants to blame everything on his emotional status while ignoring the cognitive decisions he made.
I won't go into every fight we had, they're not really important. I only bring that one up as an example of his behavior towards me. But a giant turning point was Thanksgiving of 2022. I was still very emotional and hurt, and I was absolutely acting like, for lack of a better term, an asshole. I was cold, I was distant, and I was angry from the treatment I was receiving and didn't want to partake in the festivities. Tensions were at an all-time high, and with the siblings visiting, everything was just not great. I had lightened up a bit when they were there, but even that was going downhill very fast, with Opal leaving early, no longer wanting to be in the family. And then Hopeless Peaches, for whatever reason, said that I hadn't wanted Pink in the family, which tarnished my relationship with them for months and led to even worse Thanksgiving that was ultimately blamed on me.
If Jordan admits that he caused trouble, then why would he be upset that the situation he caused would be blamed on him? Not that it's even true, mind you. Jordan may have been spoken to when he made false allegations towards me or when he was outed for being a jerk to Jay, but the entirety of the bad experience wasn't ever blamed on him. And Peaches didn't lie to anyone about what Jordan said, because Peaches wouldn't even have known that Jordan said that if it wasn't said around him to begin with. Jordan wants to pretend I wasn't there for these conversations, but I was, and I know he's lying.
2022 ended on a terrible note, and 2023 was about to start in much the same way. Lio and Peaches were constantly having fights, and often she came to one of us to vent about it. It's largely irrelevant, but this is the only situation I'll bring up as it has some relevance. After this particular one, I had gotten home to the wife and Pink on the phone together. I asked what was going on and they filled me in. Peaches and Lio had gotten into another fight, she was hurt and upset, and it seemed like everyone was on his side about it. I talked to her, as she had sent me a message while I was working, and she gave me her side of things as well and told me she had taken a lot of pills. This is where I fucked up. She said he knew she had a relapse with self-harm earlier that week, and I took it to mean that Lio already knew that she had taken pills and was sick. However, he didn't know, and that's where I got taken to task for not telling him. When we got to that conversation about the event and how no one had told him, I felt sick, because I had known and was under the assumption he knew, so I had said nothing. As much as I dislike Peaches, I don't want her dead, and I felt terrible after that.
Whether Peaches and I fought was irrelevant. Jordan knew what Peaches had done and chose to say nothing. As for him feeling terrible about it, I don't believe him at all, because even after that, Jordan actively tried to avoid and shut out Peaches when it came to spending time.
But Lio and Peaches have never accepted or believed that I misread what she told me. They don't have to. It's the truth of the matter, no matter what they say. I misread it, and I fucked up, and I am sorry.
Jordan's sorry, despite doing nothing to make up for it. This is a typical Jordan staple.
Things continued to be tense, and then came the disowning. It happened in mid-October. I got home from work and was asked to talk to them. Lio took me to task on everything. My behavior, things I had thought were done over with like Thanksgiving, why I never talked to or tried to be friends with Peaches, a lot of stuff. The entire time, Peaches was on the phone with him, listening in and feeding him questions.
Peaches didn't feed me questions to ask. I'll explain later why he was there at all, but I felt the need to state that outright. On top of that, Jordan wants to pretend like his removal from the family unit was some massive shock that came out of nowhere, like he was abandoned and left out on his own. But he wasn't. See, while I'm not going to claim that Jordan may not have some sort of mental issue that day, but it certainly didn't last all day. And I have evidence of that. Here we see Jordan messaging their best friend on that day without issue. Not even mention of his mental struggles. So when it comes to Jordan not telling Peaches happy birthday, Jordan was laying on the couch messing around with his iPad. I told him that he should wish Peaches a happy birthday, and he found literally every excuse to not do so. From citing that his phone is upstairs, to stating he didn't have Discord on his tablet, the works. He just didn't care, and didn't want to. Something we also see in the screenshot he sent his best friend the day Peaches cut him off. What we also see in that screenshot? Jordan saying he doesn't see any of us as family. Jordan was checked out in November of 22, then again in September of 2023, before I disconnected him from it in October of 2023. Jordan, like most of them, wanted all the benefits of being in the family unit while putting in none of the work. Everything had to revolve around him. In the final conversation we had, I told him he had until the end of March to find a new place to live. That's 5 months he could have saved up with his full-time job. Instead, he left on Christmas with a quirky little note. After apparently talking to weirdos he knew had issues with me while in my own home still. Jordan didn't leave because I cruelly kicked him out. He left because the free ride was over. Otherwise, he would have left back in September.
I wish I had the screenshot, but she gloated about the whole event on Twitter and sent me quite a nasty text the next morning. I left in December, and then things started to blow up.
I find it interesting how few people read the screen cap, because while it's true that Jordan himself didn't IP trace a kid, he absolutely helped Neko Coda terrorize some kids over a beef they had with another kid that Coda wanted to protect. That's why Jordan got this message. While it can be said that Peaches does hold grudges, in this case, it's over something that happened.
Lio will say I sought out Gilded Pooh and Kumo commentary, two people he and Peaches have argued with and condemned. This is not the truth. I saw Gilded's video and was in his comments correcting things, to which Kumo reached out and asked if I would talk to him in order to clear things up. This all happened in December, a whole 2 months after I was disowned. Lio will say I also knew exactly what Pooh and Kumo had done, but in reality, I didn't know. I had heard their names, but I didn't know what they had done. After Kumo responded to my comment, I even had to look up who he was because I had no clue. And in my first call with Kumo, we discussed it and Pooh, and I looked at all the evidence he gave me and came to my own conclusion on the matter.
In the DMs Jordan showed on the screen, he makes it obvious and knows full well what Kumo did. Of course, I also told him while he lived here, the same with Gilded Pooh. So Jordan looked at that little weirdo that had a girl cut for him, who also allied himself with the zoo-defending Fox Mafia, as well as the weirdo that's cool with owning zoo porn, and said it's all fine. That absolutely demonstrates that Jordan has no issue with the wrongs others have committed, so long as it serves his purpose.
Our original intentions for the call were to clear up misunderstandings. I told Kumo I didn't want him to release anything until after I left Lio's home. I didn't want to deal with what would come of me talking to him while living there. And yes, I was scared. I should have either issued a public statement or made a video like I am now instead of how things have been playing out so far. But hindsight is 2020. I never meant for it to get like this, and at this point I'm simply exhausted.
If Jordan was concerned with this getting out of hand, he wouldn't have allowed his story to be used by these people. This was intentional. It's why he's framing it the way he is. Jordan has a pattern of starting problems when he's mad, only to backtrack the moment it blows back on him.
Let's get into some of the irrelevant things Lio is now bringing up. Him bringing up my mental health and an incident that has literally nothing to do with any of this, but I know why he brought it up. I'll read the screenshots that are relevant to it. We can also get into Patch's obsession with diagnosing people, including one time he tried to gaslight Jordan into thinking he had DID. Jordan essentially used the diagnosis to give him an excuse to say unhinged things to people without being held accountable for it. Following the Vita stuff, I was severely mentally unwell. My depression and ideation were at an all-time high, and I was frequently self-harming. It got to a point where I was hearing voices in my head, voices that were not my own and that I didn't know. It freaked me the fuck out, and I went to Patch to talk about it because they have knowledge and experience on stuff like that. They guided me through it, and I came to learn the names of these two voices, Oliver and Victoria. Oliver was a guardian, constantly my voice of reason through my breakdowns and bad mental times, and he'd take over if I was shutting down too badly. Victoria was the opposite. She was born from the rage of losing Vita and a life that she thought was good. She was cold, harmful, and trying to rip apart the people she blamed for me losing contact with Vita. Yes, a lot of fucked up shit was said and done during that time, and I regret it all. After this, I spent almost 2 years trying very, very, very hard to ignore their voices and block it from my memory. I told myself if I just believed they weren't real, they would stop. They didn't until I was starting to become more stable, at which point the voices went away.
I'm not a medical professional, but I've gotten the same answers from all the ones I've consulted. DID does not disappear when you wind up in a more stable environment. If it were that easy, then solving that wouldn't be so troublesome for so many people. Jordan making this claim only further makes the people who genuinely suffer from that look like they're faking something. DID isn't your shield to act unhinged to people without consequences, Jordan. And yes, that's what Jordan did. They used the alleged DID to say unhinged garbage to people, knowing they could use it as a shield if called on it.
As well as the false claims that I spent $600 a month on Ubers. I live in Texas, a state with 0 sidewalks and where it's overwhelmingly hot in the middle of summer.
And?
He wanted me to walk to work, and me not wanting to do that would take rides to work instead. It was $400 a month. $200 out of every paycheck, and that stopped after I did get a bike to pay the rent they were asking for. He claims the other $200 went to Uber Eats. This is an exaggeration. I spent about $200 on groceries, and when I could swing it, I would get food ordered. Most of the time I got food ordered was when I was exhausted and too tired to cook, and it happened when they were home, so go figure it looked like a lot.
Let's assume I'm wrong about how much Jordan spent on Uber. Apparently by $200. But the point is still the point. He prioritized being lazy over paying rent and getting business handled. And I hate that I have to put it out like that, but that's what it is. I never told Jordan to just walk. I told him for the better part of a year to get a bike. He worked 5 miles from my house, sidewalk or not. It's safe enough to bike. As many people do that exact same thing on that exact same road every day. In our final conversation, I asked Jordan why he hadn't bought a bike. His exact answer was, I couldn't be bothered. There's also the fact that Jordan took advantage of a friend's kindness to pay their rent instead of just biking to work. Granted, that person doesn't want to be named, so take that with a grain of salt. But Jordan paying $200 a month for their own room, their own bathroom, and utilities and Wi-Fi isn't some horrific amount to ask.
Lio will say I'm doing all this for attention. That's not true. If I was looking for attention, I would have immediately blasted this everywhere the moment I was out of his home, and got to people who I know for a fact despise him and have far bigger platforms than Kumo does. This isn't for attention. This isn't because I love drama and want to cause people issues. This has blown up far more than I wanted and has gone to lengths that are becoming childish. And for some part of it, I am to blame.
We'll talk about how dumb this choice is when I go over the people Jordan ran into.
Kumo did a stream about a week ago at the time of this recording, and the way I conducted myself in that stream was not okay. I was very angry. So much so that I was barely thinking clearly. Lio spreading nothing but lies about me was upsetting, but I should have kept a cool head instead. This is becoming far too personal and petty, as opposed to just saying my piece and moving on. So, with this video, I'm doing exactly that, which I should have done from the beginning. After this, I'm not going to engage in other talks about it. If people have questions or need more clarification, I'm willing to give it. I might even do my own stream, clear up other things, but I will not be appearing in other streams or commenting on this further. I'm tired and just want it done with.
Jordan, of course, didn't want this over with. He was seeing the streams these people have done even after this video dropped, further fanning the flames of all this. You can't get mad that fire is spreading when you keep throwing gasoline on it, Jordan.
Lio, I know this will get back to you. You said I likely wouldn't want to talk to you, but you're wrong. Despite what you think, I'm far more open to communication and being an adult to hash things out than you give me credit for. But I'm not doing it in Senate. You want to talk? You have my number. Text or call me, we can set it up to be in private. Just you and me. Otherwise, it won't happen. With all that being said, I'm going to end the video now. I'm sorry if this was a mess, or if I left things unexplained. I tried to make it as straightforward as I could, and I've never been the greatest at writing scripts or making videos.
Jordan can posture about maturity here if it makes him feel better, but we both know that's not the case. Jordan, you spread public claims using individuals you knew were both unsavory and with a bias against me. I'm not obligated to give you a private discussion. There won't be one at all, in fact. I didn't want to have to embarrass you, but you put me in a position where I have to respond to you. I hope your moments of impotent rage because someone held you accountable and told you okay went worth it. Now, there's more Jordan has said, but we'll have to go a bit back in time to address it. This is Kumo's preview video. Something behind a paywall now. Classy.
Actually, on the subject of her, how does she feel about
Because he spends almost every
Hmm.
in his office on the internet doing nonsense.
Okay. Has she ever taken issue with how he baby talks to Peaches and some of the others?
I don't know. We've never really talked about it.
I've heard people try to say otherwise, that his wife is perfectly fine with it and knows about this nonsense.
Jordan wouldn't have a clue about how my wife feels or thinks about anything in this matter, because my wife isn't of the opinion that she should talk to some 20-year-old about what she may not like concerning her own husband. Truth is, the main problem my wife had with my predator hunting was the exhaustion and destruction it would do to me and my mental health. Jordan trying to cast doubt on whether or not my wife knows or approves of what I do is flatly a form of manipulation.
And I think it's also safe to assume.
From the top to the bottom I start. Let's see here. Love that Kumo is so bad at questioning that he makes it obvious when he's asking leading ones. Makes things easier to deal with, honestly. My wife can hear literally everything I say in this room. It's directly connected to our bedroom. As far as the baby talk goes, if I did, who cares? This is stupid.
I'll let you know a little secret. Lio did something to me that it does not get shared until after January 3rd. Because January 3rd is the deadline for the account, and Lio does not have the same account.
Was there a reason he did something to you?
It had to do with
Sorry, that's a big question.
it's very complicated. So
Well,
it's
since I know
also, yeah, it's also the name of teaches, who is now his only educated, and she had no effects.
He's doing that?
He's I'm not a good person. Over the issues. And last year, I think it was pretty good. It was very cool.
I mean, who's getting on yourself after?
But I'm almost sure I was a big asshole. I heard this. I'm talking there. I'm sure I had
I have to slow that down because that's almost impossible to actually understand.
Yeah, I was trying to really listen in. I was like, nah, it's way too low.
because I was
Sorry, that's a big question.
it's very complicated. So what I said is teaches is also is also one of those. The name of the teaches who is now his only educated, and she and I did not know hit a lot of fights.
He said you over that?
It's because I'm not a perfect person. I'm not a perfect person, but it really is. I have a lot of problems over fundamental issues. And last year around Thanksgiving and Christmas, it was particularly good. It was very cool to people slash now I'm just being an asshole. No.
I mean, who else do you have to yourself after?
It's like it's true. But long story short, I was a big chicken asshole. I hurt her too many times because I've been talking to her. Very much I had a birthday because I was having PTSD.
I already debunked all of this, outing Jordan as a liar. Moving on. So I'm going to take a bit and talk about how it was having Jordan here. I try my best to take care of him. Through mental unwellness, nightmares, all of it. When he tried to solve
Ayo, pause.
Yes.
How the fuck did you disprove or debunk any of that when you have no fucking evidence? It's literally he said, she said bullshit. It's literally fucking Limp Bizkit. So how the fuck did you debunk anything? All of this is unsubstantiated. The only people who have provided receipts of really anything is fucking Akumu. And Gilded Pooh. Because they actually show shit on their screen instead of making figures the whole time.
Like, it would have been funnier if that his way of evading being on camera was that he was actually just making Gunpla, and then when necessary to add context, he demonstrated the video because you put this into a suite. And if this is your hands and your clip, bro, come on. This is an audio visual. This is an audio visual fucking medium.
Yeah. It's the laziest response that I've ever seen. It's the laziest debunking that I've ever seen. It's not even a debunking. It's just you writing a script, chatting your shit, showing like clips that don't really give us any context for anything, and you just expect us to understand what the fuck is going on. Although I do understand because I'm, you know, autistic and involved in this shit. Not involved, but I've been watching it since this whole mess started to blow up. So, if you're from the outside, you're not going to understand what the fuck is going on, Leo. So whatever you're trying to figure out, or like portray, it's not working. You're just chatting into the ether. And the only people that are going to understand and agree with you are your sycophants.
Yes.
And...
It's like,
go ahead, sorry.
The first thing I was gonna say was I was gonna ship us like showing us clips, or are we hearing audio? Cause see, I can understand. Cause this is at this point, if you
you're just being pedantic.
Am I? Am I being? I'm joking, but I'm also being serious. He's not playing clips for us in the sense of like he's showing video evidence.
What?
Huh?
You're
Oh shit, my mic. Something's wrong with my microphone. Hold on.
Yeah, you think part of your audio is cutting in and out?
Keep this. Clap off. Clap on. Clap off. Can you hear me? That's not working.
Yeah.
Okay, you can hear. Okay, so the internet connection just got throttled all of a sudden, as well as whatever the fuck happened to my audio just now. That was weird. Still happening on some level. The voice connection is on red to me. I don't know if anyone else is experiencing that. Which, that's bizarre. I don't know why it's happening in that order.
I'm okay.
Now going to yellow. 435, 325 milliseconds. And now we're back to 30. What the fuck was that? Okay, okay, well, that's whatever.
No, sir.
What I was trying to say
No,
was,
sir, it's a quarter.
I don't know, but what I was trying to say was, I'm not trying to be pedantic in it. I mean, literally, half the reason why I stopped what I was doing, and I needed to like close my eyes to visualize this, is that if you think of it like him presenting the clips in the sense of he doesn't want there to be things on. God damn it, it's doing it again. Lord have mercy, what the fuck is happening? Get your shit together, Discord. If you mentally try to like parse this in the sense of his way of censoring the clips is by only playing the audio portions, I can understand him thinking like this is supposed to be helpful. You see, I am providing evidence. I'm not just making the shit up. Here's my point. Here's the clip that I'm going to play to go along with my relevant. It's doing it again. Point. This is retarded. Oh my god. 4,042,500 millisecond. Huh? God damn it. Come on. I don't know who the fuck's watching porn in the offices, but he needs to stop watching porn in the offices. Come on. Get lower. Thank you. Fucking Christ. Please, Discord. Don't shit ourselves now. We're almost done with this shit. He's playing audio. Yes. But since it's an audio-visual medium, since he's either he doesn't have the video portion to go along with it, because it was just recorded from it, and this is just what he has of it, or he's chosen
They usually are. A lot of these, like, they just show a black screen with the name of it, like this is the date and where it was is done. There isn't actually any visuals to them 99% of the time.
Okay, because that's why I started treating it like it was a telenovela. Because it's really hard to fucking follow without audio-visual confirmation of where this was said, who it was said, and like I was saying earlier, how quickly are they going off to try to mute someone, try to move someone from a channel, to erase something, or whatever. But there's very clearly, like I said...
Yeah, you won't see any of that.
Yeah, okay, that's... I had a suspicion that was the case, but I was hoping I was wrong, and that he was trying to censor things to save face / prevent people from trying to harass people by showing the name of whatever was required for them to find where their server was. It's whatever. And it's starting to lag again.
No.
Ultimately, like I said before, if I was... my original estimation was this is 80% his fault, 20% their fault. Then after that pregnancy drop, I would say this is 60% his fault, 40% their fault. And a lot of it hinges on the fact that if he had the balls to just say, you are literally too retarded to be helped, and I am no longer interested in helping you, then I would say, okay, this is less him being bad at leadership and more him not knowing how to lead. And because he's scared about overstepping his hand, or overplaying his hand, or addressing a problem, that he's afraid that if he is too stern with them, he's going to literally break them. Which I would say is a piece of information and argument to the degree that he definitely should have just cut them off. Now the goddamn, now the string is lacking properly. Fucking Christ. I don't understand why he did not do this at any point in time, or why he was not doing it when he had a chance to demonstrate this. But this is dumb. It's past the point of just generally dumb. This is really fucking stupid.
It absolutely is.
It's not great.
This whole situation.
Every single bit of this situation is extremely autistic. Not ironically autistic. Every single one of them needs to go to fucking therapy. The fact that they're mocking him going to therapy and he's at least shopping it around, thinking I can't do it, because of course that comes with the I need to have the ability to cover it in medical insurance, whatever. But this is way, oh my god, Jesus fucking Christ. It has not helped that my stream is now deciding to shit itself when it's completely been fine this entire time. We are, where are we? We are at 2 hours, 16 minutes, 39 seconds of 3:56:41. Like, the internet can fucking cooperate with me, then we can get somewhere. First thing we need to do is confirm why that's happening. Part of it is that my mother's throttling the internet playing an extra device. But at the same time, Discord decided to start shitting itself as well.
Oh.
I'm trying to power through this shit, because I didn't like get exhausted randomly, like, oh my god, I'm getting so sleepy. I'm sitting here in abject fucking shock. Because from there's been multiple situations where I am mentally comparing what I had experienced the other night, and then comparing this, and I'm like, oh my god, oh Jesus Christ, what the fuck is wrong with people in this world? Because this is depressing.
Mm-hmm.
This, if what I experienced there made me violently upset with a storm of emotions that I need to temper into tranquil fury, I am discombobulated, being flashbanged left and right. I'm being blinded. I am blind. I can't see no more. All I see is white dots. I might as well take my eyes out. What the hell am I using them for? The non-stop autistic flashbangs. That's what I'm going to start calling this kind of content. This autistic flashbang is so wild. And the fact that was the halfway point.
I mean, you're not off.
That was the halfway point. We haven't even gotten to the wife yet, apparently.
Yeah.
Some people should not be on the internet.
Nope.
Okay, let's see if we can power through this.
It's true.
I constantly say that.
Let's see if we can power through this now.
Sticky notes all over his bathroom to let him know that he's loved, and they can reach out to us. When he had meltdowns,
Oh,
I dropped everything.
we're gonna make a little joke, but I understand.
Halo stream, where I went AFK for an extended period. That's because Jordan had a meltdown and I needed to be there for him. Jordan wasn't abused in my household. He was taken care of. His claims of transphobia are also bumped. The only difference was me trying to teach him how to do more masculine things. Gender affirming, not destructive. The truth is, Jordan started manufacturing all of this when he stopped being the center of attention. This includes actively lying about things that went on in my household to paint me as a bad person to others. One such example is when he stubbornly didn't want to get another job after quitting his previous one with no notice. We were on the porch, and I asked him what he wanted to do. He says he wants to get by on commissions. I told him that while that's a fine goal to work to, his siblings were at a higher skill level, and even they struggled to find commissions often. I coached it in a way that was supportive, but also let him know it was a goal to be reached. When alone, though, Jordan would retell the story as malicious, that I was telling him that his art sucked and to give up. This wasn't the only case either. One time I had a heart-to-heart with Jordan about Peaches, letting him know that Peaches had been through similar things, and that they should be there for each other. This, however, morphed into me telling Jordan that Peaches went through worse, so his trauma didn't matter. When it comes to some of the worst of it, though, that would be when Jordan had a major depressive episode, when he decided to down an entire bottle of ibuprofen in June of 2022. My wife rushed him to the hospital while I rushed to get there myself. When I arrived, Jordan was trying to make a joke about all this. This could have been a coping mechanism, yes, but my wife was terrified. She'd never dealt with anything like that before. So I
that's an understatement.
Telling him how much we cared, and that nothing he went through was worth his life, that adversity could be overcome, and that I believed in him. I wasn't angry with the fact that he slipped into ideation, but I did have him apologize for scaring my wife so badly. If that were it, I wouldn't have mentioned it. But unfortunately, Jordan decided that ideation was a joke. One day in February of 2023, I got a message from a boy he was flirting with named Chrome, telling me that Jordan was in danger, trying to find a bridge. I was worried, of course, and went directly to his room, where Jordan answered it, trying to hold back laughter. Jordan thought my love and care was a joke to be mocked, no matter what. I know I told this story in that Senate call going around, so of course Jordan rushed to delete his message talking to me about it. But Chrome didn't. If Jordan wasn't trying to hide something, he wouldn't have deleted any of that. This isn't the first time Jordan made a joke of my concerns either. Another time involved me flatly telling Jordan that he didn't need to be dating at the current time. He had no clue who he was at his core, and the other attempts had only ended in disaster. I didn't want him to deal with more heartbreak because I saw what it did to him. Jordan, knowing this, decided to date Neko Koda as a joke, once again making light of my concern for him. When Neko Koda decided to delete everything and run in December of 2022, Jordan came crying into my room to wake me up in the middle of the night, absolutely distraught with the possibility of Koda ending themselves. I woke up, comforted Jordan as best I could, and told him to try and get some rest, because unfortunately, if Koda had hurt themselves, it would have been too late to help them. This specific memory is a sticking point, and I'll tell you why. Remember when Peaches downed pills and no one told me? Jordan was confronted by Peaches about why that level of concern was shown for Koda, but not him. Jordan's response was, I care more about my friends than my family. It's very sobering to look back on. All I was to Jordan was a ticket to a life where he didn't have to do anything. Jordan's lack of care for anything other than himself stood out in two specific incidents, and trigger warning for pet death. In 2022, Jordan was charged with the care of a pair of cats in his room. He wasn't financially responsible for them, mind you, but he had to keep them fed, clean the litter box, and let us know the issues if they had them. The two cats were Mean Mug and Sherbert. One day, Jordan texted me letting me know Sherbert was extremely lethargic. He had deteriorated to the point that we couldn't save him, and we had to put him down. I care a great deal about animals. I always have. But for all of Jordan's talk about my...
You know, there's something extremely depressing about the one piece of material that you can confirm is the funerary object as well as confirmation picture of a pet, bro. The criticism here is not, oh man, you're just not Poochie, not Fido, not Whiskers. Nigga, how the fuck how don't we have clips of any of this autistic shit that these people are doing on camera in a Chud Logic style of autistic flashbangs? And the one thing that we have and do so far, I don't know if it's just me or if his audio quality has dipped and it's gotten like 15% quieter. I'm noticing that. I don't know if that's my fault or something to do with his fucking audio editing. Because this shit is not...
I got no idea.
I need to. But...
I've noticed a slight dip, but not anything substantial.
I think, well, no, I don't think it's that it's a dip. It's that when he plays, the other audio is at no point level with any of his.
Yeah.
It's always louder.
Mm-hmm. Like,
which is annoying.
Yeah, but the observation, we ain't got any clips of video, of audio and video of any of these autistic flashbangs from these girls pretending to be men while they LARP about being better fathers than a like a cowardly lion father. Which honestly, at this point, considering how much nobody seems to understand about fatherhood, I'm super disinterested in his opinion about it and their opinion about it. And I don't even have to say, cause as a fuck, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. But the one thing that we can confirm, the one thing you got, you can confirm that there were indeed cats, and that his inability to take responsibility for something other than himself led to the death of the cat. To a pet, in general.
Yeah.
One, wow. Wow. And two, this is more emblematic of the fact that you niggas are now bringing me around onto Leo's position. And I'm not on Leo's side. But now I understand. Because this nigga's exhausted too.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't exactly feel bad because he did kind of bring it
Oh
on
no, I don't feel
himself.
bad for this nigga at all. But I understand. As I slowly piece the timeline and the events and the annoyances and the sticking points of problems around, I understand. Nigga, that's a you problem. I understand. Should've let him at your house. I understand.
Yeah.
Nigga,
this whole thing seems like a powder keg that was waiting to explode. It was just waiting for that right
Well,
sparking at the right time.
well, little missus, we be fucking out here with no condoms, but we call ourselves men. That's crazy. But
yeah,
I understand, Leo. Head scratch, head scratch, head scratch. Nigga, that's tough. Good luck with that.
Verbal abuse. That's how I responded to his carelessness costing one of my pets his life. I was kind, patient. The people I've told this story to and shown these texts were absolutely enraged.
Also, again, nothing about the autistic flashbangs, but evidence for the pets.
Yep.
White people will never, they are never escaping the "we love our pets" allegations.
Wait. How long have we been on this? 2 hours? And this is like the only time he actually put up some receipts?
Correct.
Really?
He's done it a couple times, but it's been very, very fucking sparse.
It's been very sparse. I figured that.
In the oh no, I was yawning. I was that wasn't the bit. I was yawning.
Oh no.
It is for every clip that like really needed to have an audio visual component, it didn't have one. For this has an audio and a visual component. The fact that exists like this does remain to be seen. Apparently, we have found one of the many furries that understands that you don't put your dick in the animal. Okay. Thank you for that.
That's rare.
I appreciate that. Thank you. A little bit of my faith restored. You're still stupid as fuck and don't know how to defend your boundaries, and you let these women walk all over you, and that's half the reason why you're here. The other half of the reason why you're here is because you let people you shouldn't let in your home. Nigga, that's tough. That's tough, nigga. Nigga, that's tough. Because, of course, the fact of this is that what probably made this much more real for him, and this is the caveat, because now we finally got there. This scared your wife. So now it's more real to you.
Mm-hmm.
This shit was fucking play. It was a game. It was a high school reliving. The second this shit had your wife getting motherfuckers up in the middle of the night to get you to the hospital, that's when it became real to you. And you said, hey, oh, wait a minute. Something's not right here. None of you all should have been on the internet. None of you should have had YouTube channels. But I understand why you've gotten to your breaking point. Because I would have thought this would have been a whole entire video series of cope. But the fact that all this shit is over them trying to quote hunt pedophiles, which really amounts to I want you to expose my ex-boyfriend, send him to the police. I want his dick in a jar. You gotta if you look at these people like they're your friends, you need to pick better friends. And you need to be willing to bring up the level and the barometer of what you're willing to tolerate up 15 or more notches. Because this is not going to help you build friendships. These people don't respect you and your authority, and you won't put your foot down. And rather than treat them like they are your children, which would have meant that probably would have been exacerbated, because it sounds like they have the kind of personalities that they would have been defiant against his suggestions regardless anyways.
Yep.
Especially the ones that keep calling themselves saying he's my brother, saying that they're male when they very clearly are feminine. Because this is some feminine shit. You need to pick better friends. And you also need to learn when to cut niggas off. And say, nope, no more. You're done. Yeah, this is... Ooh-wee.
They made it clear that they would not have shown them this grace. They even flatly said that Jordan would have been out that day. But instead, I let Jordan stay. The wife and I just kept a closer eye on the cats Jordan was caring for, because it was obvious he never actually paid attention to them. Sherbert was a good boy. He didn't deserve that. He'd still be here if Jordan cared about him.
Not Sherbert.
Jordan in his own video mentioned a time where I got him into a call. I'm going to tell you all the truth behind that and what led to it. I was at work one day and someone told me Jordan was having a tough time with depression. So I called him to check in on him. He said he was sad, but that he'd be okay. I trusted him at his word and let him go. 15 minutes later, he called to let me know the wife isn't very good at hiding her guns. Being over an hour away from someone you care about when they have a firearm and are threatening that is one of the worst feelings you can ever have. Thankfully, he was safe, and the wife and I got a fingerprint gun lock the next day. Firearms are there to protect the people I care about, not to be used as a tool to harm them. That's why we didn't have a lockbox to begin with. Some people may bring up the lack of a lockbox beforehand as some form of irresponsibility, but that's primarily if you have literal children.
Well, so... wait, let me cook. Okay, so argument one. Rewind a little bit. Hold on. So there's a course of arguments here.
It's one of the worst feelings you can ever have. Thankfully, he was safe, and the wife and I got a fingerprint gun lock the next day. Firearms are there to protect the people I care about, not to be used as a tool to harm them. That's why we didn't have a lockbox to begin with. Some people may bring up the lack of a lockbox beforehand as some form of irresponsibility, but that's primarily if you have literal children with you.
So, okay. Double income, no kids, adult, saying, I am scared that if we have kids, honey, I'ma fuck them up. Sir, don't you think that you should have a lock on your fucking guns? Well, you see, I'm an adult, she's an adult, they're supposed to be adults, they're all supposed to be adults. There's no literal kids around here to lace their fingers behind the trigger guard to pull the trigger to put ammunition inside of the weapon. Because please tell me you do not keep your weapon loaded. Gun safety, sir. That's number one. Gun safety. Number two. I ain't got no kids for me to need to lock it up. Two. Bullshit. Bullshit. Lock it up. Lock it up. Put it in a box. Close in the box with ammunition. Presented like you're being given a surface rifle that's meant to be for show, but it could actually be used to defend yourself. Put it in a box. Lock that box. Lock it up. Lock it up. It's not an argument. That is actually one of the worst excuses you should be giving. I would have sold your shit to a goddamn shop. Then let's see if I pause. And then let's see if I pause indeed him here.
We never thought that Jordan would go literally rummaging through our stuff to try to find a weapon.
You brought a child. I'm right there. I'm right there. You brought a childish adult. My opinion, children. They're all children. You brought a childish adult into your home who has shown multiple cases of instability and lack of rationale and critical thinking skills with their higher functioning emotions. And you thought that he wasn't capable of such stupidity. Oh, you short-sighted, humanity-having man. You rapscallion. You sea urchin.
Idiot. Dullard.
You dullard. You mallard. You loquacious mollusk of a greenhorn. You buffoon.
You see what I mean when I say that maybe he's not malicious, just incredibly stupid.
This is maliciously retarded. This is maliciously retarded. Your weapon ended up in the hands of someone, even if it was not used to hurt themselves or others. Your weapon ended up in the hand of somebody because you unironically said, I ain't got no kids for me to lock it up with. And the reason you ain't got no kids to lock it up with is because you said to your wife, honey, I am scared to have kids because then I'm going to abuse the shit out of our kids. Nigga, how does that make sense? How is that?
It doesn't.
How does that a statement that leaves your mouth and you don't hear yourself?
Say the line, Hellfire.
Huh? What line?
Make it make sense.
Oh, why don't you just say it?
The only place it makes sense is in his brain, his tiny pea brain.
I mean, does it? I mean, I imagine if you don't think about it very long, it's like, well, that's reasonable. I don't have kids in this home for me to have to lock up my guns. But you see, that's if you're living alone. And you're unironically on that loner timing. You're on that taxi driver loner timing. Like, you know the gun stays in the corner because every time you walk into the house at the door, you look at your AK and it looks back at you when it's pointing at the door, and you untie the string in case it was a warning alarm saying, hello, Lucille, how you doing? And you unclick the first round, and then you unchamber the magazine, and then you put it away and you put it back in the corner facing upright and give a little smooch on the tip. You can do that all day. But you still live with a wife, and assuming that your wife and you at least understand the basic level of gun safety, which I don't think you do, because you didn't put a lock on your fucking weapon to begin with, and you didn't hide it in a better place, or rather secure it in a better place, where if you're not going to have a lock on the actual container for it, you need to have a lock on the ability to access it. Because the question now I have to ask is twofold. One, how did he know where your gun was? And two, even though you had to put a lock on the weapon, why was there not already an obscure lock locking away the box in which it was put in? I mean, put a lock on top of the actual container that contains the firearm, by all means. But why and how did he find out where it was? And how did you not have it already secured with an extra key? So like the keys that I use to get into my house, of which I have many, as well as like some combination locks. How is it that you didn't have combination locks to double secure it, like two-factor retardification? How didn't you not do that? That's dumb. You're dumb. He could have hurt you. He could have hurt your wife, and then himself. That's dumb. That is dumb. That is stupid.
It didn't make any sense to even think that. Later that year, Jordan was showing the same signs as that specific day, and I was worried. I got him in call with the rest of the family, trying to get him to talk to us, and to walk him through things that may help, like going outside, being active, basic stuff he never wanted to do. I had to let him go, though, and told him to wait on the porch for my wife to get home, since I figured she'd beat me home. The weather was nice, and I needed to get Jordan out of the house in case his ideation kicked in. While the guns were locked away, there's still plenty of ways he could harm himself. However, I got home before my wife to discover Jordan had just decided to stay in his room instead, the room he downed those pills in. I told him flatly to go to the porch and to wait since the wife would be home soon, and we'd both talk to him. And we did. After it, my wife did reach out to give Jordan a comforting touch, and he shrunk away from it. I told Jordan that my wife and I would never hurt him, but we respected his boundaries. The last straw, though, the thing that took the cake, was how Jordan treated my wife when her father was dying from cancer. These words here are her direct story. In the latter part of 2023, the family chat on Discord still contained everyone who had been a part of the family. After Thomas and I had a discussion with everyone, Dan, Jay, Jordan, and Peaches, Jordan left the group in such a way as to be invisible in their actions. Thomas and I both noticed Jordan's exit the same day it happened. Now, for clarification, I was trying to cope with my dad's cancer diagnosis. I figured if it was important, Jordan would let us know what was going on, as an adult would or should. I also noticed during
the background music's cutting out. Here it comes. Here it goes.
the time that Jordan was no longer helping with chores around the house, as part of the agreement we made when he came to live with us. We would leave the kitchen a greasy mess after cooking dinner.
Never mind, he brought in another music clip.
Wouldn't clean his room or bathroom. He was just barely taking care of the cats that shared his space.
So he doesn't even know how to tell a story. Jesus fucking Christ.
Also part of the agreement. So I confronted Jordan in a non-aggressive manner to ask, 1, why are you not assisting with chores around the house? And 2, why did you quietly leave the Discord group? I got no response to the first question, just typical behavior of looking down at the floor and shrugging his shoulders. When I asked the second question, I also provided to him that Thomas and I noticed immediately, and I was asked, Why did it take so long for either of you to say anything? I told Jordan the reason why was because we have a lot of other things going on personally to deal with on top of an adult who couldn't communicate. At this point, I informed Jordan about the state of my father's health. He passed away within days of this conversation. I was grieving my father, and Jordan was unhealthily asking for attention by acting out like a child. I asked Jordan for a reason as to his behavior, if he could give me an explanation. I told him that I would like a response, waited a few seconds in silence, asked again, and added, I am asking, but you can choose to not show me the courtesy or respect. Waited a few more seconds and replied, okay, I have my answer. I won't ask again. I walked downstairs. A couple minutes later, I walked from the kitchen back towards the living room, and Jordan was still standing sullenly in the hallway. Then he opened his room door and shut himself back in. A few weeks later, we confronted Jordan about a lot of things when he came home from work. He could not apologize for any of his behavior, like he didn't know how to apologize. His words, I would say I apologize, but I don't think you'd believe me. With all of his treatment of us, I told him, I don't think I can believe you at this point. You never honestly apologized to us or expressed remorse for your actions. And that ends her statement. I tolerated a lot of Jordan's abusive behavior, from the death of a pet to turning your ideation to a joke to the blatant disrespect in my own. But the way he treated my wife during all that was the final straw. We were done. When it comes to how Jordan is acting now, that's not unusual either. When Vita got outed before we found out Jordan was one of his victims completely, Jordan went on a similar destructive rampage, like doxing someone FNGR was dating at the time that had no connection to any of that.
Okay.
I'm fucking tired of listening to you guys joke and round. You
Okay.
got mad at Anthony, you doxed me. It doesn't hurt him, it hurts me, someone who has had your back this entire fucking time.
Or by scouring my wife's Facebook to try to find something to weaponize against her. And make no mistake, Jordan is angry right now.
I think the live stream was the most mean and angry I had gotten about this whole thing. And I think you're right about how I need to be smarter. I don't like how I was in that live stream. It was purely emotional. I was literally shaking with rage. I was so mad.
Once this video is out, he'll likely do other destructive things for the same reason. So I'm going to be clear here. Jordan, if you attempt to do any further libelous or destructive actions in order to damage my reputation or employment, I will not meet you with a conversation. I will meet you with legal repercussions. Think very carefully before you go on another destructive bender. If Jordan wants to drop all of this and go about his life, I'm fine with that. He needs to get offline, get a job, and live in reality. But I'm not obligated to sit here and take further abuse from him. While the claims of abuse from my family fail to find any footing that isn't feeble, that's not to say I don't have faults and bad...
He didn't balance any of his audio levels, because all of that was really loud.
Yeah, my ears hurt from that.
Oh, that hurt. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Behaviors to address. This third and final call with Rosa was a result of Blue Davu, and Rosa wanted to have some sort of discussion. I can't personally recall all the details surrounding it, though. Up to this point, what we did know of Rosa was that she was constantly harassing and trying to deplatform Misanthropony, and that she knowingly allowed child predators to stay in a server that still had children in it. In fact, my very first
pause.
Techno-String was
Pause.
harassment of Misanthropony.
Yes.
She was lying to Techno about Misanthropony.
Dude, shut. Stop.
Stop. Sorry.
Ayo, dude, shut the fuck up. You have shown absolutely no proof of any of that. The only thing that we've ever been shown is you calling a literally handicapped Forrest Gump level woman a fucking slut. Telling her to shut her whore mouth and harassing her and verbally abusing her for 4 hours straight. To the point you would not let her leave a call until she put her fucking mother on the phone and got her family involved. She was literally crying and begging for you to stop and let her leave. You would not. You would continue to berate her and say you would dox her or send the fucking police to her house for no fucking reason. I don't believe a word you say about Rosa. None. Because there's no excuse for the behavior that you showed. That's the only thing we have actual footage of. You've not provided any proof of anything else. So I do not take you at your word. I do not believe you. Shut the fuck up. And I'm gonna unpause.
His internet horror series, where people like Lily Orchard were covered.
So anyway, Rosa, let's get down into the nit and gritty. Let's talk turkey here. So you recently recommended that I add in Mr. Enter, the Fandom Menace, and the and Misanthropony into it. And recently I did do a poll on who I should add, which two. And looking back on it, let's just put it this way. I think the Fandom Menace is its own video where I might talk about why I don't like him, but it would be just that. Mr. Enter, I've done a video on him, but it was a review of the reviewer. I do plan on making a video on him, just like what I think he needs to improve on, the many failures as I call it, because I think he can improve. I think he has a lot of issues. And then we have the situation with Misanthropony. I hate to say this to you, but I think what you're saying about him might be a little bit of a misrepresentation.
It's in this call that we discovered that she was a moderator at Star Giant's server, and allowed a child predator to roam free there knowingly, because they were more concerned about a user named Lovely Lena possibly lying about Star Giant and her.
Let's just say I need to give my side of the story.
Oh, let's hear it. I'm all ears.
I didn't know about... Me and my friend Rebecca didn't know about what Nekopun was doing behind our backs because we had to deal with someone else who was lying. This person was known as Lovely Lena.
The second call was a result of Rosa demanding another conversation with me specifically. A bit after that is where the final call with Rosa happened, the one I mentioned at the beginning of the section concerning Blue. What did we do wrong in this call? Well, we let whoever wanted to have a shot at Rosa speak, but that's the most minor of things. Peaches and I actively said awful things to and about Rosa. They consisted of ableism, slut-shaming terms, among other things. While Peaches may have been the one to start it, that doesn't excuse what I myself allowed and said. For that, I am sorry. Genuinely. Ponder was right.
Good job.
Bullshit.
Good job. We don't believe you. Good job. You took accountability. I don't fucking care. You still did it anyways. I don't. Dumbass.
And he started out with going after her to begin with. Yeah, no, I don't. You can't go after her that hard and then just go, oh, I'm sorry. If I did a fuck you wookie, I'm sorry. Nah, bro.
It's so. It's.
He's still trying, though. He's still really trying.
You like knowing and seeing how handicapped she was. I will agree she shouldn't have been a moderator, but you really think she would catch that shit?
I honestly think she shouldn't have been online.
I agree with you.
Even then, if they're not needing to be online, the fact that it didn't occur to 99 other people, 98, 99 -1, 98 other people that, hey, maybe we shouldn't be doing this. And the person who calls himself a father figure over his found family doesn't make sense in his head as the words leaving his mouth, only afterwards when he's sitting in the shame of the sin that he's done. Oh man, I've made a mistake. Oh no. Oh, I gotta apologize for my outbursts. Oh, I gotta put this together in video. Oh no. And when I talk about it, I'm gonna make sure to put it all the way in the back end. I'm not gonna front load it and be like, listen, let's talk about the most egregious case. Let's talk about the most egregious case. I needed to, I just gotta. This is wrong for me to do. Yeah. This is wrong for me to do. Let me just put this in the front here and make sure this audio level is balanced. And maybe when they find that evidence mine, maybe if I don't have this, let me go to this Gilded Poo video. Let me put this into the studio and just put that right there and oh man, how did I get here? Fucking
Are we doing YouTuber ASMR right now?
No, that's how his mental state should have been as he was editing this. Because this, I would barely call this edited. Slung together into a slideshow almost. Loosely tied together with no clear timeline of, okay, let's go from my biggest mistakes to my smallest mistakes. And let's throw a bit of this in here in the end, but then let me talk about how I felt in it and my struggles. Because there's a way it would never make you look better. And you only look as good as you do, and I don't even use the word good as a barometer. It's compared to Mr. and Mrs. 10 different individuals, all considering themselves pedo hunters, and then also adults that are just out here randomly having unprotected sex. You only look better than them and Jordan, in the sense that you have a love of animals, and this and how he affected your wife made you snap the fuck to attention and act like the father figure / man you said you wanted to be. Instead of treating them like they were your friends in high school, or that you're the cool instructor, and so that you're treating them like they're the cool kids who really get you. Remind you of yourself at your age. Kind of relationship. Now you actually nut the fuck up and act like a father figure. Which includes doing the hard things you don't want to have to do, but you gotta do anyways, because, you tried, but you failed them. So now they gotta deal with the consequences of their actions, because they thought they was grown. So you're going to let them grow. You're going to let them outgrow themselves into a jail cell. Or a grave. Should they act out of line. And they end up cashing something that they cannot be able to pay. Which I feel might have been the case very much in Jordan's case. He wanted someone to punch his card.
Mm-hmm.
There's a way for him to look better. And it would have been, okay, I did all these things that you've got me. I'm dead to rights. I'm cooked. Yes, sir. I take accountability. Now let me tell you what you don't know. Let me tell you what I've been dealing with. He didn't do that. Not to a satisfactory degree. He didn't do that. Which, on that note, we attempt to continue.
To call it out then, and it's fine to have it called out now. That's why, despite not liking the motivations of some of the people making videos on it, this video won't have any clapbacks towards them. I'll take my lumps when needed, and accountability is important, so I'll accept it. I went into that call knowing...
God damn it, Carl... Apollo! Please take back your gift of serendipity!
that Rosa was on the spectrum. While I should have communicated that to the call as a whole, I can attest that I wasn't as informed about how being on the spectrum can affect things like someone's ability to take in information and empathize. Working ableist words out of my vocabulary has been a struggle, but I put a lot of work into it. I'm not going to lie to people and say I'll never slip up again, but I am trying. There's a very...
I mean, that's not what you should be trying to do, bro. on the first, second, and third order world magnitudes of things you need to care about, ableist language is not even on the 10th degree of that list of importance. And you know that it's not. You're throwing that in there because you're trying to still placate them even though you don't have to take care of them. I can promise they don't care that you exist. They wrote you off a long time ago. They wrote
It's
you...
retarded that you think that saying retarded is the worst of your crimes that you need to fix.
Yeah. This nigga bores me.
Very specific word used in that call that's something my generation always used, but I never should have. In listening to this specific call, I had someone tell me how interesting they find it that I don't cuss, but I was fine with saying slurs. Truth is, I never should have been. I'll admit that I'm not perfect, but I've also been clear that I'm a practicing Christian. Not only should those words have never been in my lexicon.
Okay, so being a practicing Christian does not mean that you can't use vulgarity, even though you should not take the Lord's name in vain. You come from a part of the country where you have inventive phrases designed to allow you to take the Lord's name in effective vain.
Due to how we're supposed to communicate, but it never should have been also due to the fact that every slur's purpose is to dehumanize and wrongly devalue people. As a Christian, I believe man is made in the image of God, made with an innate value and dignity. No matter the person or the wrongs they committed, slurs and ableism shouldn't be crossing my lips intentionally, at all. For that, I not only apologize, but I repent. I've actually worked this past year to correct that behavior and language. It's why my uploaded calls have gone from needing offensive word censored to not needing that at all. It's not just some show I put on
Okay, that's nice. I don't care.
for people. It's active change. Specifically
Okay, that's nice. I don't care.
because of how awful the Rosa call was, we completely restructured how the server and those calls happen. This includes only allowing proper moderation and the affected party's speaking abilities.
That is great. That's wonderful. We did something...
Don't give a shit.
Yeah, we still don't give a shit. We did something similar here too, especially considering it affected the degree in which we conduct fucking content. You know, I still don't fucking care, bro.
Peanut Gallery is not allowed to speak to the person or tag them in the side chat. They also aren't allowed
Yes,
to...
it is actually very important that happens. That was actually very relevant to what had happened to me between the last 2 nights, and yet even then, that doesn't... And also, again, selectively, he has evidence for this! Oh my god! Oh. It's like he knew exactly how he needed to edit this shit in order to piss me the fuck off. Oh my god. So, yes, okay, thank you for your evidence. I appreciate it. We just elongate this, and this would fall under my whole thing of don't make fun of people for things they can't control. Don't know who in call needs to hear this, but we don't make fun of people for things they can't control. It is nervous laughter due to bouncing back and forth. Do not make fun of him. Yes. If I pull the words that I believe I was told, this is meta language. The meta narrative and the meta level designations of things that a person can notice, that they can say or do, that affects their ability to do whatever. You should never do these things, and it's also why I don't do these things. If anything, my bombastic, characteristic, gesture-like performance nature of how I try to elucidate things, because I'm more physical in my comedic style, using my entire body to communicate, should have gotten people to understand that shit doesn't fly here. You're not going to use things that are immutable of people's character, conversational style, and personhood to tell them that they need to meet a barometer of social conversational talent that also includes, well, I don't like when they're verbose. Well, nigga, we like to be verbose here if we want to. Sometimes it's not necessary. But there are people that I'm not going to strike their ability to form a sentence. Because if it was really serious, I'd be like, simplify, use smaller words. Or, don't say it like that. That framing isn't good. Choose better words. Because that actually is helpful. That's something that is actually meaningful and is something that, if you address it, can be worked on. Getting a person to condense their statements by getting them to think in smaller ways to communicate and hone in on the problem helps problems. We know, because horror, as well as Jimmy, as well as other people, have told this to me. It's something people often communicate, and as I've said, I know, and we've been working on it. The problem here with you, sir, is that that's not your biggest deal. You are fighting shadows to be politically correct. When a kid nearly fucking executed himself with your weapon, and your excuse that you offered into the ether of the internet, because technically you didn't have to include that section, and you also didn't have to say that, because technically you fucked yourself by saying that. But we're not going to hold it, well, we're holding it against you, but we're not holding it against you in the way people would think. Someone nearly executed themselves with your unsecured firearm, and the logic in your head that you said of your own volition in response to you communicating this to us was, well, you see, I didn't have any kids in order for me to worry about them getting their hands on it. And you think one of your biggest, maybe you don't think it's your biggest, but one of your biggest concerns is that you think that your use of your lexicon of expletives should be reduced to the asymptote of 0. And when addressing the thing you know you can't walk back, you have clips here now to show, hey, look, I made sure to fix everything so that that could never happen again. Good job. Congratulations. What the fuck does that do to change anything that you're still guilty of? Including your failure to be a leader. Your failure to take accountability and responsibility. The failure of the spoilage of your behavior and your actions and methods. What does that help anything? Stupid. That's stupid. That's ignorant and that's stupid. We're almost there.
Language, or attack someone based on things they cannot control. The moderation staff has almost completely changed since then as well. Moderation staff that absolutely can tell me when they think I've gone too far. However, I do feel the need to correct some misinformation that's being spread about all this. It's been said Rosa wasn't Demon. They were. Here's evidence of that from the DMs Rosa shared with Asuka. Some people have claimed Rosa likely wasn't able to ban people due to how permissions can be set in Discord, which would be a good argument if the server owner were anyone other than Star Giant. While it is a possibility, I think it's extremely unlikely. We also have Rosa and Star Giant actively talking about Necopon. They knew what was going on. It's also been said that I spoke horrible things to Rosa knowing they were a victim of sexual assault. This is not true. I found out about that in a call with Asuka after the final call with Rosa, wherein I asked Asuka to pass my apologies on to Rosa. Rosa saying they weren't offered an apology is likely misremembering or, in worst case, a lie. And let me rip that band-aid off now. Yes, Rosa is a liar. Although they are on the spectrum and have seizures, I feel the attitude other people have towards Rosa has flipped all the way to ableism in the other direction. By treating Rosa like she has no agency because she has a handler. This movement of overcorrection is something
oh boy.
I need to work on.
Oh my god.
Wow.
You're a fucking idiot. You're the fucking retard if you think that she has the mental capacity to deal with this shit the way you think she should. Somebody has no self-awareness. Somebody has no concept of reality. And even if you did apologize, you don't mean it because you're backtracking it right now. If you apologize and then you attack them still, it's not an apology, is it?
It is a pretext and justification to continued another belabored attack upon the character and the assault of mentality of the people in question that you are excusing it for. It is exactly what the dumbass was doing when he came in to justify his actions. He was apologizing for things that he didn't even know what I was about to say for. Which is probably one of like maybe 5 ways to guaranteed trigger me. Legitimately. I hate not being able to finish my thoughts. I hate not being able to speak, but context is obviously necessary. If I need to shut up and I need to listen to someone, that's not going to upset me. And of course, I'm always going to be slow to anger. I cannot stand when someone will not listen to me. They are dedicated to ignoring my words. And that's not on, well, see, you must be, because you're secretly a control. No. The thing that will always annoy any person that believes in the human faith and the spirit of what is our human nature is communication and our ability to be understood and heard. It is an inherent level of evil to do anything that would impact the faith of humanity and their capacity to be understood. It's not just to be understood, but to understand others. Understand others, understand yourself, understand the world, and figure out how it works. That's ultimately the greatest job any parent is supposed to have, and any individual is supposed to have. Know thyself, know thy environment, learn thy viewpoint, learn your own faith and religion, blah, 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 blah. Just learn yourself and learn about your nature. To presume that level of spoilage of intelligence upon someone that is either on the spectrum or that you believe is a liar, but then to forget the context in which your actions transpired. A little stupid. Just a tad bit stupid. But then, to remove from them, to take it. You took it, Leo. You took it. To take from them that understanding and say, no, they couldn't get it. You see, to see, since it's not personal to me, it manifests as disappointment. I'm disappointed in him. Especially since he calls himself a fucking found father. I'm disappointed in you. If it was personal to me, and it actually offended me on the level in which events recently have, then I would be angry and upset. And unironically raising my voice the way that I did when that dumbass fucking pissed me off, and he would not stop trying to talk over myself in horror. And that doesn't come from a level of violent anger where I have to put my hands on somebody. Ooh, I'm 19, like 30s, wolf whistle angry. I'm passionate about something like this. How do you not get that this is the basis of why all drama is inherently both curious and upsetting for people depending on the context? It's because you're offending the natural order of understanding people. Some of you dedicated to Discord, ironically, not the app, to Discord and chaos, that you seek the chaos to improve your social standing by showing how strong, quote, you are. Standing in a maelstrom of shit flying around your head. Not many of the things that these women have done in this even compare, if this is the worst that it gets, we're still not done yet, to what you just did. I can't say I no longer view you as a human being, because ultimately you have problems you need to deal with. But I cannot look at you as though you are a leader, Leo. You are a follower. You are lost. You don't understand what the word leadership is. You literally cannot understand what it is, because in order for you to understand it, you have to understand what responsibility means on a spiritual level. And I would say the most important part to demonstrate that you do not understand the spiritual definition Not talking about the dictionary definition. I'm not talking about an anonym. I'm not talking about a synonym. The gravitas of your stupidity and of the sheer, what is the word I'm looking for here? Failure of accountability. No. The failure of accountability and the failure to grasp understanding to why you are so at fault for everything that happens to you. That you cannot grasp the gravitas of why you can't be a leader is in the sheer incapability of understanding. And at least if you didn't understand it, you couldn't have. You left it in the video. You said it with your words. That you heard yourself on your own feedback, on your timeline, inside your sound suite, as you edited this video, that section there about the gun. You heard yourself say that. And the thought never occurred to you. A leader sees ahead of themselves and plans for precautions so that you stay ready so you don't need to be ready. That you didn't already have a plan in triplicate for securing your firearm and weapon means you cannot be able to behave and hold the capacity of a leader. Because the gravitas of your words did not impress upon you that it's not about you having kids in your house. It's about that you didn't even think about somehow you making a mistake, your wife making a mistake, or something happening because of curiosity killing the cat. Literally. I am ashamed to hear of this from you. Shame.
While the call I had with Rosa was vile and abhorrent, people forget how I ran into her to begin with. My initial confrontation with her on Techno's channel was due to her stalking, harassing, and scheming to get someone.
I don't care. I don't care. If you knew all of that, why did you choose to associate with them to be in the situation you were? I don't care.
Else to do a video on this Anthropony, not because of the actual wrongs the man has done, but because she didn't like his takes on Star Wars. That absolutely shows Rosa is capable of actively lying and plotting against people. Specifically, as mentioned earlier, she tried lying to Techno by exaggerating Miss Anthro's actions at the time to get him featured on Techno's internet horror segment. This is
okay, but those are just words on the internet, nigga. Those are just words on the internet. And so you get involved and you do what you do? Okay.
Furthermore, people also forget the entire reason we got mad at Rosa was due to her allowing a known child predator to be in the server for 8 months. This specifically hurt Indo, a victim of said predator Necopon. And months after this call, Indo asked Rosa for an apology on Twitter. Rosa's response was to say she was possessed by a demon and that she couldn't give an apology or she'd have to harm her own family. A family member of hers was
ridiculous.
Contacted as going to the police about this would have been overkill. While said family member initially tried to defend the behavior due to her autism, they said Rosa was safe at home and they'd handle it. At no point was it said Rosa was bedridden. Yet another claim Rosa has made about the situation. While again, this all was wrong, acting like Rosa is too unwell to make intentional active decisions is also wrong. It's flatly ableist. Full stop. Especially considering that this is an established pattern with Rosa. They'll obsess and try to direct harassment to deplatform people they don't like. Remember Lovely Lena that she mentioned in that stream? That's what she tried to do to her in 2021. Lovely Lena is also on the spectrum to the extreme that they're not even allowed on Discord anymore due to their activity on there. Here we see Rosa commenting on and quote tweeting on Twitter
Pause.
that her daughter has done.
So you're going to defend this one person and say that they shouldn't even be on the internet because they are so mentally handicapped. But you're going to go hardcore on Rosa.
Yep.
Again.
Because you don't like her because she didn't do what you wanted. Because you're not sorry.
Again.
Not helping yourself.
Again, reasons I can't respect this person when he says I'm supposed to be a leader. Leaders don't act like this. In my viewpoint, as I was taught by people I respect in a leadership capacity, even those who don't have authority over me, that I defer to their agreement, present company included. Leaders don't do this. It's not a part of the system in which they make choices. Now, I don't know about people who are listening to my voice about how you do things amongst yourselves, because my server is a public place. But even if it were not a public server and it was instead a private server, the sheer chutzpah that it takes to say the things he's saying makes it clear that people don't really get this problem on the internet, because even if you explain it to them and you lay it out to them in an argument, it goes in one ear, out the other, and somehow is covered in nut. Because someone's fucking them in between the head. That it's just passing straight through. Well, not even wolf whistles, just whistle of the wind. It doesn't stick anywhere on that medulla oblongata. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Now what happens? You fucked up, nigga. Give up the fight. You're cooked out here in the streets. You stopped eating your meat. You fucking self-laden asshole. Take credibility and go to therapy. Yes, I did sing Sonic Adventures 2.
I was just about to say.
Oh my god.
I don't even know how she found any of this information out, but she's using a screen cap of Lena admitting to lying about a plethora of things.
Focus my eyes real quick and put this to okay, lovely Lena, everyone. I'd like to bring up an announcement. I am no longer part of this group. The reason why is because I've been out of control mentally, about bursts my anger towards my parents, which isn't right, and has gotten my parents into very big trouble. I am the one who's responsible. Crazy how she takes better accountability than your bitch ass. I am the one who must be held accountable for my actions, and I am the one who is a liar. My father is a disabled veteran. He has never laid a finger on me, and has never mistreated me, only given me love, respect, and anything I could ask for. The said about Star Giant Productions and my parents was a lie. I shouldn't be talking to this kind of people, nor should I make contact with them. I am not a puppet to my parents, and I am not an abuse victim. I do not want to kill myself and have no concept of what that really means. I also have no idea how badly words can kill a human. Yes, how badly words can hurt a human being. If I did more of this slander and lying, I'd be in prison, or my family would be in prison, or even a mental institution. I lied to my parents about me doing school, and I lied to my parents about me doing homework. I am responsible for the violation of trust that I have broken to my parents. I am sorry to everyone to make them believe that I was a victim anyways. I am nothing but a spoiled, rotten teenage girl who is also a gossiping mean girl. It was not right to me to do anything of that bullshit at all. I am sorry to my friends and family for the position I have been in. I am also sorry to all of you as well. Now that there's an apology. Yeah, right there. Yeah, yes sir. Yes sir. That's right, there's an apology. Oh! Accountability is taken upon the self and is absorbed like heat-resistant material. Absolutely. Yes, sir. Yes, sirree, Bob. Again, how the fuck is she apologizing better than you? And you included it in your video. That's the crazy part. This one you put on the screen too, so everybody can see the difference between how you apologize and how she apologizes. Damn, nigga. Damn, you killing yourself. I ain't even gonna cook you. You put yourself on a rotisserie, put the apple in your own mouth, and said, "Spin me."
Sexual harassment among them, I haven't seen any evidence of this. Now, it could very well be true, and I recommend anybody look into it if they feel they need to, but all this really does is further highlight that Rosa knows when things are wrong and knows, at least in some fundamental level, to call things out. This also goes into her promoting videos about Lena, as well as talking about demons. Again, Rosa knew who Nekopon was and what she did. She's cognitive enough to try and run at least 2 people offline, both on the spectrum for smaller offenses. She's not helpless or incapable of making decisions. We may have treated her horribly, and make no mistake, we did. But Rosa is an obsessive stalker. We found out later on that while Nekopon was also in moderation in that server, it doesn't change the fact that Rosa has absolutely reacted negatively to terrible things about people before, to the point of obsession. Rosa knew what she was doing. When it comes to Rosa, I don't want to overcorrect again in either direction, but I have to acknowledge that Rosa has done things that were, and are, absolutely a concern to me. And I want to address the behavior appropriately without distracting.
Another case example where the audio track is louder than his fucking audio track. Or, excuse me, his vocal track.
His talk track, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, this is so annoying. Just fucking say you fucked up and just leave it at that.
So you can't do
You're
that.
not making yourself look good.
You can't do that, though.
Making the people who
No, he has to defend himself.
Making the people you aggrieved look better than you by including a better... Ah, fuck. My arrow key. Where did you just go? But you're making the people you victimize look better than you, nigga. Oh my god.
The thing is, I'm still trying to feel out how to go about stuff like that when it comes to people with those disabilities and struggles. So I'm reaching out to you guys, the audience, for your feedback and experience. I'd be happy to hear you all out. I've had people ask me why we didn't get Star Giant.
Nigga, you do not want to reach out to me. Cause I'ma touch you in places you ain't gonna like. Nigga, you do not want me to reach out and touch you. Nigga, you do not want me to reach out and touch you. This ain't what you want. This ain't what me. You don't want me and horror to reach out and touch you. This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want. This ain't what you want.
There's a personal Jesus joke in there somewhere.
Personal Jesus is not the word I would use to describe what I and horror collectively will say to this content creator. Not even close. As I try to find my arrow keycap. Fuck. God damn it. You don't even know 1/10 of what I'd say to this man. And I would say it completely sober, but usually I am.
Call instead of Rosa. An excellent question. Here's the answer. We tried to, multiple times. Star refused to budge. It took Indo coaxing them into a private call where I wasn't allowed to get aggressive to her to get Star to talk to us at all. And the moment I pointed out an inconsistency, Star dipped. Oh, this isn't up to you. You wrong somebody else and you're trying to set terms on when something's over? When you're sitting here going in circles? You really think...
For a second there, I thought that crunch was somebody here. I think that was on the tape.
Star to talk to us at all. And the moment I pointed out an inconsistency, Star dipped hard. This isn't up to you. You wrong somebody else, but you're trying to set terms on when something's over? When you're sitting here going in circles?
That was the
really
second time.
You are going to talk to the chains. Important to try.
I don't remember.
That was me putting my keycap back on.
Well, it's a good thing I need to ask you.
Pardon me. That was the crunch was for me. I had a mouthful of chips. I forgot I was not muted.
Welcome back, Jade.
Thank you.
Oh, the fucking comedy of I'm trying to address her, and they just take a big mouthful crunch of chips, and they're just like, "All right, nigga, I'm a dip."
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. When I'm going to be out, I'm going to fix these sun chip stall.
But he chipped though.
An excellent question. Here's the answer. We tried to, multiple times. Consistency, Star dipped. You really think that's how that works?
No, it doesn't. Go on.
Yeah. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to make time sometime tomorrow. And you are going to talk to them properly about all this, because they got a lot of other stuff they need to ask you, including chat logs where you are talking to Rosa about Necopod.
I don't remember these.
Well, it's a good thing they have these chat logs then, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Because we're going to remind you. We're going to refresh your memory.
Did he leave?
There goes.
Not one to make fucking demands, asshole.
Trying not to repeat
Try that shit.
This call, unfortunately, was leaked against Indo's will to dishonest actors by Techno, because Indo can't catch a break. Now I feel it's important to segue into the call I started with Raven Pines. While Susie will go into greater detail about this in her video, I have to talk about it a bit as Beach has decided to lie about what happened in that call to paint the idea that I haven't changed since the Rosa call. But that's a complete fabrication, and anyone who has heard both calls would see the obvious difference. For starters,
You
I didn't
haven't.
come to that call aggressive or angry at all. I wanted Raven to be honest, and I earlier caught her in a couple of lies. While I won't deny that my rounds of questioning became too invasive, I didn't go in there to be an ableist jerk. I was trying to figure out where she was at mentally so I wouldn't repeat the same behavior with Rosa. It can be difficult to hold people on the spectrum accountable if you're not aware of their placement on it. I don't want to be too hard on them if they can't help it, or too soft on them if they could. I'm going to make mistakes, which is why I'm fine in general with being corrected, but the way this was done wasn't the way it should have been handled. Raven put children in the path of dangerous people multiple times. No one.
You haven't?
If anyone handled that call worse, it would have been Peaches, who spoke on behalf of people she didn't know, on a situation he had no knowledge of. Some of Peaches' statements from those leaked calls will be covered in the later portion. Those aren't my only mistakes, though. There's also a call from 2 years ago concerning someone named Dreadful Jax, a call I came into because Jax was sexually harassing someone else's age. The call was needless chest thumping and general stupidity on my end. In my attempts to intimidate Jax into stopping his nonsense, I crossed the line. I focused too much on his threats involving firearms and his stated gang affiliation. In my attempt to get the kid to stop his actions via intimidation, I didn't give a thought to the idea that he was chest thumping to compensate. While I made comments about life ruination, I absolutely didn't follow through with that. I called his school because his parents are deaf. I shared with him the call and told them explicitly multiple times that he didn't make threats to the school. Just that his comments about owning firearms and being in gangs at that age was very concerning. I absolutely how I came into that call and the things I said.
So, you didn't just do that. You said you were gonna walk up on his fucking house. On a minor's house. You said you were gonna pull the fuck up. And he said, do it. I've got guns. Rightfully so. So don't downplay that shit, Lyle. You are a grown-ass man and he's like 15. and you said you're gonna roll up to his house, and then called his school and said he was gang affiliated and was gonna shoot the school up. Nah, bruh. There is no getting out of that. There's no explaining that. There's no excusing that.
Yeah, he was threatened, and he basically warned you that castle doctrine applies. Perfectly legitimate.
Well, we can say that the child realistically should not even. Why was he there?
I will be right back.
I don't even remember why he was there, but it's immaterial.
I think
He
was
literally
like some scared
says-
straight shit, right? Was some scared straight shit or something like that.
I'm not.
Lio literally said earlier, just like a second ago, that he was getting him in a call because he was allegedly sexually harassing somebody that's his age.
Okay.
Another teenager.
Okay.
There it is.
Okay. So yeah. Okay. All right. Again, another one of those positions where, again, he does not understand what leadership is and what it is supposed to be. Now, that, of course, that doesn't mean that every single time that a person tries to act in the capacity of a leader, that they're going to always make the correct decisions. But you should have enough. No, I can't even go there because that would be giving you too much credibility. There is obviously a series of escalation. You got a person who's supposed to approach depending on what they're doing. Okay? If you have two people with two strong personalities, both acting in the capacity of leadership, one possibly for themselves and an audience that they are responsible for, and another being a supposed friend group that they're acting in capacity for. For you, Leo, to enter in the capacity of leadership to say, I'm going to handle this young man needs a stern talking to. Don't you understand it's wrong for you to sexually harass people your age? There is a spoilage of intelligence that requires you to understand that no matter what this kid says, you do not rise to his barbs, because he is the example of exactly what I said earlier, of people who will hear the words you say and respond to the tonality in which you say them. I don't care where he got it from. I don't care if he means it. He's dead serious. You should be able to say, kid, that is wild. I know you don't mean those words. You should stop that. And you have to keep doing it this way, because if you match his energy, you've already failed to de-escalate. But then you escalated unnecessarily further, and now you lied about it on your response video, when we all heard it. Very rarely in verbal and physical altercations do people get to have the ability to see the context, right? Because it requires usually the people who are present to be aware for it. But we heard it, Leo. We saw it, Leo. Leo, you're not about that life.
You're not that guy.
None of the people here who are making these terroristic threats, none of you are about that life. And I know you're not. Because, again, I believe Horror can also chime in on this well, both of us know how that wears. We know how that sits in a soul. You don't go there easy. Someone has to take you there. An action, the emotional response to an action, words, and then the active, unmistakable, adrenaline quickening instance and sense and intuition of assumed or immediate intolerant, that basically means belligerent. Literally, cognitively, you cannot communicate it. They are inconsolable. This nigga has lost their composure. Violence. You made a terroristic threat that wasn't intolerant. He's a child. Whatever the fuck comes out of his mouth is the equivalent of you said, son, not only am I gonna fuck around, scoot, 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 not only am I gonna find out, scoot, 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 I'm gonna make sure you understand that I got the book to define it. E. You can't lead shit. You can barely lead your turd to a toilet bowl.
And have done concerning it. This is something that Jax is aware of, as we've had a few conversations about it, as well as passive apologies.
Jax, in the second call you and I had, I did apologize to you for how I handled that call. You did? Yeah, I did. But no, remember you came in and you talked to me and Pool Guy, the United States Marine that you kept getting upset because he was a brony, and I did apologize to you for how I handled that. That was out of pocket for me. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that, regardless how out of sorts you were. You probably don't.
Why haven't I addressed this more publicly before, though? Well, that's because Jax has a really bad habit of doing unhinged or dangerous things when attention is put on him. That varies from interviewing pedo zoos, or even doing stunts like making direct calls to leave Negroes voicemails.
Hi, Lio. The name's Tyrone, and I just fucked your wife. You can't do jack shit about it, can you? Yeah.
I didn't know you had a brother, John.
Oh my god. Wait, pause. Did he actually unironically get intimidated by that?
I don't know, but I'm going to say, for the comedic purposes, yes.
It's funnier if we genuinely believe he was intimidated by that.
Holy shit.
I also would like to add that the day after this was posted, which is like, what, 2 days ago? He got on a live stream with a Kumu and Just a Robot to talk about the issues that was had with this video. And apparently he got 10 different pizzas show up at his house.
Yes, the pizzas.
Yeah, the pizzas.
Yes.
I fucking hate that shit. It's just a very subtle way of saying, I know where you live. It's really freaking creepy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I can understand this. This is also another part of the thing I harp on when I talk about the terrifying of being perceived thing. Any person should be spiritually unstable by someone deciding to do that, right? Because it's not the kind of thing that you give out, obviously, your home address. For the obvious reasons where, let's say somebody who was gang affiliated unironically got your address and it's like, hey, yo, let's just pop up on this motherfucker just to clown his ass. We're not gonna do nothing. But, you know, there's that one regular motherfucker in the back of the squad called Randy, and Randy is very unstable. He doesn't know when things are being done seriously or not, you know? So a group of gang affiliated motherfuckers do a ding door dish. They're standing on the side of the door. And this works better if they don't have new technology, because Ring cameras disable this from happening, because you can just see the motherfuckers hiding. Because you can watch it back in real time and be like, nigga, I know you're out there. I'm not opening the door. Fuck around. Please, do it. They're already on the way. I called the police and the sheriffs. It's again, I know how that sits in a heart. I know how that sits in the spirit. This is not something you play with. Even in the case of the most inoffensive, could never lift a finger, all they have is squishmallows around their room, ooh soft girl, can turn into a horror film final girl real fucking quick. If they believe they have to. If you put somebody in a corner and you attack them like a predator, feeding on a prey, if you do that to them, you have every single right to fuck around and find out expeditiously. Because on that day, if justice comes swift on death's wings, don't worry. That nigga got an Uber from Karma. He got an Uber from Karma, and he has Find My Apple iTags all over your shit for every sin you have. And you gonna get what's coming to you. You cannot fuck around with things like this. It's unacceptable, and we've only been able to better address it within recent years because people have been able to be affected by this on even the most basic level. When it's just like, oh, I was made uncomfortable for a month and a half. I had to change some passwords on some things and make sure that I was getting unfucked with. Because technically you could say things like Kiwi Farms are at fault for this. Realistically, in the past, it used to be, we just want to unsettle them and pick fun at them and see what they really do. But realistically, it's become a lot more violent in this case, where it's become unhinged from all political sides, and from those that are unaffiliated or find themselves in the dead center as just being interested in the drama. We just want to be interested in, as they called it, cardcom. But unfortunately, we've gotten to the point where there are some people that believe that the thing that they should do is put on a big show of force and put on a big bright face and say, I'm going to show up in your house. I know where you live. I'm going to make sure you feel uncomfortable. And unfortunately, some people really do not understand how serious and how quickly things can change when you decide to do shit like this. And it's a game to them. Because for some of these people, you don't have careers that rely on your public perceptions or on your public safety. It's blasé to you. It's like saying, hey, I went out for boba shake and also I docked single player Carl. I got lemon lime berry. It was sweet. What's 5 minutes of entertainment for you can be a never-ending nightmare for somebody. And the fact that you basically threatened to do to his family that, and then you don't have the balls to stand on business, makes me dislike and also see you even less of a human being. Not a man, a human being. Nigga, you're getting close to appearing to me as an amoeba. As a lion-themed, dressed-up amoeba. Not even a tardigrade. Because that would imply that you would be cute. Because water dogs are cute.
Also indestructible.
Also indestructible. There you go.
Coward-Lio. You better check out his Ouija's because I clapped them.
Hi, Tommy. Hi, Tommy. So I was just curious. Can you buy me Helldivers 2? I mean, like, I'm willing to suck some dick for Helldivers 2. Pretty please? Hey, please, can you give me Helldivers 2, Tommy? Tommy! 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 Oh my god, I'm almost a night! Oh!
Now, some people may think this behavior is justified, but here's what people don't know. I've actively helped.
God, so cringe.
It's cringy, but like, bro, you got intimidated by the fucking teen that's saying this dumb shit. Really?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. It's like,
You this
man.
like you let you, this is you nigga. This got your goat. This got your goat. You let this get to you?
I would be fucking laughing. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
There are very few things that could get me tight. And, you know, a selective precision retardation like this could get me there. Because it's like, how the fuck did you go there? But then, of course, I'd break out laughing. And and I have to fucking do a professional window wipe. Okay, now I'm back to being angry. But what the fuck? Huh? This got you that tight? Nigga, he got you tight off that?
That's incredibly pathetic.
Scumbags that hate me. I've also had to tell him not to ask people to do morally repugnant things, like when he asked me to find a location of a girl he had an interest in. When I blocked Jax months ago, I laid all that out before doing so. Jax is a troubled teen by his own admission with severe anger issues.
You've got to
Let
learn
these people get your skin.
Why are you so angry? Like, just in general. Where does all this anger come from?
I have really bad anger issues. This is insane.
Really bad
Why
what?
do you think I get so much fights?
I couldn't understand what you're saying. You have really bad what?
Anger issues.
Yeah, but it's got to come from somewhere, son. Where is it?
I've done everything I could to help Jax despite his actions, including his aiding of sexual harassment to Queen Seraphina. I will not be speaking of him after this video. And Jax, any further attempts by you and your friends to harass or trouble me will be met with legal action, especially considering the deranged voicemail you've been leaving. You said you wanted to join the army.
Sue the kid.
Your online actions don't affect your real life. To correct the record, though,
I'm gonna take you to jail. I'm gonna take you to court. I'm gonna take you to civil court. You're disturbing me by leaving me these nasty voice messages, boy. I'm gonna take you to court and get $500 plus 50 hours of community service out you. You need a lesson, boy. Someone's gotta learn you.
The judge would sitting there laughing, like, get the fuck out of my court, please.
I mean, I've sat in on those kind of court cases. Everyone involved, including the sheriffs that usually have to be brought in. Because remember, the beat cops, criminal. Sheriff, civil case. Have you ever seen 3 sheriffs just stand there in the back of a room just gossiping to themselves about about the word choice that a particular judge that they're familiar with is going to use as an outburst as you describe your position, and he's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Hilariously enough, I was one of those people that were sitting in the back with talking about that. With my line of work, I do that, so yeah.
Like when a judge hits you with a "never in all my years" speech, you know it is funny some shit. And I've heard some fucking real doozies from some people. But I wish I could be a fly on the wall of the Leo Convoy versus Ignorant Motherfucker case of he keeps calling my house, leaving me nasty emails about how he wants me to buy him Helldivers 2 as he edges himself with a bottle of Astroglide. I want to see the judge's face. I want to see his emoting. I need to see it. I feel like if I see it and I just take a picture of it and then I send that to her, that she can get a laugh out of it. Then I'll be cackling. I want to capture three things. I want to see the look on your face, Leo. I want to see the reaction from the judge. And I want to see exactly how much charges your dumbass for wasting his fucking time and the time of your fucking your municipal principality and county. Because they throw the book at people like you for that.
Yep.
No, I didn't tell his school that he was a school shooter. Here's the DMs that I had with Sarah during my contacting of the school, where I'm frustrated that I had to keep telling them that it's not what I was claiming. For those of you who think this put a black mark in his record, that's also not true. That's from Jax himself and his DMs with Sarah, saying he didn't even get into trouble. So there's that. Then we have the call with Jibs that Peaches clipped and put into the ether as evidence of my alleged abuse. It was a day after I dealt with the Coyote situation. I let my temper and stress get to me. I shouldn't have said what I did to Jibs. At all. My general way of treating Jibs as a whole was wrong, and I'll make no excuses for it. I apologized to Jibs after that call, multiple times. Jibs has stated to me that what they want to see us change, and I'm hoping to not let them down. The reason I'm not going into detail about all this is because that's Jibs' story to tell if they want. I will not deprive them of it, nor will I attempt to sway you. Next up is Crystal.
So why are you talking? Never mind.
Lane, I'm sure people have noticed that video is gone now. I deleted it, because that video's information wasn't accurate. It did damage to a person I should have shown more kindness to. While I think her threat and some comments and actions were out of line, something she agrees with and even mentioned in her video response, so go check that out.
Wow, look at you being so kind to somebody. Oh, man. That totally looks good on your end. Uh-huh, totally. Nope. Go fuck yourself. I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay. I was reading the chat real quick. You've never had boba is good. It depends on what they have it. If it's made out of tapioca, you might not like it. If you get the ones that are fruit boba, maybe.
I don't like it.
Did in a further section.
Popping boba exists.
Public. Crystal.
Oh, boba tea?
And the other people that video.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
I'm also sorry to the people I treated poorly or like enemies. I will, again, be explaining my actions more in depth a bit later. But apologies are still needed as he asked.
Stop. No, stop explaining. No, shut up. No. Take accountability and shut up. Lord have mercy.
I will say one thing. This fucking video is gonna make me hate the Donkey Kong Country soundtrack because I'm thinking fucking association.
I already hate it because it reminds me of every stream of a former friend of mine, which Carl
That's
knows.
a shame. Because it's a great soundtrack.
See, it sucks because
It is, but it's been tarnished for me.
True. See, it sucks because the fucked up part is that each of these tracks that he keeps using are classical Donkey Kong Country music tracks. And these tracks are the backing tracks that are commonly used in the TIA 777 checkpoint posts that I infrequently make for people to give their life updates and posts and save state / checkpoints. And it's very annoying to see someone misuse iconic tracks as their excuse to say, "Look, listen, I'm trying to entertain y'all with some light jazz." I would rather you be using.
Welcome to me deal with the fact that most bread tubers use Persona 5 music when the ad suggests fucking slaps.
That's because they're fucking normies.
Yeah.
But
the soundtrack does slap.
I would rather you be using 80s style classic Russian hard-break style background music with properly adjusted sound levels so that we could understand what the fuck you're saying better than you to use Donkey Kong Country. Nigga, how dare you?
The apology belongs to people like Harley, who should have been given more grace in general instead of being pushed into assuming the worst. Alongside that is Mally Malware, who I tried to get to cut off people like Harley, Thuman, and Cringy. It also goes to people like Manga Common, Asuka, Nikki, and a few others I'm probably forgetting because...
Oh, there's a name I know.
I promise, but I'm genuinely sorry for those actions. One apology that seemingly comes out of nowhere, though, is an apology to Akumu. In a previous video, I called him the king of false allegations. This is because Peaches was scared of being falsely listed as a predator in his FCK video. Well, that's due to Kumo, in a call he didn't know was recorded, stating it was his intent to do so.
And it would just come back to me regurgitating this point and reminding you that Peaches tried to cover up the fact that she was in a love triangle between Toasty Vanilla, who was like in his mid-20s, and Teddy, the Teddy that draws, who was like 15 or like turning 16 at the time, when Peaches herself was 19, turning 20, back in like 2019, 2020. It's all in
You
plain
say this
sight.
a reminder, but I actually
White women.
didn't really know much about this.
I did
I
think
feel
about
like
this.
I don't know a lot of context behind this.
Me and Akuma are actually, I thought he would have told you, but I thought I've been kind of like forward about it whenever I've discussed it, is that this is the kind of shit that this is the shit that Peaches wants covered up and doesn't want acknowledged.
So for that, Akumu, I do also publicly apologize. Before I begin here, I have to state that I've learned Peaches will absolutely spread private info as tea gossip, something he accused Crystal of doing. Peaches has actual dox information on me, something that, if he spreads, could cause a lot of problems in my life. This isn't in relation to anything illegal, mind you, just personal stuff. And if he does, I have multiple people in his country that would report him to his authorities for it, as that is illegal. This includes if he passes it to other people for that exact reason. And to his partner in crime, the calls where I've mentioned the stuff has only happened in hidden, not public channels. So let's not try to play pretend at loopholes. I also hate to admit it, but I'm worried about Peaches due to this video. Despite what you're all going to learn, I know he's not in the best place mentally, and I don't want him to harm himself or worse. But I'm in a position where if I don't speak publicly about this, it won't properly explain how I've been acting, and may cause Peaches to harm other people. And I can't let that happen. So I have to do this. I met Hopeless Peaches during his drama. I planned on helping him during it, but my job was extremely time-consuming at the time and my health nosedived. By the time I was able to stick my head up, most of the event had passed. While I still regret not getting involved in that situation, I tried my best to support him in any way I could afterwards, whether that meant having a safe place to vent, or to talk about the events in his life, past or present. However, we really started to connect in April of 2022, after Peaches alerted me to someone continuing to stalk and obsess over them. And that's what led to the live stream about Rabbit and his friends that's since been unlisted due to Rabbit and I having a conversation about all of it almost 2 years ago at this point. From there, Peaches and I got closer emotionally. They were unwell and needed someone there for them. More punctuated by...
Yeah. I bet he did. I bet he did.
Everything just screams diddler.
How close did you get, Leo? Leo, how close did you get? How close did you get?
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Go to the hospital himself. I didn't call with him until around midnight my time, knowing I'd need to be up at 3 a.m. like usual. This is because I cared and knew he was scared. Not just because of the attempt, but also because of the fact that he was scared of hospitals. Shortly after that, Peaches said all he had in terms of male authority figures were bad ones, so I offered to bring him into my family unit. I wanted to give Peaches what he needed, and this was the way to do it. But despite public...
Oh, did you want to give him what they needed? You wanted to give them what they needed? What did they need, Leo? Tell us what they needed, Leo.
Appearances, things weren't always good.
Allegedly.
I already told you guys what happened concerning Peaches and the rest of the family in February of 2023. But what I haven't done is tell you in detail what happened afterwards. In March of 2023, Peaches started accusing me of outright abuse for the first 8 months he was in my family. He cited events I don't remember, and the ones I did, he didn't recount correctly. While I'm sure it's true that I didn't always talk to Peaches in the way he needed, I don't think I've been abusive. However, any response to these accusations in my defense was met with claims that I think he's crazy, that I don't care about him, and sometimes in threats to his own health or safety if I kept questioning it. One of which included him telling me to admit to a lie he said I told, harming himself, and saying he'll do worse if I didn't do it. So I started to accept that I was, indeed, abusive. Not something he wanted to keep between us, as worked out, mind you.
I'll pause.
My wife...
Fuck.
I'll click pause if I say I'll pause.
Okay.
So he's admitting that Hopeless Peaches would suicide bait. If he didn't do what he wanted him to do. And it was for over a year that was happening. Allegedly.
I say again, how are these people? How are you allowing these women and men to manipulate you, and you can't put your foot down? But you're out here threatening a child, and you feel big and bad about it, and you're only able to regret it when the details are revealed that embarrass you. Priorities.
Family members and other people. I had this in the back of my mind for over a year. The idea that I'm an abuser. And if I didn't do what Peaches wanted, or what he felt was right, I was being abusive again. Peaches regularly ignored my boundaries. If I tried to set him up, he'd completely melt down on me. This was also extended to things he knew troubled me. I mentioned earlier the personal fear of winding up like my old man. But another one was the fact that one of the reasons we never had bio kids is because I'd be scared of losing my wife, a kid, or both. Peaches knew this. He knew it. So what...
Okay. So, you do understand that, based on what you said earlier, Now, we have two answers to that, and neither makes sense. Because, you see, you making terroristic threats like you did takes you away from your family. Men with responsibility who understand how to lead know that their actions can take them away from their family if they don't think them through. Also, the difference between I am scared of having kids because I don't want to fuck them up, and I'm scared of having kids because I don't want to lose my wife and child in childbirth. These are two different things with two different malignant fears, one of which requires therapy and the other requires you to get a fucking grip.
Anime did he demand I watch? Clanad. Now, this isn't a personal shot at that anime. It's genuinely great.
Oh god, not Clanad. No, no, not the Fail Daughter anime. No.
Really? We're talking about Clan in 2024?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
What are we doing?
Mm-hmm. For those that are not aware, Clanad is another one of those technically H-title, but not really H-title, but more sweet, loving, always golden ending. Everyone has large, big family and comes together. Golden ending visual novel games that has been many times over for each additional movie period content release has gotten like various adaptations. It is the quintessential comfy I like seeing relationships anime adaptation. And the people,
it's also where that meme all shit nigga comes from.
Yes. It is the uwu soft girl, I love relationships, I wish I could have this, wishful thinking, fail daughter magnet in existence. Second only to Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Which is not Anno's fault.
But I thought I remembered something like that happening in the show. I asked Peaches and he told me it didn't. Spoiler alert, it did. If he had at least been upfront about it, I wouldn't have minded it. But I couldn't bring it up either because if I didn't regularly talk about how much I liked what he had us watching, he'd take it in the direction of me not liking spending time with him, or that I hate him. It was a vicious cycle. Peaches was also regularly demeaning and insulting to me in both private and public. While I always took the public stuff as playful ribbing, it's been made clear to me by people around me that it's not okay. Peaches attacked my appearance, regularly tried to emasculate me, undermine me, and if I was dealing with something that had nothing to do with him, it was downplayed. Like where he started making a stream of mine of mockery with no context because of a topic he didn't care about. Hello, you are live.
Hello.
Okay, so now, because you are here, let me go ahead and...
Yeah, stream it. You
want me to just stream it? Okay, I'll try.
Yeah, just show me the thingamajiggy.
The thingamajiggy. We have Hopeless Peaches here with us because she must be extremely bored.
No, I'm not bored. I try to go to sleep, and then... You try to go to sleep, and
then you try to go to sleep.
So, hello everyone. I'm here because I see that he's like streaming cringe. I see that he's like failing at life.
Always.
So, and the reason why I sound like this is because I'm on painkillers. Thank you. That is part of the reason why I couldn't quite sleep, because even with painkillers, I had massive shooting of pain my entire life.
Well, the chat's
so
happy to see you.
Hopefully this will be. Of course, the chat's happy to see me because you guys know that I'm cooler than whatever this dog does. So
this is true.
Tell me what's going on. Don't give me like a big rundown because I don't.
Pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. Jeez, I can feel her just saying that. You might as well just say that while you're doing shit like that. Just pay attention to me.
I can hear the temper tantrum.
Yes, I can hear it. I can fucking hear it. All right, back to that.
But like,
TLDR.
I heard cease and desist letter.
TLDR, some dumb idiot started a fight, and whenever he gets any sort of consequences, he makes himself out to be a victim.
Oh, okay, just like everyone else. Okay.
Trying to run a harassment campaign, and when he gets called on it, he acts like it's a surprise that people are mad at him. So let's continue.
despite the fact that it had to do with libel and stalking and harassment. I'm about to invoke a name I think a lot of you are going to be surprised by. In 2021, Creepshow Art put out a video that was a condemnation of hopeless Peaches and its behavior. Having opened up my private conversations with Peaches to people who know far more about manipulation and gaslighting and emotional abuse than I do, I've come to understand that Shannon had a point, despite her being a complete scumbag in her own right. Haven't forgotten that you own CSM there, Shannon. While the original video, much like Creepshow's channel, is long since gone, you can still find records of some of the accusations she made on Wikitubia and in the videos that were made at the time. Accusing Peaches of spreading lies about her behind the scenes, poisoning the well against her with other creators through saying she was psychotic, even accusing Creepshow of screaming at and attacking him in their conversations when, according to Shannon, she viewed Peaches akin to a younger sibling. If what Shannon said was true, that would mean Peaches was willing to form strong emotional bonds with people only to spread rumors trying to hurt them once their back was turned. I'm sure a lot of you are aware that I viewed Peaches like a member of my family. For as much as Shannon was caught lying, caught doctoring screenshots objectively, Shannon was just as bad as she tried to portray Peaches. I'm now starting to wonder if this is because most of what happened between her and Peaches happened in private calls, because that's what happened to me. I didn't record my calls with Peaches, and based on what we were finding through only my DMs with him and the conversations he had with others behind my back, I'm starting to regret that. Thankfully, in some regrets, I do have screenshots for how Peaches would play nice with other art commentary people in public, only to badmouth them in front of me to shape my opinions of them. And I'm sad to say that it worked. I'm still having to check some of my opinions on these creators because they were informed by the lies that Peaches would feed me. Things like accusing Thuman of having never apologized for her role in the hopeless Peaches drama until she was pressured to do so. In fact, Thuman apologized multiple times, both in public and in private. Every time Peaches would accept these apologies to Thuman, but would lie about them having never happened when speaking about it to me. This level of cutoff included Peaches not wanting me to help Thuman with something she brought to me that affected other people. It wasn't until after Peaches tried to paint me as a predator and I finally came to Thuman to ask, and Peaches was right. She didn't give one apology. She gave 7, one of which was in my live stream. When I brought it to Peaches' attention, she told me not to engage so we didn't get beef with Thuman. In retrospect, I think it was honestly Peaches lying to me about all of this and making sure I had no way to find out. Peaches was trying to make Thuman look like a bad person in my eyes. He did this with multiple art commentators. Peaches called Kalimara deranged. He said that Mally was effed up in the head and implicit in his drama, even though Mally tried to come to his aid, which apparently wasn't good enough. I know that feeling. I told Peaches that I planned on talking to Mally about some of my own issues with her and that our issues overlapped in some cases. I figured Peaches and Mally would be friends again if Mally weren't around awful people directly due to what Peaches had expressed to multiple people publicly. So if all was had, I didn't find out until last month that it was Mally that cut Peaches off back in November of 2023. I absolutely was trying to get Mally to cut off people based on what Peaches had convinced me of. Mally isn't perfect, but didn't deserve to have that put in her lap. I saw how the two interacted and felt Mally was a good influence and the two of them gelled well. I was trying to make sure Peaches kept friends, but the way I was directed and went about it was completely in the wrong. After I got done with that call, Peaches hopped in call with me and berated me, not only because my OBS died, but also because I had the call short of one other person that I initially planned on having in it. In this call, I was told how stupid I am, that I don't think anything through, and that Mally was obviously plotting against him with others. And now I don't have evidence of it. So even when I did things for him to try to maintain his friendship with others, I got beaten down. This was a constant. So, Mally, now you know why Lumi asked you for your copy of that call. He tried to advise me against interacting with Ponder Sprocket. He called Harley TBS a snake and said they were just as bad as the people who invalidated their grooming. Peaches would tell me Harley was always treating him poorly, telling me that when he vented about things that Harley would claim he's proving Creepshow right. When we dealt with a couple of situations concerning the behavior of Harley's mods, Peaches always complained I was going too soft on Harley, despite Harley's age. From claiming Harley is no better than the people that deny they were groomed, all the way to saying I shouldn't help Harley at all. I always wanted to give Harley the benefit of the doubt, and to properly voice when I had an issue, but anytime I wanted to, Peaches would browbeat me about it, declaring I didn't care what Harley did to him. That is, unless Peaches wanted me to run defense for him. I've had a long-standing history of letting people know directly when I had an issue with them or their actions. Peaches boxed me in to force me to break that, or the consequences would be dire. He called Nezzy, though like Harley, not art commentary, the R-slur, and racist. Peaches was against a child who played into his drama and encouraged me to block them. This was Musicina. He invalidated the trauma of others, saying they could just block people harassing them while he was openly and publicly talking about Kai and Omnia. Some of you may be wondering what happened to the call I had with Junkie and Manga Comment. I'm about to tell you. In October of 2023, Peaches was having another spiral. He flatly told me how much he hated that call, telling me that when he listened to it, all he could think was how much he wanted Manga and I to remove ourselves from the census. In this call, he demanded that we watch that video together, telling me that if I didn't defend him even once in that call from 4 years ago, that he wouldn't speak to me, ignoring the fact that I hadn't even spoken to Peaches when that call happened. So we watched it, and while I think I should have been harder to both Junkie and Manga, primarily Junkie, I was constantly berated during the watching, told I was part of a backroom deal to hurt him and get the heat away from Manga Comment. This meltdown went late into the night. I didn't get any sleep. It's why I started being very cold to Manga Comment. It's also why I privated the video. Peaches telling me that if I deleted it, it would be removing evidence. I'm being told by my note taker on manipulation in the script here that this is likely Peaches trying to keep this as ammunition so he can continue to use it against me at later dates. If I had deleted the video, then he would lose access to it. Even if everything's a little scattered around, I do have a couple of full conversations that show the kind of stuff Peaches was doing. Like that time when we were trying to play Among Us in Senate, specifically because Peaches wanted to play and yet he wasn't having a good time. This is because he wasn't getting the imposter role. He was having computer troubles and because when Peaches got the imposter role, he had a habit of going after me like a homing missile. So when I died in the game, people would assume it was Peaches and vote him out, despite them also regularly killing me. You know, part of the point of the game. Due to his computer problems, Peaches was ejected from the game, and while he was trying to rejoin, there was a misunderstanding about him coming back. And since we'd already played a couple of rounds, the players in Senate started leaving the call to do other things. Peaches proceeded to take out his frustrations on me. If I made a mistake or misunderstood what he wanted, he framed me as maliciously trying to hurt him. When I tried to offer solutions, he rejected them, and then started gaslighting me and accusing me of not wanting to help him, not caring, or not wanting him around. In our DMs, when Peaches says there's no point in playing, I misunderstood him as not intending to play the game anymore, so I left the game. When I realized my mistake, I offered to rejoin the game so that we could play a few more rounds. But because I'd left the call already by that point, Peaches accused me of gaslighting him, as if I couldn't just jump back into the call. He accused me of lying,
After I realized he still wanted to play, I could stay in the call. But since I had misunderstood, and I'd already left the call, I only understood that he wanted to play after I left. But he accused me of lying because I was offering to jump back in. I've been told that constantly accusing someone of lying when they misunderstood your wants and are trying to correct that is a means of putting them on the defensive in a conversation. He acted like this was a big deal and a personal slight against him, because I mistakenly left a game of Among Us when I wasn't supposed to. Peaches was trying to make me feel like I was crazy for misreading a line, no point in playing for no reason, as him no longer wanting to play, and then made me feel guilty for misunderstanding what he wanted to do. Peaches then accuses me of saying he's a liar before immediately turning around and accusing me of lying with no, you just lie, screw off, when I'm trying to help fix the misunderstanding. I offered to get in call with him to help sort things out, but he refused, closing off any avenues to fix the situation in place of continuously making me feel guilty for a mistake. He would have rather had me stew in guilt instead of coming to an understanding that would have made him feel better. Because, remember, this is all stemmed from Peaches not having fun, and then my misunderstanding of his intentions being hurtful to him. He would have rather stayed mad at me if it meant I felt guilty for not acting the way he wanted me to in the moment. Peaches told me that he wanted to keep playing, but when I tried to set up another game for us to play, he refused. Was that not what he wanted? The fact that he then went on to continue to complain that the game had ended sort of indicated as much, but he still refused when I tried to cater to his wishes. He then blamed me for the game ending, when I wasn't even the person hosting the game, constantly flip-flopping between saying that he still wanted to play and that he doesn't want to play with me. This might also be worth noting that the person who went over to his DMs and pointed out all the emotional manipulation that Peaches was implementing specified in their notes that they were already getting a headache by this point. That this is not only gaslighting, but also a means of emotionally burning out the other person in the conversation. Peaches goes on to say, I don't want to play games with you or stupid Senate people. None of you care if I'm around, as if that's something I can fix or something that's my fault. He accuses me of not caring if he's around when I just told him that I don't want to play Among Us unless he's around. So he's just ignoring anything I say at this point while continuing to accuse me of things. He then goes to a malicious extreme, saying that the reason I left call, even though I've explained multiple times that I misunderstood his wants, was because I didn't want Peaches to have any friends, which is completely untrue, and puts the onus of Peaches making friends in Senate on me. That if Peaches is not making friends with people, then it's my fault. This, despite my attempts to help Peaches make friends with the other members of the art commentary community. That if people in Senate didn't want to be around or didn't want to play with Peaches, that's on me, because this grown adult can't make friends on his own and then has to blame someone else for that instead of addressing his own behavior. He accused me of being mean to him, again, because I left the game without realizing he wanted to keep playing. My note taker is getting very frustrated at this point. When he says, I just wanted to play a game and you just ruined it for me, he's blaming the fact that he wasn't enjoying himself on me when he was clearly not having fun before I left. I'm not in control of the people who were voting him out. I was dead at the time. I don't control the game. I wasn't the code stopping him from getting the imposter role. My note taker speculates that Peaches was upset by the fact that nobody stuck around so that he could get his coveted imposter role, so that he had to make someone feel small so that he could feel better about himself. He was upset that people weren't seeking his approval in game and doing what he wanted, so he had to try to force someone to seek his approval, because that's what he wanted from the people in that Senate call. He demanded I apologize to him for leaving the game. Peaches then projects his own behavior onto me by accusing me of pinning everything on him, as if he hadn't just been blaming him not being able to enjoy the game on me as well as the people in my server not being his friends. Peaches says that he doesn't want to be present in my server anymore because he couldn't win at a game of Among Us. Some of you might think I'm being too mean, pointing out that Peaches has the emotional regulation of a toddler, but Peaches admits that himself. All of this culminates in Peaches saying, nobody wants me around, I want to be dead. Despite my attempts to
Oh, that's cute.
that I don't really consider myself
Oh, that's rich.
this kind of extreme. How do you think that made me feel? Despite all my efforts to reassure him and calm him, the simple fact that I made a mistake was enough to spur ideation. He just wants to blame me for threatening to institutionalize him when he's expressing a want to harm himself and then going offline so that none of us can check if he's okay, but he's willing to threaten his life over a game of Among Us? It should be noted that most of the time Peaches was conducting this behavior in private, either in calls or behind my back to other people. I really had to go spelunking my DMs and cross-reference information with other people in order to figure a lot of this out, especially since I'm not well-versed in psychology or psychological manipulation. So if other people hadn't pointed these things out to me, I wouldn't have been able to recognize the problem on my own. That was extra difficult for me because I am someone who struggles to open up about my problems. I'm the type of person that someone who wants to emotionally manipulate someone in private would gravitate towards because I'll be less willing to speak about it to other people. And while this is one of those times where Peaches went after me verbally instead of in text, it's a big enough one that I feel like I have to address it here. The other time I want to talk about happened on my birthday. One thing you need to know about me is that I don't enjoy my birthday. Maybe that'll change in the future, but that's the way I am now. I don't like people wishing me a happy birthday, and I don't like celebrating it. Peaches knew this because I shared it with her.
Okay, the second one is valid. This first one is a bit stupid.
Yet on my birthday, he sent me a DM that sounded really serious, saying that I needed to jump into a call with him and Crystal Flame. When I did, Peaches started singing happy birthday to me, in the call, in front of someone else. I wasn't super happy about this. Apparently Crystal Flame wanted to wish me a happy birthday. Instead of telling her that I wasn't fond of my birthday, Peaches decided it would be a better idea to ambush me in a call, to do something I told him I didn't appreciate, and still expect me to be grateful that he had because it was in front of someone else. Because that's what happened. Peaches got upset with me because I wasn't appreciative of what he'd done. Think about it this way. I had expressed a boundary to friends, that being that I didn't enjoy celebrating or acknowledging my birthday. Knowing about that boundary and how I felt about it, he orchestrated a situation where he could violate that boundary in front of another person who wasn't aware it existed. So if I were to get upset in front of that third party, I would look like an unreasonable, ungrateful jerk who was getting mad at someone for wishing me a happy birthday. Almost like he expected me to play nice and let him violate my boundaries if it was for the sake of not making him look bad in front of another person. Peaches was implicitly testing my boundaries here. He was trying to see if I would let him walk all over me and do something that I told him I didn't like. He wanted to see if I would keep my mouth shut and pretend like he was being nice, when he was knowingly being a jerk and trying to hurt me. He wanted to see if I would protect him, even in the face of violating the boundary I had set. And I did. Given that I wasn't super happy about it, Peaches later chewed me out in a call for making—
So you a bitch.
You a whole bitch. You a whole bitch. He's a bitch.
Whole ass bitch.
On my birthday, he just sent me a DM.
Not half an ass, whole ass bitch.
When I did manage to get home and get back and call with him, it turns out it was just so he could berate me even more. So Peaches wanted to look nice in front of Crystal Flame by singing happy birthday to me in a call, but then spent a good chunk of the rest of my birthday yelling at me and making me feel bad for not being happy about what he'd done. Peaches went out of his way to violate my boundaries and make my birthday uncomfortable so that he could make it all about him and how much of a victim he is because I didn't enjoy having my boundaries violated by someone who claimed they cared about me, putting me on the defensive and invalidating my feelings on a day that he already knew I didn't enjoy. He'd regularly attack me in ways he knew that would hurt. Here, he literally says he should have kept talking to his groomer instead of me. Another example comes to how Peaches treated me.
Wow.
Peaches knows me waking up.
Jesus.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
That's asshole behavior on the highest degree, man.
Play that fucking back. You need to hear that again, chat.
Didn't enjoy having my boundaries violated by someone who claimed they cared about me, putting me on the defensive and invalidating my feelings on a day that he already knew I didn't enjoy. He'd regularly attack me in ways he knew that would hurt. Here, he literally says he should have kept talking to his groomer instead of me. Another example comes to how Peaches treated me sometimes when I woke up. Peaches knows me waking up is the worst time to hit me with anything. This is because I have sleep apnea, and my sleep quality hasn't been the best the past 6 years as I get older. Peaches knew about this, but here he is immediately taking shots at me when I wake up. When I fell into a depressive slump later on, he made it a point to tell me how he was still mad at me. Before that, we have him coming at me sideways when I wake up because of Spoctor's brief return. Peaches talks about how I'm a horrible abuser, but said the exact opposite in DMs for the years I've known him, even calling me best dad ever. I did everything I could for Peaches. Was literally on call with Peaches for a couple hours after I woke up, all the way to when he fell asleep. I spoke to him multiple times about how he needs to adjust his sleep schedule for the both of us, but he flat out refused to. Even when he said he'd be fine with me going to bed before him, the times I tried always ended in disaster. Every disagreement, every time there was pushback, Peaches' health and life was on the line. It was evidence that I don't care, and that I wanted him dead. He used me as a lightning rod for the conflicts he got into, and as a weapon against anyone he didn't like, which is why the Crystal video happened. I was initially working on a response to the allegations, but Peaches got upset I wasn't prioritizing the idea that Crystal wronged him, so that became the main focus. During all of this, Peaches was operating a personal server where he slung the most hateful things I've ever seen written about me, all while he knew I was working on a video to defend him. I was just a workhorse for him. Peaches was constantly having to put misinformation into my script.
Use a bitch, use a bitch, use a whole ass bitch.
Blasted a victim of predation in public, and let a lie be spread intentionally. This is alongside the fact that Peaches didn't want me to show any kindness to Crystal. When Lumi and Peaches realized the video wasn't working in Peaches' favor, they started plotting all the stuff that went down last month. It's difficult to say this, especially considering my age and knowing people are going to make a joke out of this, but what Peaches has done to me is abuse. And make no mistake, abuse can happen to an older person by a younger one. Peaches abused me verbally, emotionally, and financially. A lot of people are wondering how Peaches survived for so long without a job. I'm the reason why, including the new iPad I got him so he could do his commissions. I spent over $8,000 to help Peaches survive. I'm not bringing this number out to Peaches for needing help in general. He often put off his commissions or chose not to work on videos.
Yeah,
Buckle
that's
down and get that stuff done.
woof.
Yeah, it don't sit right in the chest, does it? And it don't feel good, does it, struggler?
Oh.
Yeah! Yeah!
There's a reason why I'm staying so damn silent.
Jesus.
This is...
That's some real fuckery right there.
That hurts me.
Nigga, it hurt me. Nigga, it hurt me. You see how I'm not coming, and I'm just sitting here looking like, is he chilling? Is he asleep? No. If I speak, I will yell. It's infuriating.
That's a fucking infuriating bullshit.
It is infuriating.
What happened?
Too much to TLDR.
This nigga spent $8,000 on this bitch.
On the Peaches.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my god. I think it's the worst thing about that. I think the one that hurt me the most.
Nigga is dropping money on bitches. Nigga is wasting time on bitches. Nigga is threatening children. And is potentially putting himself in a position.
He's threatening kids now when he's like wants to be like a kind of daddy.
That's been a thing.
Yes, and I was summarizing for you. Don't interrupt me.
Yep.
He's threatening kids. That he was supposedly coming to set on the straight narrow path because that child themselves were sexually
abused,
sexually abusing other children. He is incapable of laying out his base core boundaries with other people, similar to recent events, Saf, and then allows those people, who then have issues of their own volition amongst themselves and others, as well as him, stay in the periphery of his Discord, of his friend group. He does all this shit, and then on top of it is spending thousands of dollars on someone that isn't his wife, or his immediate household, or himself.
Ugh. Real stand-up guy, that one.
I felt that in my chest.
Nigga, I felt that in my lungs.
I went to go take a little sleep and get some apple slices and some water. This is what I come back to.
Like a normal person, yes. Oh God, I am. If you're spending that type of money, you better be fucking. You better be in. You better be so far in their guts. Niggas ask you to pull out, you be across the street for that kind of money. What the fuck is wrong with you?
What is wrong with him?
He doesn't know how to lead. He doesn't know how to lead. He doesn't know how to lead.
You don't want to be saved.
It's like I said. It's like I said. He does not understand the gravitas of how all of this comes from somebody who wants to be a father figure, which is the most patriarchal position in our society. That is the de facto position of the leader. He doesn't understand the gravitas of what the words mean. He doesn't spiritually understand the definition of the word.
Part of me feels that Peaches didn't because he knew I'd bail him out if he needed me to. Why wouldn't I? We were family and I cared about it. I'm so abusive that I couldn't be treated like a person, but my money spent just the same, I guess. But let's talk about Peaches' personal story.
Correct!
Leading up to what Looney did. When the SCK stuff became public, Peaches dipped from the public. In the server, though, he started making it a point to isolate me by bringing in mods of mine that he knew had troubling history with older men. Here, he convinced them that I was an abuser. Never with evidence, mind you, just by using the same methods he used on me. Here, he said vile things about me. So did the people around him. People like me, Space Bear Billy, K Cosmic, Sin, Hidden Heroine, Katie Illustrator. And the only person who didn't say anything horrendous about me was Untitled Sunny, though they still participated in the server. Lumi's part was to further isolate me, to tell me not to talk about my personal issues with my mod staff. He also made it a point to go to Harley and directly lie about me, what happened in calls, and other things. Harley has been given screenshots pointing all this out as well. What they take away from this, though, is up to them. Lumi is the one who banned me from someone's server after a Crystal video, despite Lumi being one of the people that helped with the Crystal video. Lumi's their own batch of deranged, snakish creature, but he's been shown to be a pathological liar. He's also got people to lie to me in calls. He wanted to make sure I was completely isolated, that no one would be there to help when Lumi and him chose to make a spectacle out of alleged abuse. He just chose to lie about Jibs giving them permission to use that call. They didn't. And even later, when Lumi was confronted by Jibs about all that, the doc has yet to be corrected. Lumi instead is using the lie and tell people he no longer has contact with Peaches. There's no way that's true, Lumi, and no one is buying it. Peaches has been running from Jibs and accountability for all of this ever since their doc. Lumi specifically treats it like it's silly behind the scenes. This is because if it's not about Peaches' drama, then it's not important. But let's give some examples for that. Asuka has confided in me that Peaches disregarded what she's been through, but that's just hearsay, although I fully believe it. More to the point, though, is how Peaches treated Heaton. Heaton has trauma about backroom biting? Well, that doesn't matter.
I think that creating group chats when we think there's an issue instead of confronting it directly is going to cause more suspicion and division among mod staff than it is if we don't just go to people with our problems about them. Especially when that's what's sent.
Again, well, yes. But you see, the way that you do that, you motherfuckers shouldn't be moderators to begin with. You all shouldn't be moderators. You shouldn't be in positions of authority. Not even amongst your personal groups.
It's supposed to be about.
As they're just talking around the issue, especially considering that was literally asked a bajillion times in the actual conversation, because I literally said I was in distress about it and I wanted to talk to people, and then if people thought that I actually had a valid reason to go and talk, then I would go and ask to do it. And I was asked constantly, like, about me being backbiting and backstabbing and go behind people's backs. Like, you can't also sit there and go, oh, I understand why you're doing that, but then also talk around the issue as if I'm not even here. And then not only that, but then start asking questions directly in relation to what I was upset about, and then going, oh, I knew that never would have happened ever. I just wanted to hear it, as if, like, you just wanted to make a point.
I didn't want to make a point. It's best not to. We've talked about this repeatedly, that we don't want to make assumptions. I want to go to him directly. I want to hear him tell me that for sure. I don't want to make an assumption. I want to believe the best. But if we are asked about it, if it is brought to us, if something happens, and we don't have a response, and we said that we've never talked to him about it, we've only presumed it, that's not the right way to go about it. My response to that is, then how am I supposed to know at any given minute that there's not a group chat about me right now?
Well, that public accusation.
You can't. You don't. You just don't think about it.
Accusations against you?
No.
Then there you go.
There weren't public accusations against me the last time there was a group chat without me.
Yeah, but you're literally, like, pushing things, and I get that you've got past experience with it, but you also can't say, well, I've got past experience with X, so therefore I'm going to shut down your feelings and past experience on literally what you're talking about right now. Especially when you're framing it as, like, me doing backstabby shit to someone I talk to every single day.
I literally just said I wasn't talking about you.
What Heaton's trying to say is, my point was a group chat like that existing when there's accusations, I understand. And Heaton saying, I disagree that group chats like that should happen when there's accusations. To my understanding, and either of you can correct me if I'm wrong here, please do, but the group chat you guys had was fine for what it
Yes.
was for.
Yeah, I have no problem with the group chat for what it was for.
Yeah, I'm just saying my problem because
This is
I
so
had to leave
fucking
the chat
loud.
and I didn't bother talking
Mm-hmm.
to him what's after.
Unbelievably
and I never
loud.
talked to you after
The voice of this particular person is just extremely grating. It's their cadence for me.
this point because the entire time I was in there, I was just being questioned the entire time.
Despite Peaches actively doing the very thing that triggers Heaton, first to Dolce, and then to me. Heaton has constantly been accused by Peaches of being terrible to them, claiming Heaton intentionally triggered him by asking questions concerning the other family members' accusations against me. Everything had to revolve around Peaches. When Cartoonchi was in danger and I was trying to find people to help him, Peaches made it about the fact that he didn't have any connections to help because people didn't like him. I was struggling with the other former family members being awful. It had to be about what they did to Peaches. I have a live stream that he hops in on at the last moment. He gets mad that I had Heaton on and I didn't extend it for him. Peaches also made it a point, before even this, to poison other people against my wife and I. Peaches just wants places where he can say awful things unchallenged. Peaches isolated me, used me, and behind the scenes directed me to attack others for perceived wrongdoing without providing evidence. I couldn't even reach out to those people to get their side of things without being told I was in the wrong for not believing him. For example, I brought up earlier that Peaches was on call to me when I spoke to Jordan and Jay. The reason for this was because he'd regularly berate me in calls, saying I was lying about speaking to the two of them for the wrongs they've done. Peaches didn't believe me because he wasn't around for those conversations, knowing full well that they happened in person. So I let him listen in on the final ones I had to appease his paranoia, only to be berated after those discussions about how I didn't speak the way he wanted me to. When Peaches dropped all of his to harm me, I had a complete breakdown in a server I was safe to do so in. After sharing some DMs, I was informed that what Peaches put me through was abuse. I didn't want to accept it at first. After all, I'm an older, tougher guy. How could I be abused? But the more people poured through our DMs, and calls, it got to the point that I couldn't really deny it.
Idiot, stupid idiot, stupid idiot.
With the reality, Peaches abused all the kindness and stability I offered, and when it could no longer be used, I was tossed aside. I feel that Peach has been abused by so many older men that it made him feel better to tear down one that wouldn't fight back. After all, what else are you going to do when the men who actually wronged you can no longer be reached? You go for the one you can reach. This leads to some of the text he had on screen with the calls he edited down and put out. I can't address all of the claims, and many of them don't even make sense as is, so I'll just cover some of them. In this one, he claims I wanted mods to help bully a victim, and that the Raven call is evidence that I don't care for it when mods push back. While, again, I will not justify that call with jibs, the reason I shouted at the other mods is because in a lot of situations at that point, I felt I was left alone to deal with every unpleasant incident in the server or out of it. That's where the barking came from, not a desire to harm someone else. We'll address more of the claims about the Raven call further down. This one, Peaches is claiming that Missy was modded as a minor and that I'd normalize bad stuff to them and have them draw sexual art to my taste. This is more of Peaches trying desperately to frame me as a predatory person. Missy was only made a proper mod after turning 18, and they have never done sexual art at all. But don't just take my word for it. Here's Missy themselves talking about it.
So during that whole call, Aaron said I was 18. That's false because from what I remember, I was actually 19. And Lio did not push me to do any sexual art whatsoever, considering I don't draw anything of the sort, since sexual art makes me uncomfortable. But yes, I draw heftier women, but that's a me thing. That's my preference because I myself am a bigger woman and I'm comfortable doing that. The running joke is that people would need a spoon because of how thick I draw bodies sometimes. That's it. No one pushed me to do anything, and the fact that Aaron is pushing the notion that Lio is a potential predator is very disgusting.
Remember how I said Peaches made me tell my wife I was abusive? Here's him pointing to
Yeah.
this and claiming I would have to use all my energy to not be abusive to him. This is also false. And you can see that not only in every interaction on my channel where I did nothing but let him have his way, but everyone in Senate can tell you the same. Peaches wants desperately to paint me as some abuser that's on the brink of snapping. This one has Peaches saying he hated himself for the Rosa call. He hated more the fact that it was public because it brought people to comment towards him about it. It's why instead of taking proper accountability, he tacked it on to the beginning of a doc that was mainly focused on painting himself as a victim. You can criticize me for putting it in a video generally unrelated to the situation, and that may be fair, but I didn't cut and run the minute it started getting picked up. I'm still here and still being held accountable. Further on, Peaches claimed that all I cared about was my ego. This is also not true. Were that the case, I wouldn't have let him publicly mock me constantly, or consistently undermine me everywhere I went. If it were any other mod, there would have been other ways Peaches would have tried to get their attention. Even if I was active in the side chat earlier, that doesn't mean I always will be. All it would have taken is for someone to DM me, and Lumi to just ask me to check my DMs to bring all that to an end in a proper manner. Instead, Peaches chose the option to best try to assert themselves over me. This has been going on for a while, and why I had a breakdown about it in the mod chat. A chat I didn't know was recorded, showing me at my limits and unable to tell people why I was pushed to that point by Peaches. After all, who would believe me anyways? Peaches demonstrated this by talking about how no one was on my side. He falsely frames it as being about the Rosa call, but was actually to demonstrate his own isolation methods. Speaking of that, he claims that me telling Sunny to not act as a moderator between us was proof of me trying to isolate him from other people. This is also untrue. Peaches had multiple meltdowns anytime someone we both know would defend me or speak highly of me. The reason I told Sunny not to act as a mediator is because Peaches would regularly scream at me about how he didn't have friends. And I knew putting Sunny in a position where he may have to take my side, even as a possibility, wouldn't end well. Moving on, we have Peaches framing me saying, I love you as inherently familial affection. I'm sorry, but what? I said I love you to Peaches as well before being family, because I say that regularly to my friends. Is it really that uncommon? Sure would explain a lot. Next up, we have Peaches claiming that I'd twist private things to be perceived as different publicly, citing that I told a CC member that they'd say you'd call him a predator. The only thing I can think of when it came to this is maybe Harley, but that's a claim Peaches was making and actively pushed to me. On top of that, I actively told Harley that Peaches was having a breakdown and not doing okay. This is just a manipulative lie that Peaches is telling. Later, we have Peaches saying his disagreements with me were subdued, that I'd personalize abuse towards him in private for any pushback. This is absolutely projection on Peaches' part. He'd regularly scream at me and demean me in calls. He'd shame me based on age, thought processes, and sometimes things not even related to the topic. The only person who had personalized abuse thrown their way was me. You can even see that in the document where Peaches took a private fear, twisted it, and threw it out into the public. Even with all the stuff Peaches has done, I haven't done that to him. There are things he confided in me that I will take to my grave. In this one, Peaches claims I was being ableist to Rosa the day prior. We already touched on this, but here's a statement he was dead set on saying was ableist. ableist. When pressed on this, Peaches couldn't tell me how it was ableist. No one could. I got heated in the call because Peaches was regularly making claims about my behavior that he couldn't substantiate, instead choosing to berate and insult me even when I'm trying to help other people. Now we're getting to the one-on-one call we had the night after the Raven call, where Peaches is trying to highlight my tone as being awful and not what he thinks it should have been. Some context here. I had just woken up, and not in the morning for work. My wife woke me up to tell me Peaches was distressed, so I went to talk to him. I didn't immediately hammer on the ideation because Peaches has absolutely shut down on me or escalated before if I did so. I found it better in general to wait until he was comfortable taking it to me himself. But tone policing me is something Peaches would do regularly, stating intent due to tone without even clarifying it or accepting the answers given. This will be the last one I directly cover, but here Peaches is claiming his ideation for the past year was brought on by the Rosa call. This not only contradicts literally every time he's talked about it, but also the fact that he's previously blamed me for his ideation, or his life circumstances, or what happened to him in 2020. I really hate to say this, but this reads more like Peaches trying to gain pity to avoid accountability for the Rosa call. It's not really that hard, honestly. This isn't necessary. It's likely Peaches will try to come back. His live stream channel is privated, so he still has a platform if he wants to make an attempt. But should he? Not right now. Despite all that he's done to me, I know he's unwell. He needs genuine help. He needs a proper diagnosis and to get with a decent therapist instead of quitting the minute he runs into a bad one. He needs to stay offline and focus on his life and new job so he can get the independence he's always said he's wanted. But most importantly, he needs to find himself and realize that he has actual problems to fix instead of just taking out his problems on other people. I think he can come back after a few years, but only if he actually corrects his behavior. But while I ultimately forgive him for what he's done to me, I can't let him back in my life. He's done too much damage to others and myself. On top of what Peaches has done to me, I feel the need to highlight that Peaches' public values are not, in fact, his private ones. Here you'll see Peaches getting on to people for body shaming Yora in his stream, but I have no problem body shaming people in private regularly. There's also the racism that Peaches will allow in his spaces, allowing Lumi to be racist about Mexicans in his personal server. Gee, I wonder why. Peaches has regularly complained about people.
But why Mexicans?
Yeah, that's oddly specific.
That's
Oddly,
wild.
oddly specific.
That's wild.
Being edgy, but has no issue naming parts of his personal
Yeah,
server.
why is that?
I don't know.
It's funny that Lumi scared Susie and I into thinking Peaches was dead. We should also note that Peaches wanted to get Lumi to gaslight me into believing his hallucinations were me. But the most pressing is the amount of slurs Peaches used regularly. While I've worked to remove them from my lexicon, Peaches demanded to still be able to use them, much to Heaton and I's chagrin. Here's some examples of that. There's a difference between reclamation and still using a slur as a slur. Peaches and Lumi do the latter, regularly. This is just a sample of the type of values Peaches would proclaim externally, but never hold internally. I could continue this video for probably another hour detailing the things Peaches has done.
No! No, please don't.
We're good. We're good. We're good. Just go.
Just go. Just go. Away. Away from here.
Maybe I'll
Forever.
openly later on in life, but still have other things I need to cover in this video, so we're going to move on now. There are some people that think I should just address my wrongdoing, apologize, and do only.
How are you supposed to address your wrongdoing, bro? How are you gonna move forward, bro? You think you just can apologize for the shit that you've done? And the shit that you've been involved in? You think that's easy?
There are definitely those people that don't forgive anyone that actually did even remotely half of this shit. It's like, come on. You think people are going to forgive you just because you say you're sorry?
Like, you should have said sorry and then fucked off a long time ago.
Yeah.
That. But that's not how this works. I'm not obligated to let dishonest, crazy people take shots as though they have a place to. The only reason any of them are trying this is due to the fact that I've exposed them for other things in the past. Possibly because at this point, they have a vendetta against me for that. And I'm going to line that out here. This isn't a defense of the Rosa stuff, so cool your jets. While information should be taken regardless of source if it's true, in cases like this, paying attention to the history and biases of said sources is also important. If it was someone who has known me for a few years and doesn't seem to have any biases against me other than genuinely telling me when they think I'm out of line, paying heed to them would make more sense. But the people I'm talking about here have a bias rooted in the fact that they've been called out for their actions by me in the past. This isn't about the truth. This is about trying to settle a score. Heck, it's written in the first person's description of his first video on me. Kumo is a small commentator that's made a name for himself by his edgy demeanor and his inability to pick up cues of the basics of right and wrong. To the outside observer, you may be thinking that Kumo's videos on me are informative and correct. This is where a term called sophistry comes into play, because it's all Kumo has.
He provides more evidence than you have in this video, so I'm more inclined to believe him than you.
Simple as. But that's not fair. We don't care. Get fucked.
Don't give a fuck, no.
The moment you inspect anything he says, it falls apart. And there's no better example of this than the initial video addressing the fact that he convinced a mentally ill woman to carve his name into her thigh. Wait a minute though, that's not what the original runtime was. That's because Kumo snipped it down. But don't worry, I have the original. I also have the second one where he further lies and tries to excuse his actions.
What I'm getting at here is, at one point, there was a call where the entire fucking group chat was in. Mind you, everyone at this time had really long names except...
So again, I'm pretty sure this one has video to go along with it. You're just choosing not to show it. Again, nigga, the audio-visual medium... Use the entire audio-visual medium.
for myself and one other individual. Asta, in this group call, started talking about how much she wanted to cut, and naturally these freaks kept fucking validating it and encouraging it. They even stated that they wanted to do it too. She then said that she wanted to cut someone's name into herself. As you probably expect, these freaks all go me, 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 me. I've already tried discouraging it. And could you not? These are the types of things you would hear me say. People who know me know this sounds exactly like me. I fucking swear on my soul this is how I interacted with them that day. But that did not work. Am I surprised? Not entirely. So it's at this point she turns on her camera and she shows that she already has a fucking razor in her hands. She then says, whose name should I cut? I say, do mine. Logically speaking, this was going to cause the least amount of damage. This is why I made this panic fucking decision. My name on Discord is only 4 letters. I even told her, do not cut deep.
I keep all of that in mind. He claims he was panicked, that people were clamoring for their names to be cut, that he did it to get her to carve the shortest name. The last part was already defined by Ephraim, and only for that will be in the description. I've also been told that Kumo has told others that this was a kink thing that happened on the server. However, literally nothing he's saying is true. I know this because I have the clip. I can't play the visuals for you because it would allow the video to be flagged. The link will be in the description for you to see it at your own discretion.
What should I cut?
What?
What should I cut into me?
My name.
Really?
Bestie.
So earlier when I said he was choosing not to put some of this on screen, as I was technically partially right. Yes. Nigga, you've made your own video boring to the point where I couldn't even play video game. I had to visually stimulate myself to put myself in the headspace to follow along with your video. The video's that boring. And then in the parts where you add the shit that upsets us, it then returns to being boring. You ruined your own narrative by not being able to show the things you should show. My God.
I also want to point out.
Oh, sorry.
I also want to point out that he's also hiding context. So he's giving a half truth here. From what I understand from the video that this came from, and the screenshots and shit from that, this was Kumo, who was also a minor at the time, was groomed into thinking that that was okay, and you can hear from what he says in those clips that everybody else was into it. Everybody else wanted it. This isn't the first time this chick has asked this kind of question. This is a typical behavior for these people. If you don't know otherwise and you're a teenager, just fucking saying.
Fucking Xenobite shit.
But no, it's not convenient for his narrative, so therefore it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, that's fast.
God, she's actually got
That'd be funny.
Let me turn up my screen share.
Holy.
Then, like, no, don't leave any evidence.
Okay.
Yeah.
Watch food, dog, strap chat, and like force him to join. Yeah, that'd be best spot. Someone just stalk him, like force him to join. If he doesn't join, you just like go to his address. Yeah.
And obviously, I disavow what these kids are doing. Don't cut yourself, ladies and gentlemen. Your skin is too beautiful.
I've never seen strap chat in real life. I don't know how he looks like.
I don't know if I spelled anything right because I can't see because of my light. Hold on. I mean, I kind of got it. Hold on. I'll fix it.
Epic. Epic. Alright, now like go like press a napkin on it and like hang it on your wall. No.
Oh, it is. Hold on.
It's fine.
Fucking hell.
Even without the visuals, it's still kind of.
I don't think it.
Learn to fucking balance your audio, boy.
I'm trying to eat my apple.
God damn. I'm murdering my ears. I gotta turn this shit down. Go ahead.
It's okay. We all know what it is, though. We know what it means. Cum. I'm kidding. It looks
Oh
like
yeah, that's from when I was on a call with you.
with me or him.
With him.
Is that your leg or your arm? Pencil.
It's my leg. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, it's my leg.
God.
Let me take a picture of this. Come
Oh no. I'm gonna get canceled, dude.
Who has OBS open?
I do.
Nobody?
What are you gonna do about it?
Clip that. Clip you saying cut Kumo.
Do you hear any panic? Any others clamoring for their names to be cut? Even their names lighting up in the Discord thing? Well, you've seen it, and if you'll see it, you'll see that there's no other names lighting up in the Discord call. No, because that's all a lie. A fabrication because Kumo is genuinely scared of this kid.
How will we know? You're not showing us.
We can't see. My nigga, how can we confirm with our eyes? We can't see. You can play the audio all you want. That's great, but I still can't see it.
Bitch wears. Yep.
Oh,
Bitch
God.
wears.
Giddy in this call, happily telling her to do it, as well as to further convince her to put a wet paper towel on it so his name would be shown when it dries. These are not the actions of a stressed individual. Kuma was smack dab in the middle of his right mind, and for the claims of this being in a kink server, nope. Group chat. Here's a screen cap of the chat. Kuma has claimed in a second video that this clip is always.
But where though? Where's the clip? All we can see again is your shit being put together and constructed. Where is the clip, bro? Sir, where's the clip? Where is it? We can't find it.
Presented without context. Now, he's never given us context outside the obvious lies he said about the events, so what further magical context there is remains a mystery to us mere mortals. But let's entertain the idea that this was in a kink server, and was consensual. Consent is important, no doubt about that, despite Kumo's lack of care for that you'll see later. However, consent only goes so far when you admit you already know that the alleged partner already struggles with self-harm and isn't well. You can try to excuse it using your own mental health issues like Kumo has tried to do, but that dog won't hunt. And the story is that Kumo has been lying about this event to his audience and to the people in his circle. If he were truly apologetic, he wouldn't make it a joke on social media, nor would he be telling random people to repeat the actions themselves when pressed on it. He's not sorry, he's just a liar. Now, he's also claimed that he was pushed to do this via abuse by the individual he had cut his name into her leg. There seems to be a little bit of evidence to the fact that she was unwell and did force him to do things. However, that doesn't change the fact that he's still lying about things, and that some of the things he claims about this person isn't backed by evidence. Maybe I'll cover those videos someday, since he decided he wanted to be real stupid on multiple events. Speaking of lies, though, Akumu says he's not fond of lies. So not only do I wonder how he'll respond to that, but also how he'll respond to what I'm about to bring up. Remember how I said the thought of Peaches being painted as a predator came from Kumo? Here's the clip.
And it would just come back to me regurgitating this point and reminding you that Peaches tried to cover up the fact that she was in a love triangle between Toasty Vanilla, who was like in his mid-20s, and Teddy, the Teddy that draws, who was like 15 or like turning 16 at the time, when Peaches herself was 19 turning 20 back in like 2019, 2020. It's all in
You
plain
say this as
sight.
a reminder, but I actually didn't really know much about this.
I did
I
tell
feel
you
like
about
it would. I
this.
feel like it's been mentioned,
this.
but I don't know a lot of context behind this.
Me and Akuma we've been. I thought he would have told you, but I thought I've been kind of like forward about it whenever I've discussed it. Is that this is the kind of shit that this is the shit that Peaches wants covered up and doesn't want acknowledged. So
Akumu himself hasn't made that claim publicly. He's smart enough to keep that as a private thought. Kumo isn't, though. That's where this idea came from. But let's not pretend that Kumo actually cares about what happened in the FCK server. What was the main problem? The degeneracy happened and no adult spoke up, right? A valid point to make and be concerned with. Why would I say Kumo doesn't care, though? Well, the call that this came from was an in-law server, where they were watching my call with Cosmic and generally griping about it. Very interesting point of it is where in-law gets really upset for me taking issue with Cosmic seeing an 11-year-old being sexualized and doing nothing about it.
You allow someone to say something sexual to an 11-year-old and you give them a pass for it. Holy crap, it's pathetic.
So that's why they're a creep?
Is that that's why they're a creep, because they were just present?
How did in-law respond? No pushback from Kumo about that one, because he and in-law don't actually care. I've already spoken a bit about in-law, and maybe I'll do so more later, but her values being uncontested here by Kumo is very telling. Rules for thee, but not for me, right, Kumo? There's more too, because not only do these two not have an issue with Cosmic's treatment of kids, they just like her presence. Here she is in in-law server. Kumo's name is covered because it's Peach's dead legal name. Classy. I don't want to hear this freak crying about the FCK or Jax ever again, when they're happy to let someone to stalk kids and let an 11-year-old get sexualized into their spaces through this server. What motivated Kumo, though? It certainly isn't getting justice for people he frames on his own channel as victims. I can tell you that much. Even Jordan knows that.
These are people that you supposedly at least have some level of care about, who are actively hanging out around people who talk like shit about you and your fucking identity. I'm not trying to do the like guilt by association shit. I'm not saying you should hang around Kumo. I'm saying that you should be fucking looking at the behavior and the shit that you're cultivating. And like question yourself. I don't understand how you're not questioning yourself.
Of course not. I'll tell you where it comes from. It comes from the fact that Peach is embarrassed this little weirdo. You even see him making his intentions clear in the doc on the radio stream.
So if you want to talk about well, let's talk about your video, because I saw that it's age restricted requested by the uploader, and I was watching it a bit, and I saw Hopeless Peach's comment on it. That's how I found out about your video.
yeah, 'cause she's fucking. She's next. She's on my list.
It's always been about his ego. Kumo thinks he's smarter than anyone around him, all while being unaware that word will get out about his actions. I'm sure he'll soon be an in-law server watching this video and melting down as well, which means his video randomly calling me a child predator will take longer to produce. Because the last time he tried to make a claim like that, it went so well, right? This claim of his comes from a Fur Affinity and Ink Bunny account that has Lio Convoy in the name. So let me break this down. The Fur Affinity account was questionable because of a picture Patchwork uploaded and tagged it. However, when you actually pay attention, you see the image Patch put there was dated from March 5th, 2020. The account his tagging was made on March 5th of 2021. Did Patch have magical powers of clairvoyance? No. We can see how this happened by how Patch typed it. He cites my previous Twitter account. It's why Twitter was specifically mentioned. He wouldn't need to list Twitter if the intent was to tag an account I had on for Affinity. Truth is, he put the @ sign in front of the handle, and it auto-linked when the new account was made. But to the point, no, that's not me. And there's no evidence that it is. Following that is the Ink Bunny account, with the name of Sentinel Lio Convoy. And here's where I have to clue some people in on something. Guys, I didn't create the name Lio Convoy. It's the name of a Transformer character. Not every person that uses that name is me, believe it or not. Here's a guy with that name on an MLP forum. Here's a list of Twitter users with that name. Fun fact, in the old days of the Allspark, there was a user other than me named C16 Lio Convoy. When I introduced myself by my online handle at Transformer conventions, I had to specify which one I was because I always thought I was him. Heck, even on a defunct Thundercats message board, there's 2 Lio Convoys, and only one of them is me. Neither of those furry accounts are mine. Kumo was going to make the claim though, or rather, give it to a Kumu to push without actually fact-checking things. Way to make a Kumu look like a fool. In fact, Kumo loves making these claims. Like here, where he makes it about doodle tones.
Okay. Here's I don't like berating people based on using voice changers, but come on, why this one specifically?
Is there a reason why they use a voice changer, or is it just a personal preference?
I think they're all pedophiles, and Doodles wants to sound like
keep
a
saying
young
that.
child.
Okay, keep saying that.
I think Doodles just wants to sound like a young child because
I don't
Doodles
think
knows
that's
their
the reason,
demographic.
Kumo.
I think that is. I mean, have you seen their art?
I'm not gonna say anything about their art. It's fine. Everyone progresses in their art differently.
Trash. Bad take. L plus ratio.
Okay, Kumo.
My art hasn't improved in like 10 years.
Despite Doodle's voice not being childlike. Not to mention an art style alone doesn't denote intention or predation. Kumo has made it clear that he thinks any statements against him are projection. I think he's actually the one doing the projection, like in this clip.
I'm a bit disturbed by the fact the entire time he's just putting together a fucking schoolgirl figurine.
Finally, she grew a backbone
How
and
long do you
doesn't
think
care
before that's
again.
in the jar?
Oh wait, that was somebody else. I don't know.
The fact that he's putting together a schoolgirl in the background,
I don't judge it.
that's gonna be in a jar, I promise you.
I don't sexualize any of those figures or kits. Why is Kumo's mind going there? Makes you wonder what he's thinking. Let's be honest, Kumo has no credibility. He's a dishonest weirdo from the very beginning. It's why after my first video on them, he ran to the Fox Mafia to be buddy-buddy with them. He'll claim it was to farm them for dirt on me, but that doesn't explain why a guy that totally hates furries will do their dirty work for them by trying to spread Neora's garbage dog. Imagine, you hang out with people who are already highlighted as being awful and sexually depraved towards animals and people, and you'll be counted in their numbers. Truly, a fascinating phenomenon. It makes sense though. The Fox Mafia was sure fond of threatening people with sexual assault. This is something they have in common with Kumo, so he was surely in similar company.
Because your speech impediment makes it
Because you're a
funny.
fucking beta. I don't know, like, I put 2 and 2 together really quickly. Yeah, it's what a of the bad.
Well,
Yeah,
you
tell
sound
me
like
what
a-
to do.
sound like a sick
How's
person.
that when tell me what to
Sound
do,
like a
beta
nerd.
brush? Beta brush, we're gonna rip you. We're gonna rip you, beta brush.
Yeah.
No, we're not. No, we're not gonna bicker with you and call beta brush. We're actually trying to find where you live because we're gonna rip you tonight. We're gonna load you down, beta. You're gonna get the petroleum jelly, beta. It's over.
Yeah, it's gonna be like.
It's gonna be a prison rape, beta. Beta, you're getting.
You shove Lego bricks into your urethra. You're fucking.
Beta, you changed the
Beta, we're gonna stuff your asshole with ice cubes.
I'm gonna slide in, trap lane,
Should've died
inside your
of
penis, and you're gonna be like.
This is extremely embarrassing.
It's extremely
Yes, it
gay.
is.
Like, and getting mad over what is very clearly trolling. Homie.
You can't
Homie.
You can't do that. No.
No, no more lemon pledge.
Dead ass, actually.
I know, right? It's really on point with that.
Beta, we're gonna sound you with a screwdriver.
Kumo can claim this is a joke, or that the person was a predator or something, but threatening someone's sexual assault is unacceptable. Full stop. You're not going to spin this one.
Oh my god, it's a joke!
But I have no clue.
It's a joke. It's a poor joke that's not even funny because, you know, not necessarily a joke. They're just saying shit to you. But, okay. It's a joke, sir.
Kumo is in terms of identity, yet, if I had known, I would have called him by his real name by now. I'm not going to allow
What?
anybody for sexual harassers if I can help it.
What?
It's literally the, like, dumbed down version of, if I knew his name, I would dox him. Or if I knew who he was, I would dox him. Good job outing yourself, dumbass.
Shocking.
Really smart.
Like,
Self snitch.
like, bro. Like, okay. But Carl, don't you call people by the... Yes. But I can't pull that out of them. And there's a difference between personability and, nigga, are you good? Nigga, are you good? Ayo, first name, are you good? Yeah, I'm fine. Alright. And emotionally upset. Who the fuck is Dick Dastardly Butter Biscuit? Your name is Yes. Your name is Charles Watson. You live at 262 Westburg Avenue. Nigga, I'm gonna find you. Really? Really?
Yes. Yes.
What's that one tweet? It's like every person that wants to have like their real face and name and cover are the type of people that get upset when Somebody in the Vegeta avatar calls him a dumb wank.
Really do be like
Why,
that.
why are you using an anime avatar? Why don't you show your face?
Excuse me, I entered into this weeb server, and I as a journalist, just wanted to ask, why are none of you all using your legal government names and using your pictures tied to your accounts? Is there a reason why you're shamed what you post?
No, Melissa. No, Melissa McCarthy, I'm not giving you at all.
Get out of here.
No, Cat 10 Barge, I cannot give you my name and address. I will not show you my photo ID.
Oh, I'm gonna go a step further. I will tell you where my address is. Please pull up, Alyssa. Please pull up, Alyssa. Please pull up. Please pull up, Alyssa. I'm gonna make you the best sandwich of your life. Please pull up, Alyssa. What do you mean by that, Carl? What I said, I'm gonna make her a sandwich. I didn't say what I was gonna put on the bread. Carl, what does that mean? Use your imagination.
Imagination. We're losing our minds.
Yes, we're almost done though. We're almost there.
Yep.
It may not go anywhere, but it'll be there. Maybe you can trace some edgy JJK fan art in his response to the cops too. That's enough of that Fox Mafia stooge. Let's move on to the next person. This section will be pretty short, as I've covered him a couple of times already, but he doesn't want to go like Kumo out of a sense of revenge. Highlighted here. Not that it's ever going to work out for him. I am, of course, talking about Gilded Poo, the guy that collected zoo porn to own people, because that's completely sane. And yes, I know he's since destroyed the hard drive with said zoo.
So, do you understand the difference between him finding fan art that you've had drawn of you, nailing characters, and him making a fun, exciting video that you clearly cannot compete against? That you are beating that he is beating your ass eternally. That you chose to address him at the very back end of your video. Seethe, cope, seethe, rotate, dilate, salivate, intubate.
Porn. And you know what?
Don't
That's good.
masturbate.
I don't think he did it out of a place of changed morals as opposed to self-preservation, but I'm glad he did that either way. So instead, I'd like to know why this guy's obsessed with sexual assault. And make no mistake, he is. One thing I forgot to cover is how he spoke to Serafina when she went into a server in 2022, specifically telling her that she needs to be sexually assaulted multiple times. He has an obsession with this, as his podcast is cheekily named The Grapecast, a meaning that shouldn't be unknown. Actually, the name of it is Grape Culture, because that's just so much better. The guy is unhinged. It's why Kumo's actions in the pilot happened in Gilded Poo server with zero feedback.
Okay, it's kind of funny.
Assume a man with a child in his care wouldn't be making such a spectacle of himself in this manner online, yet here he is, in his late 30s and being fine with threatening people with sexual assault. Or in his latest video.
I've paused for a reason. The guy he's talking about, Gilded Poo, heard about this, and he is pissed. I am salivating at the idea of his response, which is going to be coming out soon, because oh boy, he is going to lay into him like nobody's business. You brought his kid into it.
I didn't know he was a father.
He just said he was. He's like, a man with a child in his care shouldn't be acting like this online.
Now see.
Say that.
Now see, that's rich. That is rich. That is rich. That is rich. You had a child in your care, sir. And you said, what do you mean? Well, I shouldn't have been worried. Well, like, I didn't have people around here. That's crazy, man. That's crazy, mister. I am scared that I'm gonna beat my kids if I have them. So I'm gonna adopt fucking mentally ill women instead. That's crazy, bro.
Highlighting the sexual harassment others and myself has faced as though it's a joke. I've also been told by another person that Gilded sounds tired, that he wants to stop getting involved in stuff like this. So here's his chance to punch out and stop pretending like he's going to come out on top. Because sooner or later, his actions will come back to his doorstep, and the police in his area will eventually get involved. It's amazing what you'll be given when you follow leads of people who know your...
Police?
Did you catch that?
Yeah, he...
While I gave Akumu apologies before... See, one thing is...
Police are not going to come knocking his doorstep over YouTube drama videos. It's not going to happen.
Okumu has done during this whole debacle is poison the well against any response to him. He'll frame it as trying to skirt accountability
Anytime
for the FCK,
someone's
not
done
inherently
that,
follow
it's
your
never worked out in
Okumu
their
is trying his best
favor.
to get ahead of responses
No.
to negligent and dishonest
Nope.
actions by making predictions on what we'll say in order to prime his audience to not listen when we finally speak up. Not to mention his constant inferences that everyone else is lying while willfully diving into information he hasn't fact-checked and irresponsibly throwing out speculative accusations which would require his opponents to prove a negative. So yes, that's poisoning the well. But let's dismantle some of the genuine nonsense he spouted. In one of his newest video, he claims an inconsistency on my end.
Lio and Hopeless Peaches put Rosa into several public calls, telling her to go find a noose and make sure it was nice and tight when she jumped.
Go find a noose. Make sure it's nice and tight when you jump, Hunger for Hose. But he didn't actually pay attention, did he? Firstly, there's the fact that he initially came to me about the FCK regarding them plotting against him. He didn't detail any degeneracy until later. Not only that, but he's conflating what happened in the FCK as analogous to Rosa's situation. Rosa let a person they knew was a child predator stay in a server with minors knowingly for 8 months. It wasn't even until recently that anyone found out what Toasty was doing to minors behind the scenes. While posting porn around minors is absolutely wrong, and it's fine to call out, that's not the same as actively grooming people. Grooming requires targeting and intent. The degeneracy he detailed in the server itself is not that. Secondly, how does someone play that clip and think it was directed at Rosa? I literally said in that clip who it was directed at. He hungers for hoes. A deranged weirdo that's been mad ever since Serafina did a video exposing necrophiles a few years ago. The dude's a necrophile apologist. That's why I said what I did to him. If Okumu can't get it detailed as literally in the very clip he's playing correctly, then what's to say about the rest of the videos on all of this? He also claims that Nezzy is helping me with this response.
You all might be wondering, well, since Lio's been so quiet aside from getting ratioed by me and then deleting the tweet, what has he been up to? Why so quiet? And I can tell you exactly what he's getting up to because several sources have given me information. Aside from Lio working on addressing the accusations from Peaches and other people, most likely going to paint himself a victim to Peaches' manipulation, he's working with Nezzy Monster and Doodletones, 2 FCK members, to talk about the FCK. Huh. When was the last time that the FCK members banded together to produce a biased hit piece video trying to change the perspective on a situation to defend themselves, to make themselves look better? And how did that turn out?
Nezzy hasn't touched this video in any way. He can vaguely talk about his sources all he wants, but I already know who they are. One is ashamed of trusting him at all, and another is just as off as the rest of the people trying to cover this. I'll have my own conversation with that person later. He also likes to point out that I had the logs for a few months but didn't cover them, getting awfully upset that I was busy and didn't, while making excuses for himself for not covering them earlier.
Because you're admitting that you had the logs for months, but you've not made a single video talking about it, yet you care about accountability, and yet if you've had the logs for months, you, by the way, your daughter is your adopted daughter Peaches, right? You've had these logs for months.
Hate to break it to Okumu and his audience, but I have a full-time job alongside all the other things I do. I was also never told there was grooming going on in that server, as it was apparently external to it, nor did I know of all the possible minors that were in it. Which is why I initially thought that Peaches and others didn't know there were minors there. Heck, even with Slimmers, I forgot the exporter pulls the most recent form of the name, so I didn't even recognize them and assumed no one else did either. I was clearly in the wrong on that, so I'll apologize for that. The point being that Okumu really doesn't have the right to get upset at me for not covering the logs when he had them longer and in general is less busy. You can see that based on his current upload schedule.
Know that.
Possible responses to him.
Mm.
So let's talk about the big elephant in the room. The fact that he chose to cover this without speaking to the majority of the victims that were minors in that server.
How do you know that?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
I didn't know there was any grooming going on or there were minors. You would have if you looked at the fucking logs.
Mm-hmm.
If you took time to not, play with your toys.
Currently because of the Rosa call, but Okumu's callous actions towards their well-being and wishes and how he handled this shows he might not actually care. In fact, I question if he cares about any victims of anything at all. It's why he's desperately trying to convince his audience that at least harassment is made up, knowing that asking her to prove that she's not behind the counts is nigh impossible. All he can do is victim blame people that are struggling because he and Rin both botched how to handle this. In fairness though, perhaps I may have some blame here. I banned him from Senate because he didn't keep his word that after he got answers from a certain person, he'd leave them alone. I also froze him out in DMs. Perhaps if I had maintained contact with him, I could have guided him on this better. So I guess we'll see about that. One thing he didn't though was bring up that Nezzy did actively try to stop some of Toasty's actions. Okumu claims this was out of fear of exposure, but offers no evidence to that. Merely speculating this is the truth because it's the outcome that makes the person he's actively working against look malicious and self-centered. While I think some of Okumu's actions here are wrong and he genuinely needs a better crew to be around, I hope he takes most of this as a learning experience. I know I certainly am. If you don't want people to see you as the person you feel you were painted as in Ponder's video, Okumu, you have to genuinely change your approach and actions. Aligning yourself with people who knowingly lie, whether by omission or otherwise, and try to strong-arm those they don't like into silence is not the way to do that. You could be very good at this, so don't waste your talents by squandering them with reprobate on things that need a more delicate touch. Also, you let Kumo play you for a fool without doing any research or double-checking to paint me as a degenerate. And even after being showed you were wrong and uploading another video the next day to correct yourself, you still kept the libelous video up. Very smart. You gotta do better, dude. Leia Something is some weird commentary pick-me girl that's been obsessed with me ever since I put her friend Papa Rivet around Blast for doing the exact same thing they were mad at Slug for doing. She's in her mid-30s, and I think it's pretty obvious she wants the attention from people she never got from her dad. She can feign offense over what I said to Rosa, but what she allows her chat to say about Zach from homophobia to sexual harassment shows she doesn't actually care. I'm not really interested in speaking to her at the moment, but if she needs help finding her dad, I'm sure I could chip in.
Would you be able to just call the mom again and tell her that, yeah, Rin is not doing good?
I could, but I'm not. Because I am tired of this person being able to hide. There's gonna be no more that they want to keep putting on their pants and swinging like they're a big boy, they're gonna get hit like one.
Understood.
Since you insist, Rin. Rin is a commentary nobody previously known under the handles of Galvanum, Fishlizard.zip, Mind Your Own Business, Werewolf, and a name that starts with J that he suddenly decided was dead naming, even though it's not a legal name and was a username he picked for himself. Something every other trans person I've spoken to says makes no sense, but I'll honor it despite feeling it's to hide from their past. A pattern for him. Okumu wanted to know where my claim that Toasty wasn't going to be held accountable came from. That would be from Rin, who runs the FCK Leaks account, where he stated just that. See, Rin here is pretty infamous in the FCC, mostly for being a deranged stalker, something he apparently thinks is funny now.
4 years ago, I was 19, terminally online. And also, yeah, it was also from after effects of really bad events in my life, but it's not an excuse, it's still really cringe. And you could call it all you want, I don't care. That's what people make fun of me for, and at this point, it's kind of funny. I find it funny.
So this is a bit...
Yes, Rin, it's totally funny that you stalked and obsessed over someone for years because they put up a boundary you refuse to respect. It's totally hilarious that you wrote an 80-page doc about this person with the express intent of using it as blackmail, where you made it a point to also put their legal first name in it. This isn't the only stunt this maniac has pulled either. When Heaton was struggling with ideation, this genius's response was to tell her how if she did, she'd be forgot. I know all of this, because in 2022, I was approached by Heaton and Rin's victim, June, to get Rin into a call and knock all this off. A call I will be releasing. Don't you worry. Rin, of course, didn't stop and still decided to lie about Yoon and Heaton, attempting to undermine them by attacking their support networks and using Ephraim as a pawn to do so. It was at this point that they had enough. Rin said on the FCK Leaks account that I threatened to call his father, but instead called his mom. He walked it back after being approached by an FCK victim that I told I had the call. Convenient. So here's a reality of what happened. Rin didn't keep his word, so I called him. In that call, I had him pass the phone to his mom because he was panicking. The next day, I told Rin to take a year offline to work on her mental health. He said he would, but, of course, didn't, because his obsessive behavior, which he uses to excuse his actions, would always be something he happily gave into. Despite his regular hand-wringing about the FCC people coming after him, he sure liked following everything they were doing. So, of course, when he had the opportunity to attack people he's been stalking for years via the FCK Leaks account, he took it. And here's where I might point out that I may cut Akumu some slack for how he handled all this, possibly due to inexperience. I will cut Rin none of that slack. Rin doesn't actually care about the victims of all of this. He only uses them when he wants to shield his actions. The easiest way to see this is to look at the account itself. It's supposed to be about the FCK. Most of the posts seem directed at me, and concerning me. Newsflash, I wasn't in the FCK. This is because Rin cares more about having a podium than about their lunacy, especially now that he's getting actual attention over it. No thought to how victims of this may feel about an account allegedly dedicated to calling out FCK stuff, focusing on me instead. This is a pattern for Rin. See, I was tasked by a couple of people to look into a situation I can't currently talk about publicly yet, something that also involved Rin. I told Rin explicitly to sit on the doc they made about one of the actors until I got the confirmation to go ahead with a video about all of this. Of course, Rin can't do that. He has to be the center of things. He released the doc ahead of schedule and may have cost other victims a chance to speak out about this that they really needed. All because Rin can't follow simple instructions. He's also extremely inconsistent in his values. He's very scared that his friends in the LGBTQ will find out that his father is a donating, dyed-in-the-wool Republican, but will happily hitch his wagon to transphobes like Akumu and Kumo. And before he screeches guilt by association and points to me to forgetting to unfollow Mizizi, there's a difference between a Twitter follow, which plenty of people in our circles use to keep tabs of people of interest, not just as a means of showing support for mutuals or people we like, versus actively working with and colluding with people whose principles break your own sense of identity. Rin made some of the art Akumu is using, for example. This isn't guilt by association. This is Rin keeping company with people and not wanting to be held accountable for it. Furthermore, his upset about the FCK rings hollow to me. Why? Well, remember the call I published with Call Me Nil? Remember this part?
Okay, that's funny.
I, in the server, I used to have an actual dox section where pedophiles would be doxed. And Lio had to sit me down and tell me, hey, when you're doxing pedophiles in your server, it's probably not good to have anybody under 18 in there. Which, at the time, I did not understand, but after he spoke to me about it, I realized, yeah, that's probably a good idea.
No, I shouldn't have had to. Anybody with any modicum of common sense would know you do not put children in a room where child predators are being dealt with. Nil let predator hunting evidence and info accessible to kids that she let in the server, and got no pushback. Know who else was there and said absolutely nothing? Rin. Rin shouldn't bother with their billionth run and rename. He needs to actually get offline, stop the obsession with people who want nothing to do with him, stop consorting with people opposed to his alleged values, and getting involved in serious situations he has no business in. I'm sure Rin will have a meltdown over this, but at this point, I don't care. Rin made their bed. They can lie in it. Now we're going to talk briefly about the FCK and the actions of some of the people there. I've had plenty of comments in my Crystal video claiming I'm inconsistent in how I handle Peaches versus how I've handled other people. While there's no direct comparison people could give, I better understand what they meant now. It's more vibes-based than anything else. I know I spent the majority of my time screaming at weirdos, but I try to alter how I approach things after the Rosa call. I'm genuinely trying to see more nuance and give people more slack when I can. It's why I didn't drag people like Nezzy, Ali, Peaches, or other people that just didn't have a filter into a call. I've dealt with other servers with similar issues before and have been just as even-handed, like Nil's server. But I never made videos about it, so of course no one's gonna know off the bat. That being said, there's people that do need to be held accountable. I know Thuman is working on a video about the whole situation, and I'm fighting the thought Peaches put in my head so I can trust her on this. So listen to her video. Listen to the victims. Akumu is expecting me to defend the actions of the people I know here, to mount a defense of them. I won't, because someone should have said something. However, not everyone has that knowledge initially. Heck, I do, and I still screw up sometimes. I'm hoping they just learn from it and grow. So long as they do that and don't repeat the behavior, that's all I can reasonably ask for. What's my takeaway from all of this, though? A good question, and one that I've been struggling with articulating the entire time this video has been in production. One thought is that I don't want to hear anyone who immediately took a side when this all began mention any other dramas where people were dogged on without their side being heard, especially with how knowingly dishonest the people I've mentioned have been. At the same time, I've spent no small amount of time reflecting. I've been involved with dealing with the worst of humanity for over 6 years now. 6 years without the support system that I needed. It's absolutely made me deteriorate mentally and physically. In looking for resources for this video, I had to listen to some older calls. After being in therapy for my anger issues and on medication alongside altering how I conduct myself in calls, I don't even recognize myself in these older calls. All that anger and sometimes over absolutely nothing. I treated some people that didn't deserve it horribly. I won't lie. I hate showing this much vulnerability. I never wanted to make the fact that I've been in therapy and on medication public. Since I'm being accused of not changing, I feel I don't really have a choice but to make that public. Most people figure out where they are based on other people. So while others may tell me that me having anger issues was obvious, it wasn't to me. I always saw others with anger issues as being physically violent or regularly unhinged. I tried to channel my anger into productive things. After all, who deserves that more than predators and the other morally repugnant individuals? I never saw how it spilled onto people like Jibs. All I wanted to do was help people, and I still do. But I can't be doing what I have been the past 6 years. I never made this public, but I stopped doing active predator hunting last year. I still have a few things to cover, but I don't think I can keep getting
Fuck
emotional
off.
in that space. It does things to you. It's why officers that cover this only do so for so long and get a lot of mental help for it. It colors how you see things. I saw a freaking bumper sticker the other day that said I heart grooming and my heart jumped into my throat. It was in relation to pet grooming, but my brain is wired to see that word in only one way. And that's a smaller thing. I'm trying to be better. I really am. I just have a lot to process right now, and hopefully some things can be rebuilt. I still want to help people, and I still plan to, but I can't handle personal stuff anymore. Please don't bring that to me going forward. I'll do a video soon telling people how to properly handle that stuff, but that's all I can do now. I hopped into predator hunting because I wanted to be part of a solution instead of being a Monday night quarterback. Having dealt with something similar and no one helping me then, I wanted to be that for others. I wanted to be for others what I needed at the time, but I wasn't prepared for it. I didn't understand what it does to people psychologically. I didn't have the tools to do the job properly, and I left myself open to people who brought out the worst in me. For that, I am also sorry. I'll still help with other things when I can. I feel there are times I can take hits more than others. It's why I was so aggressive with Smash. It got him to focus on me. Same with some of the harassers or the other people I know. That I can handle. The day-to-day weirdos and degenerates. But what of Senate? I know a lot of people are concerned with plans for it. Well, the people currently in that server now know what's happened. I've archived it. Invites are dead as well. It will no longer be used. I tried to salvage that server's reputation over the past year, but it's too sullied by the bad behavior. Instead, I started a new server, a community server for the channel that will also function as a hub for content creation and conflict resolution. We're going into this with an open mind, and if you want to help and to build trust, I can certainly use it. I'm going to try to open up to more people. I'm not an island unto myself, and I can't keep acting like I am. More importantly, I can't let toxic traits I've learned continue to harm people needlessly. I've regularly been accused of not taking criticism, which I disagree with, but I'll still make it an open space to criticize me when needed. I'm even more openly interacting with some of the people I was encouraged not to, who will happily call me out if I'm in the wrong and have done so in the past, even in the process of making this video, because any criticism made in good faith can only benefit everyone. Speaking of which, an hour after this video is done premiering, I'll field questions for a couple of hours in the new server. Later, I'll start putting out calls that deal with some of the scumbags that try to capitalize on all of this. The artists will continue to eat well, but after that, I need some rest. Wanted to enjoy the weekend of our anniversary with my wife, but couldn't do all of this. Also, during all of this, I lost my grandma. I haven't had time to mourn her. I now have to live in a world for the first time in over 90 years that doesn't have her. I'll hopefully rebuild the trust and faith people have put into me. I've had no shortage of people tell me that my content gives them strength after all the things they've gone through, knowing that evil people can be confronted, but it's not impossible. I want people to still see that. I need my spaces, both on my channel and my server, to be a place where hurt and struggling people are cared for. If I fail in that, then what's the point? I also want to talk more about the things I'm passionate about. There's also promises Peach has made to his audience concerning his Ko-Fi and GoFundMe goals that were never met. I'll try and do that for the people instead, so that's what I'll be doing as well. I'll always be held accountable. For everything.
No, you're not, because you're only being
That's
held
not what this
accountable.
is.
You're only being held accountable
That's
for
not
the
what
fact
this
that you can't get away with half the shit you've done. My God. Holy mother of Jesus.
I'm shaking my head.
We all kind of are.
Mm-hmm. That cuss.
Uh-huh.
That cuss.
What a stupid motherfucker.
Yeah.
Extremely stupid.
Yeah. Yeah. And it is at that point I will say, God damn it. And, oh, fuck. Leaning my back all the way fucked up. There's not enough lumbar support for how fully comfortable I need to be by just leaning all the way reclined. Now I'm getting sucked into my chair when I lean up like that.
See, this is exactly why I have a massage chair.
Well, it's not like
a massage gadget.
But I already have one of those. But Star is asleep. I'm joking.
Lol, 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 lol.
Oh my God! There's been this is probably the most autistic fucking idiot that I've seen on the internet. That's like, no, I got you dead to rights. I'm media literate. I know what's going on here. Well, the most offending part, on top of the fucking unsettling of the spirit, is really the fucking. It's really your video is too goddamn long, and this shit is not able to be understood fully. Such bullshit. Such bullshit.
Leaves out a lot of context. Leaves out a lot. I mean, we had to watch like what 4 videos in order to get this deep into this to even understand it.
Yep.
I wonder if he was to ever. I wonder once Gilded Poo.
It's like you made it this long, and he's lack the context.
I can only imagine.
Huh?
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry.
What did you say?
I was trying to speak. I didn't realize that it was not capturing me on the microphone. I can only.
You're breaking up.
Ah, shit. Am I lagging again? Shit. That shouldn't be right. Shouldn't be right either. Can you hear me better now?
Slightly.
Okay. I can only imagine when Gilded Poo drops
I can hear
you. Okay, there we go. I can only imagine now when Gilded Poo drops his video on him that he's gonna then double the length and then cut in half even more of the visuals as he tries to address like 15 things that have nothing to do with what Gilded Poo has to say, because he's dedicated to this pretend form of, you guys really just don't want the real answers, do you? And that's so fucking ridiculous based on how he's behaved, what he's chosen to do, and how he's ascribed what he thinks taking responsibility is.
Mm-hmm.
And considering the fact that that took us from, we started that at like fucking 2. And then it's now 9. Yeah, that's about right. Because the VOD, I'd say, is 11. No, 10, 31, 50 at that timestamp. Fucking Christ. Lord have mercy. Fucking Christ. There is no way I'm going to be able to clip that down.